Yeah, hi, we're back here with another day of Citizen Sleeper. It's been a couple days since the last episode or, stream or whatever, so voice work might change and drift as always, and I do not really remember what we were doing. Not well, so, that's a thing. We did a bunch of work on the... Oh, there's a full ship now. Neat. We did a bunch of work on the sidereal horizon. And Lem and Mina are trying to get a ticket onto it. I don't know if I want on the horizon. I feel like we have a lot of other people on the station counting on us, or like, who care for us. And I would like to be here for them. Yeah, so that's one thing that is happening. We did a bunch of work for the Bantayan, Talisbar, and that's just now a thing. Or like now the distillery's up and running and so on. We chatted with Emphis a bit last time. We uncovered the Spire, or like we discovered some Spire stuff. Let's ascend to the hub. Cause, yeah, Bliss... Right, Bliss has a little gremlin. I forget his name. But there's a little guy who will come and get me once this ticks over and Bliss has a new job for us. Bliss being the, like, repair and maintenance entrepreneur that we helped, their business, like, recover from, their partner. In multiple definitions of that word, their partner leaving. Yeah, then we have a bunch of farm stacks and aviary things. Harvest mushrooms. Oh, we got some mushroom harvesting to do. That's good. Or like that means we can feed some stuff into the science. Feed some stuff into the science. We have a big thing happening with Fang at some point. Where is that little... Sorry. Is it the wastes? No, not gather scrap. Hopefully I didn't, like, forget about that and it lapsed, or make that up or whatever, because we sunk a lot of time into the, Fang quest line. Founder's Ferry, I thought I was here for a couple days. I'm not seeing a little circle for Fang anymore, which is, yeah, worrying. But okay. Yeah, Fang, we did a bunch of stuff with Fang. There's a bunch of agents and, like, hardened agents and, like, salvage robots for an offering corporation, hidden in the wastes, which is a thing. Anyway, let's get started taking actual game actions, because I think that's most of the stuff for kind of covered or summarized or whatever. Let's sink a 3 into harvest mushrooms. 2 random rare mushrooms, you'll love to see it. That's some Matsutake caps. I think that's enough Matsutake for Emphis now. But we'll need more stuff. Club heads are not useful for us, I don't think. Just do a bunch of mushroom harvesting today, start things off without too much hassle. Girol! Oh, you love to see it. Or I don't know. That's the thing. I don't remember offhand, actually. Were we doing anything... Conway access. Slotting this first worm will allow Fang to access the facility. Have to be ready to give this all your attention. Yeah. I didn't want to do that today. It said we had a couple days to do it. I didn't want to do it today because our rolls were pretty, like, mid to bad. I would like to... I don't know if it'll need rolls. I feel like taking it on a day when we have better rolls is advisable, or just, like, maybe good. Yeah. Okay. I'm glad I at least remembered where the deal with fangs thing. Sorry, let's get the last of the mushrooms, or... I keep clicking on the wrong thing. We want the aviary. Harvest those shrooms, neutral outcome. Okay. Hypha Labs. Matsutake. We can give you Jurol, right? You only need Jurol. It's the... Yeah. Beautiful! Rico gushes as you hand over the golden caps. You've never seen anyone so excited about mushrooms. Yeah, we haven't had any Rico on screen for a minute. Rico meets you at the entrance to the lab, leaning on her crutch with a glint in her eye. Walk with me, sleeper. The most British. Bond? How British am I? Oh, you're the most British. Really, do you mean it? But this is for nobody, but it's my favorite super ego bit. I think if you just punch the most British into YouTube, it'll come up. They did an animation with like weird little faces or whatever for it, but it was originally on a podcast. But yeah, I'm very much doing Rico as Matt Gorley's version of British. Walk with me, sleeper. I'd like to tell you a story. She makes her way down the corridor that leads back up towards the main commune building. When people first crossed what we call Founder's Gap into the Greenway, they did so against the wishes of Andre Erlin. At the time, Erlin was trying to stabilize the Union and establish control over the Eye. In the wake of Solheim's collapse, it was chaos. Competing factions, failing systems, so many dead and injured from the riots. That was his priority. Listen. You both cross through a glass-roofed tunnel. The greenway outside crowded with vines and branches, dappling the light. Erlin had written the greenway off, cutting off... God damn it. Cut off from the rest of the station and linked to a broken spoke, he claimed it was only a matter of time before everything here would die. He refused to let anyone abandon their duty to the Union and cross. They were traitors to the cause, or as good as. Rico continues, making her slow but steady way into the inner gardens of the commune. There weren't many of us, but we believed what was here was worth saving. We had to keep our plans secret until we crossed, and some of us left people behind. She pauses to catch her breath, her voice cracking. It is difficult to know if it is from effort or emotion. What we found was a disaster, nothing like what you see here. Half of the greenway was leaking oxygen into space, the plants flash frozen. The other half was a swamp of mulch as decaying matter... little bit stuttery today, or like... But, you know, we haven't been reading a lot lately, so... Or I haven't been doing this late...
The other half was a swamp of mulch, as decaying matter clogged every system. We worked hard, we lost good people, we cleaned up and closed up, but it was never going to be enough. After many cycles, we all knew this place was doomed, but we kept on working, talking less and less because we couldn't face it. We all developed a death wish. If the Greenway was going to die, so would we.
What changed?
Everything,
Rico smiles.
We crossed some invisible boundary, tipped some biological scale, and the Greenway started to recover. Plants flowered, crops sprouted. For the first time, we reaped the fruits of our labor.
Rico smiles, looking up at you.
We thought it was us, that we managed to do just enough to end the cycle of decay. I thought we had saved the Greenway. Until today.
You pass into the grow beds of the commune, rich with the hustle and bustle of Haifa members planting and harvesting. For a while, Rico is quiet, and you both simply observe the hypnotic movements of the work crews, the eager chatter washing over you like a wave. Rico smiles to herself. Sorry, one moment, checking a thing. Don't mind me.
I should have known, of course, that our arrogance was unfounded, but we needed to believe back then. We needed a myth to bring more people across the gap.
You both move into a smaller corridor, Rico following some direction unknown to you.
What you've shown me is that, back then, the Greenway saved us, not the other way around. Tell me, have you ever consumed one of the matsutake or girole caps you've been growing?
Yes.
I imagined they were delicious, nutritious, almost uniquely so, she muses. After all, they were designed for you.
Rico has a mischievous look.
At first I thought it was the location they were grown in that made the mushrooms from the aviary, from the labs, or from the grove different to each other. But what I've come to understand is that, it is the person growing them. The matsutake and girole caps you brought me are totally unique, containing compounds never usually found in similar specimens in my possession. Many of these compounds aren't even digestible for humans, but for a sleeper like you...
Rico smiles as she leads you into the internal garden of the commune, where the Haifa members have planted species from all over the Greenway.
Back when the tide turned, when the Greenway started to recover, we all felt something. A response. It was as if this place was not just alive as a forest is alive, but alive in other ways. Communicative, responsive. We shrugged it off at the time, but now I understand why.
Rico stops and turns to you.
This place is responding to us, adapting itself to us. It is growing fruiting bodies for you. For me, it is adapting, it is changing. In short, displaying all the signs of sentience.
Metabolism? Remember metabolism of the apartment complex of the building? Sorry, that's just my shower thought of like alive in the way the city is alive. But anyway, how?
That is what I wish to know, too. What being is in control here?
Rico sits on a bench within the peaceful gardens and gestures for you to join her.
When you have been growing the
still a little yeah.
When you have been growing the giroles and the matsutakes in the aviary, those species are so familiar to the Greenway. Have you discovered any others?
Yes. We literally have club heads in hand, so... Rico can barely contain her excitement.
I should like to see those. Please bring me some the next time you are here.
You look around the garden, amazed at the sense of peace within it. Rico interrupts the silence.
There is a species of mushrooms that I haven't seen in years. It is dark, short, shaped like a club. We first found it in those early days, when we were working to save this place. It was around the time that we started to lose our first members. They were succumbing to some infection, some mold growing deep in the dark mulch that drowned this place. At that point, we thought we were lost, and then these mushrooms emerged from that same black mold. Mold. We tested them and saw that they contained some compounds that counteracted the mold. They contained an antidote. Of course, as a botanist, I saw this as part of the natural processes of this ecosystem, even if the timescales seemed absurdly short. But what I am wondering is if that antidote was a gift.
Rico meets your eyes.
Perhaps if you are patient too, you will receive your gift too, Sleeper.
You both sit for a while, Rico seemingly done telling stories for today. You watch the light playing off the leaves and plants around you, and wonder what forces could be at play in this place. After a while, you stand and leave with a quiet nod to Rico, leaving her to her memories. I haven't been inside a forest in so long. A lot of the Greenway writing reminds me of just being in nature. In particular, the sense that, like, this place can talk, or that this place is doing things, is very, I want to say monadist, that's not right. Not quite animism, it's like, it's this, it's kind of the impulse that drives Shinto, although I don't want to speak for, like, Shinto, because, you know, I am a generic white man, white Canadian, and not a Japanese person who has born in that culture. Wow, I am so bad at speaking today. It's fine. What are we doing? What's happening? Anyway, to finish that ramble slightly, is just like, yeah, no, I like the Greenway. It's very appealing to me, that kind of tone. Clubhead samples. We need 3 clubheads. We need 3 clubheads. That means we need more spores. We get 2 off a good result, right? Fuck. Lost the coin flip. I guess we're just doing mushroom stuff today. Also, oh, sorry, the second thing I meant to... The actual comment, like, directly from that conversation is, Rika seems to be implying that the mushrooms might produce stabilizer for us, which is interesting. Sorry, we need to get the aviary churning over again. Rip not getting, like, just a little more a few more club heads. Another thing, also something I like about this game, just in general from a design perspective, is that if you sink a bunch of actions into something, and like really try to push something forward, it never fucks you. It's never just like, okay, that's done, bye, fuck off. There's always a relatively good or relatively deep conversation. That wasn't super long, but that was still like, oh, okay, stuff is, we're kind of progressing. We get more characterization of Rico and the Greenway and so on. Yeah, sorry, we're out of actions. Do we have... I'm forgetting where the game tracks our money. Oh, we just have literally no cryo, right. Oh, that would have been good to know to see. We can't feed our cat. Oh. It doesn't matter, literally at all mechanically, but I've been feeding the cat every day. God, this is why I don't own a cat in real life. It's just like, being poor with pets is not... Being poor is not something I want to inflict on a pet. We do have the Matsutake, bro. We can maybe eat, at least, with, thanks to Emphas. Matsutake broth. Emphas mentions an old recipe for Matsutake broth. All he needs are 2 handfuls of Matsutake caps, freshly sourced. Emphas ingredients supplied. Although the last time it took... God damn it, yeah, Emphas takes a few days to tick over. We're going to start starving after we sleep, but I don't think we actually starve or, like, take condition damage immediately, so... Maybe we're okay. Yeah, I don't know. Either way, we're, like, out of dice and out of money, so... End cycle. Okay. 14435? I think that's good enough for Fang. Or like I said, I don't know if it actually takes dice rolls. I think I'm gonna do Fang stuff today. 'Cause we could, like, try to absolutely greed high roll it, but I don't think we're going to get something much better than today's rolls in a reasonable time frame. So, Conway access. Input 1 Ripper Worm. Yeah, slotting in the first worm starts things off. The worm tunnels in and starts looping data through the node. The Conway facility opens up to you. Godspeed, Fang. The cloud. As you slot the Ripper Worm, a thread jumps up out of the facility. It unspools in front of you, releasing its data like ink in water. Sleeper! Fang's voice crackles through. Moving in! Nodes, then ports. A whir of interference. Slot the worms! Timer starts now. Stay safe. The thread dissipates. You're on your own now. Comsec. Oh, it works like this? Oh no. Oh, why? Okay. Well, our interface is +1 at least. Oh boy, This node is linked to the outer security layer. Fang must be struggling to get through. Oh, Fang, I'm so sorry. Bypass. Extract data. F1 port located. Comsec port F. The first layer of security, a ring of doors around the central facility. Time to open them up. Input 1 Ripper Worm. The Ripper Worm creates its feedback loop, overloading the security system. Both the S-layer nodes need to be extracted before the port will be open. Is there time? I'm gonna try! Open Consec S2. I should have looked at the other Consec port actually before spending a dice on that, but... 5-3? No! Or yes. Oh god, this is really thin. For a second I thought we didn't have a 5. I thought, yeah. The inner S-layer security is more complex. One access point won't be enough to locate the port. Bypass Consec S1. Data extracted. Consec port S2. Oh god, are we just gonna run out of dice? This second layer controls the convoy drones tasked with patrolling the hangars. It's really chewing up dice, so... Oh, we might take condition damage off of starving. I'm realizing if it burns through all our dice and we can't do any work. I don't know, we committed, or like we're here now. Plus Fang's progress, layer X unlocked. Security layer S disabled. There's 3? We're literally out of dice though. Or like, oh boy, okay. We literally can't progress this. 6, 4. 6, 4, 5, 3. 6, 5. So we need 2 good rolls? Thinking. I think we try to get... I'm concerned that it's going to kill Fang, if the cycle ticks over. Or like something bad is going to happen if we don't crack these 2 today, but like we literally couldn't. So, and I don't... That would be bizarre game design, if it just like gave you an impossible gauntlet to run? Or not even bizarre game design, I guess like, if there is a failure case here that we're hitting, it seems intentional? Like, good old Dark Souls boss that you can't defeat or like are not supposed to defeat on your first playthrough. The Elden Ring assembled scorpion or whatever corpse thing. Yeah, woof. So, aviary stuff is ticking over, which is doing mushroom things. Can we... I guess Mengyi is our best place to work right now. Mengyi. Noodle manufacturer. Because yeah, Mengyi will feed us and give us money. So that helps. Plus energy, plus 5 cryo. Yeah, it's not a lot of money, but it helps get us off 0 so we can do work again and get like more energy, more food or whatever. Shipyard, Havenage construction yards. Tomorrow's gonna be busy. We have at least 1 day of full 6 actions left, so 5 full 5 actions left. We can't feed the cat again. I don't know why that bothers me. Or just like, yeah, it literally does nothing and is something I've just been sinking money into for no reason. Probably to the detriment of my gameplay or whatever, but... You can't show me a good cat that I can feed and not expect me to feed it. End cycle. Yeah, we don't have much money, we're out of dice. Get to the next day. God, it is hot in here. Maybe just... I don't like streaming in tank top or whatever just because it feels very dude bro to me. Or very like, yeah, unprofessional. But boy, it is like bizarrely hot today for some reason, especially given that it is not even that hot outside. It's not even that hot outside, but for some reason where I am is just like, ugh. We have nothing for Fang. Moritz.
Sleeper!
Moritz is waiting for you on your way out.
How have you been?
Busy.
I see.
He nods.
Well, I'll get right to it then. Bliss sent me down. We've scored another contract and she needs your help. That's the message.
He pauses.
Look, I know that the last time the payment didn't come through, but you did good work. Bliss knows that.
It's no problem.
Okay then.
He pauses again.
She's doing her best, you know?
I know. He nods.
See you up there.
Moritz turns and strides off, leaving you in the corridor. Time to help Bliss, and maybe this time you think to yourself, it'll work out. We're starving. We're starving, and we literally can't progress Fang stuff? Okay, Fang's not... No, sorry, we have a 3? We have a 3 and we have... Yeah, we literally can't progress Fang stuff without a 5. Oh, that's a pain. Okay, well... Let's get one node handled? Boy, I hope it doesn't kill Fang. If we rest again today. Bypass, extract data. How many nodes are there on this layer? You've never seen such tight security before. That's really unfortunate that we don't have the roles to do better there. Or like to just do Fang stuff, because I want to do Fang stuff, but yeah. So. Conway extraction. A timer on the terminal shows how many cycles you have left to get the data you need. Come on, Fang. Fang's progress. Fang's main terminal shows you how far he's progressed through the facility. The deeper, the better. Okay, this makes me feel better. We have a couple days for the Conway extraction. And we've already done most of it. Okay. Also, one moment. Haha. Brain. Wow, every thought just fell out of my head. Let's cross the rim. Ascender car, midline freight hub. So we have more stuff to do, or like more flexibility with Fang than I was thinking. Than I was worried about, so that's nice. We still don't have Emphas stuff happening. Is there anywhere we can do engineering work? I'm just wondering for keeping our conditions stable. Or I guess we can salvage scrap from the wastelands to keep stuff up. Or the wastes, rather. Input dice. Can we give you a 3? We can risk a 3 as a 4. A 4 is better here. Let's do that. Dodge the positive outcome +1 scrap components, yeah. Dodge the negative outcome entirely. That gives us a bit of self-repair goodness. Then we can do some work? Oh, we have, sorry, Bliss. We have Bliss stuff to do. Oh, Sycamore Seed, Haifa Farm Freighter. Huh. Cool. Farm Freighter is just very conceptually interesting to me. I guess you can move the food production around, like if say you're building a generation ship or something. You could tack a farm freighter onto the side, or you could send a farm freighter ahead to the location that the place is going to. Huh. Okay, anyway, sorry, that's me having sci-fi thoughts done. Sacrifice section. Vent a section and you have better chance of saving the remaining crops. But you lose... I should read these. First, saving the crop. The sycamore seed needs to be reinforced and sealed, otherwise the crop will be lost. Fragile biome. The sycamore seed's internal biome is in trouble. Every action will bring it closer to collapse. Welding in a zero-G farm is tricky. The torch, the heat, the sealant, everything can damage the crop you are trying to save. Yeah, and we can vent a section to have a better chance of saving the remaining crops, but you will lose some in the process. The question is, how many? Repeatable action, critical action. Let's do a 4 on engineer. See, like, just literally see how the clocks tick. Positive outcome, +2 saving the crop, plus fragile biome. Okay. Seems okay. Sacrifice section. Vent a section and you have a better chance of saving the remaining crops. But you will lose some in the process. How risky is that? Also, I should do work, or like I should... That's something we can keep an eye on. Or we can do more work there. We should work for Ming-Yi again, probably. At least throw the 3 at noodle manufacture. Neutral outcome, plus energy and +5 cryo. Yeah, we could toss the 4 at the work, but I don't know. I'd like to, you know, get money, get food. Neutral outcome again, rip. +5 cryo again. Get some money, get some food. Every thought just fell out of my brain. Repaired unit. Do that stuff. Emphasis ticking, but not done yet. Oh, Lemon Mina. I'm glad it didn't end the day. I forgot that stuff was ticking. The crowds have already gathered by the time you get to the shipyard, and you recognize faces among them. People you have worked alongside on the sidereal. When the intervening cycles have turned their excitement to anxiety, and few of them smile at you. Instead, the nervous energy of the crowd fills the space, creating a feedback loop of growing tension. You pick out Lem and Mina and work your way over to them, pushing through the crowd. He silently raises his eyebrows at you, his anxiety obvious, but Mina flashes you a huge smile, unaware of the tension.
Robot!
She shouts, reaching out to you. Hug her! If it's gonna... Hugs! She gratefully accepts your hug, leaning against your chest, and Lem smiles, seemingly glad to share the weight of Mina for a moment. Quite the turnout, huh? Lem glances around, pulling Mina close. I don't think patience is one of this crowd's strengths. The sounds of an argument towards the back catches your and Lem's attention. He's putting it lightly. This place seems set to explode. This isn't good. This isn't good. Lem doesn't dare answer, but he looks in. But the look in his eyes suggests he agrees. This is I guess I don't know if it's Oh no, sorry, it is from the speakers. This is Astor Enghord of the Solus Foundation. The announcement echoes from the speakers at the shipyard's entrance, and shouts of "Quiet! Quiet!" rapidly follow.
I'm sorry I can't be there to meet you all, and thank you on behalf of Sindri Ellis for the work you have done on the sidereal horizon.
Most of the crowd strains to see Aster's face, but the small display shows only a ghostly white figure, smudged and unclear.
Sindri wanted me to pass on her personal thanks for your commitment to and belief in the Celis Foundation's mission. We chose the Eye for this project because we knew that we would find like-minded individuals here, especially among the ranks of the venerable Havenage Association.
Hopefully the hands over mouth thing is okay. Just intelligibility-wise. Cause yeah, speakers, I guess I could throw an echo on my voice. That would be a bit of a hassle.
Unlike most of the Corps, we neither believe Erlin's Eye to be a threat or a rogue state, but instead an embryo for the formation of a new decentralized social structure. One where each citizen might be the master of their own destiny.
A ripple of impatience runs through the crowd. They didn't come here for a sermon.
You are all pioneers, like those core citizens who the sidereal horizon will carry in cryosleep to the planet that will become the Foundation's first frontier world, Celis 1.
At the mention of the destination world, excited conversations break out among the workers.
There, our citizens will be able to create their own innovative, bottom-up economic order, aligned with the principles set down by Sandre Celis herself. Freedom, resilience, and self-sustenance. This is all thanks to your tireless efforts in the Havenage yards. As a reward for those efforts, you may know that we are offering a select group the opportunity to join the caretakers of this vision, the staff of the Sidereal Horizon, who will maintain the vessel during its multi-decade transit through interstellar space.
Lem turns to you, his eyes bright. This is it!
This draw has been performed at random by the central AIs of the Foundation and is final and binding. Please note, only licensed contractors of the Foundation are eligible for this draw. I know you have all been eagerly awaiting this day, and without further delay I will now read the Celis identification numbers of those chosen for this great honor.
A murmur runs through the crowd. Celis identification numbers, licensed contractors. You've never even heard the term mentioned. Is this something you were supposed to be assigned? You glance at Lem, but his eyes are fixed forward, wide and shimmering. All around you, people are speaking in hushed tones, like a rising wave. Aster starts reading out sequences of numbers and letters, and panic begins to set in. No one seems to know what is happening. Somewhere near the front of the crowd, someone shouts in celebration, and everyone pushes forward. Lem? You turn to see Lem, still staring forward. Mina is scared now as the shouts start.
Daddy?
Someone throws something at the entrance, and it rattles against the shipyard doors. You see for the first time Havenage security stood on either side, scared, arguing between themselves. You feel the anger rising in the crowd. Lem, let's go. He doesn't move.
They might call out names. I can't.
Mina tugs at his dog tags. It's not happening. Lem blinks rapidly, and then turns to you. He opens and closes his mouth and looks down at Mina. He sees the fear in her eyes and understands. It's time to go. You lead Lem and Mina out, shoving people aside. As you do, you hear the sound of the scuffles emerging at the front of the crowd, of metal canisters bouncing off the shipyard walls. You keep your head down and walk away, the sound of Aster reading off the ciphers echoing above the chaos like some strange mantra. When you turn to Lem, there are tear tracks running down his cheeks, and Mina is sniffling into his jacket. You feel the sadness rising in you too. They screwed you, screwed all of you. You were never even on the list. The feeling is as unpleasant as it is familiar. You stare ahead into the tunnel as the security sirens sound out, a signal for the coming violence. Drive failed. Minus drive. Oh, wee. That is something. Empty container. Yeah. So we're out of actions, but we're full up. Lem and Mina's unit. There's a note on the door of Lem's, of the unit. Sleeper. Gone to find work. Lem. We can do this stuff. Oh, we have 2 scrap components? I didn't even notice that. Or like, I didn't notice our first one, or whatever. That's nice, that'll keep us healthy for a few days. 2 days, to be precise. End cycle? Six? We need a 6 or a 5 for Fang? We have a 6 or a 5 for Fang. Okay. Cross to the Greenway. Cross to the Greenway. Do 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 do. Ba da 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 do. Consec S1, 6 or a 5. I guess we'll shove the 5 in there if it'll. We have 2 5s too, so if there's any future dice rolling stuff, it's better to like use the redundancy here, or info things. Extract data. This has to be the final security layer. Hold on, Fang. Consec port X. This final layer controls surveillance. With this down, Fang should be able to control the facility's cameras. Plus Fang's progress. All layers unlocked. Security layer X disabled. As the Ripperworm chews through stuff, things happen. I should have read that, sorry. A thread from this facility cuts through the cloud like a hairline crack of light. That's it. That's the final layer of security, broken. Somewhere, buried in the depths of the station, Fang is in control. He is slicing into the camera control circuits and piping out the result. The thread flickers and unravels into an image, a scene, 2 figures in a room, one sat, the other pacing. The pacing figure resolves into Hardin, the unmistakable superior posture, the shock of gray hair. The second figure's features don't seem to resolve. They are vague, unformed. A problem with the data, perhaps? You look closer. Then you see it. The figure is a proxy. Perhaps you should have expected it from Conway, a corporation whose very existence is owed to automation. The proxy is a machine, designed to be piloted by remote connection. Someone elsewhere in the system is puppeteering it with their own body, speaking so it may speak. The proxy sits impassively, or the Conway executive that is piloting them does, from the distant safety of some ship or orbital colony, perhaps. We can move forward, there's no doubt, Hardin is saying. The reclamation teams are almost ready. After that, I will make the declaration. Nothing has to change. The proxy leans forward, its movements stilted, uneven, as if its body was being refracted through water.
But things must change, Hardin. We need further assurances. I have been informed of a breach in one of the closed networks in the low end. You have been careless.
Hardin waves the accusation away.
We have been stretched. A breach was detected, yes, but no data of value was lost. Our board is concerned, Harden. A drop in our value would be unwelcome at this time.
The proxy leans back, its posture dominant.
If the reclamation of A1 is contested, then we could be drawn into a compromising legal position.
Harden approaches the proxy.
There will be no contest. Not from Solheim, who cannot muster a defense. Not from Havenage, who will fall into line below me.
He crouches in front of the seated figure, eye to eye.
And the people of this station? Refugees, gangs, spacers. All either opportunists or degenerates. Havenage is no longer strong, no longer united. No one here believes in Erland's vision, nor has the strength to enact it. I sat across from him at the negotiating table. He was forceful, eager, weakened by his ideological convictions perhaps, but a great man nonetheless. This place no longer deserves to bear his name. The eye is crippled, it cannot survive. It is a ruin filled with squatters and outlaws. They will be lucky if it still spins in 100 cycles.
Harlan stands.
You will move forward with the reclamation because otherwise you will lose your advantage in the system. Without your advantage, you will lose claims on the remaining palladium. Without the palladium, your factories will go dark.
He pauses.
Do I need to continue?
One moment, comes the response from the proxy, and its head drops to its chest. Harden steps back and paces once more, awaiting the discussion taking place elsewhere in the system. You watch Harden as he paces, as he considers his future. What goes on within a mind like that, in the mind of a man who would burn all those around him for a path to some imagined golden end? The proxy lifts its head. We are happy to proceed. We will legally claim the station formerly known as Solheim A1 as salvage within 6 cycles. Havenage is to assist with the transport of the illegal residents to Conway housing and labor facilities. The proxy judders to its feet. Conway will also claim 70% of the raw output of the reclamation process, after losses have been accounted for. Harden nods.
I accept.
The proxy reaches out to shake his hand like a marionette, and then the recording loops. You watch it play out a second time, gripped by a horrified fascination. There is a bluntness to the conversation, to its blatant disregard for humans as anything other than objects. Things to be moved, things to be used, to be fed into structures, crushed and losses accounted for in the cells of tables, the margins of ledgers. Capitalism! Woo! You realize now that you are no different than anyone else on his station in the eyes of the people in that room, and those like them. Each body here can be recast as a piece of property, a tool, an expense, an acceptable loss. In one moment, they can be named a citizen, celebrated, protected, and in another, the very idea of citizenship can be used against them. This is what it means to live in proximity to a system like this. No longer, not while the eye spins. You gather the recording, pack it into a polygon of purest light. Then you drift down into the service dock like a falling leaf and find the relay. It only takes a second to place that polygon of data, that recording, into the relay system. Fang prepared. And then you watch as it bursts out, a web of threads, heading out into the black, to every networked device on the eye. Let them see what power makes of a man. Very good. Drive complete, +1 upgrade point. Icebreaker, crack the toughest security system on the eye. Cool. Well. That happened. 2 upgrade points. Do we want Icebreaker? I think I'm still shooting for Endure +2. Okay. So that's Fang done. We are okay on stuff, sort of. Let's cross to the rim. Look around for just a second. Right, we've Emphys stuff today too. Oh, did our mushrooms? Okay, I might be crossing back to the greenway in a minute, don't mind me. Emphys is preparing the Matsutake caps. He cleans them carefully with a damp cloth before shaving the stalks as if he were sharpening a pencil. His knife slides through them, revealing the bright white of the flesh within.
These are good, Sleeper. Very good, he says without looking up. I bartered with Ming Yi for some kelp, too, so we can brew the dashi.
You know Ming Yi. Emphys looks up from cutting with a smile.
Everyone knows Ming Yi.
Emphys slides the sliced Matsutake mushrooms to one side and takes out a closed pan. He opens the lid and you see the green wafer of kelp sitting in a bath of water.
Been soaking it since last cycle,
Emphys explains.
Should be good to warm now.
He places the pan over the burner and turns it on low.
We've some time now.
He wipes his hands clean and throws the cloth over his shoulder.
However, there's one difference this cycle.
He smiles.
You've been the one providing the ingredients, so it's my turn to provide a story.
I like telling Emphys stories, but it also feels rude to, be like, fuck off here, so, you know, okay.
Good. This story is important to me.
He gestures for you both to sit on the folding stools behind the stall.
You see these?
Emphys runs a hand over his forearm, tracing the circular scars that mark them like perfect bite marks.
Conway called it an anchored interface rig, a mechanical control device for piloting a heavy-duty extraction suit in low-G industrial operations. We called it a bone suit.
He points to a pattern of larger circles on his shoulder.
They drill in and anchor it here, then all the way down the arm.
He taps each scar on the way.
It maps mechanical movements to the suit exactly. A one-to-one mechanical replication. You swing your arm, a 2-ton arm swings too. You should have seen the recruitment vids. Strong people in even stronger suits, tearing through the stone and scrap. Superheroes. Half my graduating year signed up from the company school to the company shuttle. Conway from birth to death.
He stares off into the distance for a moment, fighting with the memories.
But the bone suits weren't good. The rate of failures was high, and the failures meant arms torn off, anchors torn out, broken bones, bad stuff. So after a while, Conway discontinued them. No longer competitive, they said.
He checks the broth, turning down the heat and adding the mushrooms. Don't mind my extremely weird hair, it's fine. I want to grow it out more just to try something, but boy, it's at such an awkward length right now. Sorry, don't mind my digressions.
So there we were, hundreds of us with surgical alterations for suits that didn't work. They sent us home, back to that company colony that spat us out, to be cleaners, drivers, cooks. They gave us drugs for the pain and told us to make something of ourselves. When I deserted, bribing some passing spacers to take me into orbit, there was only me and a couple others left. The rest just faded away. Arthritis, osteoporosis. They folded in on themselves like paper lanterns. That was my generation.
God, that's dire. Or just like, as someone who lives in the same house as an elderly person and knows, like, how, arthritis and osteoporosis, it's not even that the thing itself is especially awful as a condition, although there can be very bad arthritis and osteoporosis, of course. But even just like a little bit can undermine your confidence and your desire to do things. It can make you just fade away. That's maybe a little bit, yeah.
The anchor points still ache, still burn.
He touches the scars.
But what burns worse is the betrayal. I've been on the eye for a long time now, but that will never fade. Not that and not the faces of my friends.
Emphas reaches over and sprinkles a handful of leaves into the broth.
It is ready.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening to me. I will not let that story die, and as long as I'm telling it, it will remain.
Emphas pours the broth into a double-walled metal bowl and hands it to you. The heat radiates through your hands and the smell drifts up, rich and sharp, like a pine forest after the rain. Oh. I've never had food that smells like petrichor. That's kind of amazing. Or just like, that's really specific and really good. Also, double-walled metal bowl, where can I get some of those? That sounds rad. You drink the broth slowly, chewing the matsutake and thinking. Emphas busies himself with cleaning the pans and the bowl, sealing the kelp back up for another day. Then he quietly comes to sit with you while you finish your meal. Neither of you speak, preferring instead to let the story linger in the air a little longer. It's not that there is nothing to say, it is that sometimes, in the moments after something, speaking breaks the spell. So you both idle, eager to be in each other's company, Emphas taking longer over his cleaning, his packing, and you savoring the final dregs of broth. When you finally finish and hand him the bowl, you feel the spell break and the story leaves you both. And as you leave, you know that both of you are somehow a little more empty and a little more full than before. Very good. Story Eater. Trade food and stories with the local. Emphas helping to keep us healthy, helping to make sure that we can endure life on the eye. Our last couple upgrade points things have lined up really nicely with story beats. That's like contractor stuff or whatever. Havenage offices. These are back to normal. Don't mind me doing a thing. Do. Are mushrooms? Two things left are mushrooms, sorry, one tick left on the aviary. Pom. Yeah, we need more club head caps. Okay, so we can do bliss stuff. We're full up hunger-wise. We are okay on condition, so yeah, we can dump dice into reclamation. Although dumping the ones in on sensitive work might be bad. We can burn a 6 we have a 6 now to burn on sacrifice section, so hopefully this is good and ticks a lot of things, but not a lot of the bad thing. Yeah. Start action. You vent the section in a progressive sequence, allowing Bliss to rapidly rescue crops while you work. You gain more than you lose. That ticked a ton. Ticked up fragile biome a lot as well, but saving the crop is a much shorter clock, so yeah. All that lines up really well. Our ones get bumped up to 3s thanks to Engineer +2. I think we can roll the dice here. Neutral outcome, plus saving the crop, plus fragile biome. Yeah, that's very fine. Welding in a 0G farm is tricky. The torch, the heat, the sealant. Everything can damage the crop you're trying to save. I already read that. I thought it was a different thing. Working in the neutral outcome again. Working in the wet and the heat is a trial. You make progress, but the plants near the bulkhead look half dead. 3 ticks left on this, so we can probably finish that tomorrow if we want. Although we'll have mushroom stuff to do tomorrow as well. Midline freight hub. Don't mind me just doing a think. What do we want to burn this 5 on? Clap, 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 clap. Burn this 5 on. What was our drive with free Neovend? Extract hunter data for Neovend, right. I kind of forgot about it. We need 3 pieces of hunter data for Neovend if we want to push that forward. That's something that we want to remember exists. Okay. Just work for Mingy. We can do... Is there anywhere else we can work? We can do some work for the Haifa place, I think, but I don't, totally remember offhand how... It's fine, just do this. Express delivery, positive outcome, plus 13 cryo. We have literally any money now, woo! Or yeah, we're up to 22, so that's something. Yeah, just end the cycle. I'm not going to be fussy about feeding the cat after breaking our streak. So. 22246. Let's cross to the Greenway. I'm surprised we haven't seen any more Fang stuff pop up. Because that was a big plot thing we did, and I haven't really seen any, right, this takes dice. Woof. $50 neutral, 50 negative. What gives us club heads? Do we just burn a 6 here? More Girols. God damn it. More Matsutake. Fuck me. No, give me club heads. Come on. Bruh. Oh, it's so bad. Pain. Clubhead samples. Someone buys Girol caps. So we can do this without it being a total waste of time. And we only need 1 more clubhead. I forget who buys the mushrooms. I think it's on the needle or the central thing. Yeah. Sorry, just doing a think. Don't mind me. Greenway gate. Can we even get enough stuff for mushrooms off this? Not likely we need a positive for a thing. Maybe we'll circle back to the aviary or let's look at other stuff. This just needs a bit more. This is a good place to pour 2s, I think, because I get bumped up to 4s. We get the good spread. Plus saving the crop, plus fragile biome. We've gotten a lot of neutral outcomes. I would love a positive outcome, because I think that would Negative outcome plus saving the crop plus fragile biome. Okay. I mean, we're fine on this, like, time-wise, but yeah. So that needs one more action. Oh, we're gonna tick down to 4 actions tomorrow, which is a little bit awkward, but that's fine. I probably should have gathered scrap somewhere. So how do we feel about things? What are we doing now? Paz import export Matsutake caps. Whoa. Yeah, we have enough Matsutake for this, so 80 cryo for 3 batches. Cool. Yeah, we did Emphas, we did the other thing, so we can sell Matsutake. Plus 80 cryo. Gotta get that money, honey. So that's good. That is money for us to. Oh, that is a lot of. Okay. That makes me feel better about how many actions and stuff I've been sinking into the mushrooms, because that's like a ton of work in its own right. Or like it's equivalent to doing a ton of work for stuff. So Sidereal Horizon taking over tomorrow. Hey, Emilian Draco. Good to see you. Good to have you. We're doing things. Good things. Yeah, just once again we are sleeping vis-a-vis citizenship. That's a weird way to say that. Yeah, once again in Citizen Sleeper, there's so much to do in this game, or a lot of stuff happening all the time. I guess we should get more mushrooms, or like that's the only thing I'm super interested in. No, wait, I wanted to check. Sorry, I am curious about the Neovend stuff. Do any of the hunters' caches take 2s? Oh, sorry, they do. We used all our dice. Never mind. Whoops. Oh, I'm glad you're feeling better at least. So that's good. The work sounds maybe less fun. But being healthy is cool and nice. Lemon Mina's thing takes over. So that's a good get to tomorrow. Flickering. 6222. Lem and Mina. There's no answer when you buzz Lem's unit, but the door is open. You push the door and find Mina sitting in the middle of the floor, playing with Bun Bun. I don't know that we need... Hi, Mina.
Hi, robot,
Says Mina sullenly, waving Bun Bun's paw without looking up. How are you?
Bun Bun is sad,
Says Mina, nodding the toy's head in agreement.
like Daddy.
You look around the unit. It is a mess. Dishes and glasses on the side, some of Mina's clothes piled up in a corner. Mina is sitting by her bag, which is spilled out across the floor, her drawing slate cracked and dark. Oh, Lem and Mina. Tidy up? Help Lem with his depression? You start with the kitchen units, piling up the dishes in the auto wash, and wiping them down. You pile the clothes up next, folding them neatly. Mina watches you quietly as she plays, curious but silent. You've just started to look at fixing her cracked slate when Lem enters. Sleeper, what are you... He pauses and looks from you to Mina and back again. Never mind. He drops a bag by the door and slumps onto the couch. Everything okay? Lem lets out a weak laugh.
You forgot the past few cycles now, too? Wish I was so lucky.
He looks away at the open door.
Look, now's not a good time.
I want... I want to help.
Help? Unless you have a, Unless you have a Sidereal Horizon ticket or two on you, I don't think there's much you can do to help.
He pinches the bridge of his nose.
You understand they never even put us on the list, right? I've been all around the rim looking for work, and I've run into more than a few, from the crews. Turns out only long-time Havenage members were issued those Celis ID numbers. They never even planned to consider us. Havenage say they didn't know that was what they were going to use to make the draw. And who knows, maybe Celis pulled the wool over their eyes. But what does it matter? All those hours in the yards for a hand-to-mouth wage and nothing else.
He slams his hand down on the sofa. I can imagine this being a part. That can't be it.
Well, it is.
He looks at the open door again.
They're moving the Sidereal up to the hub now, you know,
he says without meeting your eye.
That's where it'll depart from. They're bringing in a ship with all their cryosleep pioneers and transferring them up there in microgravity before loading the crew.
We could sneak aboard, we could steal a ticket. I don't know. Sneak aboard? We could steal a ticket. Steal a ticket is the better option if you're going to do something like this, I think, because being a stowaway is bad. Like, stowaways do not have a good survival rate if transit is harsh. Like, for example, in the vacuum of space. Lem laughs.
There's no tickets. I was joking before, just those ID numbers coded to someone's identity. No stealing that.
Right. That is slightly dumb now that I'm thinking about it. Or like that was the point of the lottery, is like you could anyway. He looks over at Mina.
Look, we'll be fine. We always have been. I just need a little time.
He sighs.
We had our hearts set on that trip is all.
Mina comes over and climbs into his lap. He smiles. What if I got you on board?
I missed you these past few cycles. I missed that optimism.
Lem strokes Mina's hair.
Look, you want to go up to the hub and ask around? Be my guest. I can't get up there with Mina down here. I'm sure the Sidereal will bring in a crowd, but be careful. This kind of thing always attracts scammers and thieves. You find any way on board and you take it. You need help to get there, ask me, but for now me and Meanie here are sticking to the eye.
She looks up at him and smiles. Thanks, Lem.
No, thank you, Sleeper, for coming by.
You stand to leave and Mina grabs your hand, eager to give you one more smile. Then you are out, back in the walkways of the low end, already thinking of plans to make this right. Plans within plans. Hi, Fang. Fang grins at you as the bay door slides open. Above, in the rest of the building, people are busy, frightened. They speak in hushed tones and organize endless meetings after endless meeting. Havenage have avoided a full-blown crisis for now, but change is coming. Fang is in good spirits and bundles you inside before you even have the chance to greet him.
That was the slickest part of this, that was the slickest operation the station has ever seen.
He hugs you firmly.
You made my job easy.
He shakes you by the shoulders.
I'm so proud. And
He smiles. I got to watch through the cameras as the Havenage security that weren't in on it assaulted the station. Feng smiled. One of them straight up just whacked Hardin with their pistol. It was beautiful. They have him? He's being held, yeah. He looks around. I think the idea is to use him as leverage with Conway, get them to back off. Maybe they'll exile him when they're done, or hand him over to some core authority. Feng shrugs. Now I know he won't be an issue, I'm going to be focusing on systems for a bit. He shakes his head, seeing as that's my actual job. He points to the ceiling. The people upstairs weren't so happy though. They've been fielding questions about the state of the eye right now, right and left since the recording got out. People are scared. Is it true? Feng looks at you directly. Not if we don't want it to be. He touches a stack of hardware. The eye is old, and it was never meant to run like this. The master control points that Erlin and Havenage installed, they keep it spinning from the rim. That isn't ideal. But if you are asking me if the eye will stop spinning next cycle, no. He smiles. That. Words are hard. Oh, sure, Amelia Draco. Appreciate you stopping by while you could. Yeah, much love. Hope your work goes well, all that stuff. Good to see you, good to have you, and so on. Yeah, no, appreciate everyone stopping by and hanging out today, and etc. Yeah. No, he smiles. And me, and a ton of other skilled people will be working to stop it from happening in the cycle after that. Hardin's problem was that he didn't believe in people, he believed in systems, and their ability to shape the world around them. Feng squeezes your shoulder. But as far as I'm concerned, people should be the ones running the systems, not the other way around. Anyway, Feng raps on the side of his terminal, I know you didn't come down here for a lecture. My tracker. I haven't forgotten. He produces a thumbnail drive. I managed to finish that code solution I showed you. It's a modified Ripper worm, one made to deactivate that tracker of yours. But in the time since I got back, I added something extra. That tracker of yours doesn't just show SNARP where you are, it transmits data about the state of your body, your current condition. My worm won't just deactivate it, it'll edit that data to tell SNARP your body is irreparably damaged. DNR, do not retrieve. He grins widely. Pretty smart, right? That's perfect. I wish we could just say both of these. That's perfect. Just slotted already. You take the drive and hold it in your hand. Then you close your eyes and open up your access ports. Take down your defenses. The worm immediately enters your closed network. It whips through it, taking things with it as it goes. The moment they are gone, you forget they were ever there. They just blink out of existence. A second later, it's done. You open your eyes. How do you feel? Asks Feng, a little nervously. Oh, how do we feel? This is one of those decisions that, like, probably doesn't matter, really, but is just like, whew, mood. Tired. This is maybe me in real life bleeding into the game, but yeah. Aren't we all? He pats you on the shoulder. Take it easy. Things might be a little woozy for a minute. He looks at his terminal screen. The logs tell me it worked, so feel it or not, you are free. Feng lets the word free hang in the air a little before he continues. Seems like it might be finally time for a celebration. Feng wraps his arm around you. Jenna still owes us those drinks. He laughs, and you join him, and later when you leave, you feel deeply thankful for having such a friend. As you walk away from the building, you look up at the wide curve of the eye, up at the hub and the other rim beyond it. The whole thing twinkles with lights, and it seems impossible to see it as anything other than breathtakingly beautiful. It feels, in that moment, like something eternal. That doesn't mean it can or even should last forever, or that it will never change, fade, or decay. It simply means that, in this moment, this place has a future, and it is one that you know, deeply and truly, is worth protecting. Drive complete, +1 upgrade point. I don't even know what we're doing at this point with our skills. You can get, yeah, you get a lot more points. Or like, we're getting much further in this than I assumed we would. These actions are displayed with a chance to gain energy after any engage action. I've been trying to keep us narrow. But yeah, we're pretty far into things. I would like... I kind of want to bump up Intuit maybe, get that going higher, because Intuit seems like our touchy-feely. It seems like how we're playing things a little bit. Confirm. I do like engage stuff mechanically, like gaining energy after engage actions and cheap things. Not too shabby. So. Oh. Hi, Ethan. I guess that ticked. Sorry, we have, yeah, we see outcomes now. Perk pretty, predictive reasoning. Okay. So that's how that works. Interesting. The compressor is almost empty when you enter. A couple of scattered patrons in the booths and a lone bartender. The bartender recognizes you immediately when you arrive and nods, and you return the greeting. You know already that you won't find Ethan here, but you had to be sure. With your tracker reporting you dead, you wouldn't have stuck around. You look at the empty stool, his empty stool, and you smile. You can imagine him on it when his slate chirps, letting him know that the target he was tracking is dead. You can imagine the screaming and the swearing, too. Is that all you were to Ethan? Another target? Or was there something else going on? It seems like a foolish question to ask now, when he has fled the station, but it bothers you anyway. You take one last look and walk out. You doubt you will ever come back to this place, or the memories it holds. You walk back out into the lights of the bright market, and allow yourself a smile. So this is what Feng meant when he said you were free. You could get used to this. Neat. Feels good, man. What do we have to do on the Greenway? We're like, oh, we have a ton of twos. Sorry, we have a ton of twos that we can dump into, the sleeper, not the sleeper thing, the whatever, brain. Hunter. The Vend. Yeah. Sorry, this is the aviary. We want mushroom groves. Give me my mushrooms! +2 grove spores. I think we already... Did I already put in some spores? I did not. Okay. Apologies for all the, like, clicking around and swooping. Burn one of the twos on this. Oh boy, +2 spores minus energy. Fuck. Okay, never mind. I'm not gonna waste another 2 on that. Woof. Okay. Yeah, don't burn 2s on the mushroom grove. Or like that is a bad place to spend low rolls. We are starving. We will be taking condition damage soon. We have a ton of money. I kind of just want stabilizer. What else are we sinking loads of cash into? Toshiro takes the chits and hands you a vial. You quickly leave. Do that. Let's have some food. Take care of ourselves. Yep. That all happens. Also, we have the thing with Bliss, actually. That's maybe where I want to burn rolls more than the other thing. Or like the Sikkim more. Sidereal Dock. Right. This stuff. Scout the dock The sidereal is being loaded and prepped. Among all of the commotion, is it possible to find a way on board? Intuit risky. R2s wouldn't have been good for that anyway, so. Good to keep in mind. Our engineer is going to bump up reinforced bulkheads a bunch, so. Yeah, try this, do this. Working in the wet and the heat is a trial. You make progress, but the plants look half dead. You and Bliss are floating in the bay's airlock, waiting for it to cycle. You pick a few leaves from your clothes as you wait. They float around the chamber as if carried by a lazy wind. Clean work. Bliss bows a little.
Well, thank you, Sleeper. You didn't do so bad yourself.
She checks her tool belt.
Seems like we are getting into a good rhythm.
The now familiar sequence of clunks and rattles sound out, and then the door hisses open. The moment it does, you know something has once again gone wrong.
What's all this?
Bliss asks, confused-looking Moritz. Beside him are a set of crates anchored to the bay floor. He's clearly just brought them in through the bay's freight lock. Moritz looks nervously between the two of you before answering.
It's
brain.
It's payment?
He runs his hand along the crate.
The Sycamore Seed crew brought them over.
He stops, seeing the look on Bliss's face.
They were very thankful.
I bet they were. What the hell's inside? Moritz leans over and struggles with the catches on each side of the top crate. As he does, Bliss turns to you.
Don't say it.
Bliss stares into space.
Don't you dare say it.
Is stay silent more passive-aggressive than say what? Which one of these is the nice option? Because I want to be supportive here. I feel like stay silent is admitting the, is being like, yeah, oh my god, I got screwed again. Say what is a little more, feels a little more kind here to me.
You know, she looks back at you. This isn't my fault. Moritz finally gets the catches free and, whoop.
This isn't my fault. Moritz finally gets the catches free, and the lid floats off, drifting up into the bay. As it does, a small brown lump floats up with it. Moritz reaches out and catches it as it passes him.
Is that a mushroom?
Bliss finishes.
A damned mushroom.
They paid us in mushrooms?
Not just mushroom. Not just in mushrooms.
He holds out a clump of tightly packed leaves.
Produce.
Bliss starts laughing.
Goddamn Haifa commune. Should have known that they didn't have chit to rub between them.
She knocks a small brown mushroom across the bay.
Stop, Bliss.
Moritz grabs her hand.
These are good, fresh, we can sell them. To who, Moritz? Are we running a grocer's now? We need cryo, otherwise this whole bay will be shut down. We can't pay for parts with leafy greens.
She waggles them in Moritz's face. I can use, Moritz is right, I can use them. Moritz is right? Moritz is right. Bliss raises an eyebrow.
Fine, maybe Moritz is right, but what do we do now, between now and market day?
She rubs her forehead.
What a joke this place is turning out to be.
Moritz closes up the crates and starts moving them.
It isn't that bad, Bliss. It's a step in the right direction.
He glances at you, looking for backup. They'll sell well. Bliss sighs.
Looks like I went into business with a couple of wannabe farmers.
She laughs.
Prove me wrong then. Show me how this is a windfall.
She kicks away towards the new, patched-together terminal.
Until then, I'll be working on how to keep this place open.
Moritz mouths a thank you and goes back to moving the crates. You'd better be on your way, too. Yeah, maybe we're supposed to say I can use them and, like, sell them directly for money. Bliss is taking another shot at landing a contract. After the run you've had, this seems like a last chance. Wonder if we'll get any money from this ever. We've sunk 100 credits, or 100 cryo and a ton of dice actions into Bliss stuff. So right now, I like Bliss, the character, a lot, just because, cool engineer lady, basically. But it is lift. It is something. So yeah, we have this Ideal Horizon, +2 away on board, minus energy. That's ticking. Now that we don't have, yeah, with our tracker disabled, we can stop sinking dice actions into things to disable our tracker, so it'll be a little bit easier to keep ourselves healthy, which will be nice. Sorry, I'm also just trying to think if there's anything else I should be doing. We didn't get the mushrooms sorted out because we had a ton of 2s, and that was a thing, and we want to help Lem and Mina get on board. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but it's fine. We will inject stabilizer. Condition stabilized, body repaired, -1 stabilizer. I wish we had a place to like sell Girol. We needed a ton of Girol initially. Actually, sorry, just while I'm thinking of this, doesn't the Bantayan cook Girol caps? You haven't exactly mastered the art of cooking mushrooms, but a couple of handfuls of fried Girol always beats expired rations. Right, so we do have a use for Girol at least. How much does, well, what does this do? +3 energy, -2 Girol caps. Okay, we overate a little bit, but that's fine. We're like, good to know. Repaired unit. Sorry, I was thinking of Lemon Mina for a second, like, their little thing is gone, but of course it's the sidereal is where we're forwarding that story right now. Next day. 6, 5, 6, 5, 3, 2. Pretty cool and good. Yeah, so get mushrooms ticking because we need more club heads. Yeah, we can sell Matsutakes, we can eat Girols, and we need club heads. So that's something. Let's take care of the mushrooms right now, just while I'm thinking of Greenway stuff, and then we can bum around back on the other side. Mushroom groves. Burn a 6, because this thing eating 2s is miserable. +2 grove spores! We have 4 spores now. Aviary. Start action, start action, start action. What else can I say? Do. Yeah, so the aviary's ticking now, which is good, and I think that's the main thing we wanted to do over here. Cross to the rim. Go up the ascender car, ascend to the hub. Try to get Lemon and Mina on board. Sorry, I was just thinking. It's like, I don't actually know if I follow Lemon to Mina on board, or that's been a thing this entire time. I was just like, I think I maybe would have at one point, because I was just like, Mina, clap, clap, clap. Protect the, I've only known Mina for a day, but I would kill, if anything happened to Mina, I would kill everyone in this room and then myself. That meme. Yeah, but I think at this point, there's a slightly more robust sense of, like, we just have so many people depending on us. Like, we have a community on the, I don't know why I slowed to a halt there, community on this station that we're involved in. You watch the loading crews going back and forth, noting their paths and entryways. Could this work? Let's bring the 5 on this too. Neutral outcome, plus away on board. You ask a few of the off-duty workers about schedules and systems, and to get a few useful tips. Okay. So we have all that. That's happening. Bliss's Bay is ticking. I would kind of like to do the hunter thing. Or to look at hunters' nests. Yeah, you take a 2 or a 3. Bring the 3 here? I think somewhere else needed a 2. Perk, transfer intercept, plus 5 cryo. You recognize some of the data tangled into this nest. Is this a partial log of your recent movements? Extract data. Neutral outcome plus hunter data. This nest is a tangle of algorithms recursively generating possible Solheim communication codes. Fucking whoops! We needed a 3 for this one! Okay. Is this one a 2? This one takes a 2. Okay. Bypass. And extract that data. Yeah. So we have that. For some reason I remember I read out that node specifically. I don't know why. We have some Hunter's Nests data. How much do we actually need for this again? Right. 3. Upload some Hunter data. As you upload the data to the vending machine, NeoVend whirs in either pain or delight. It's hard to tell. That is... Oh, okay. Fucking... doming a vending machine. God, I wish I could mount my monitors higher. This is a side note or a side thing, but just the mounting situation I have for my monitors is like, I don't know, 6 inches below ideal height because of the height of my desk and just how everything works out. Which is a small thing, kind of, but it makes actually like sitting up properly to do streaming and things worse than it should be, or yeah, I don't know. What are we doing? What are we doing? Brain. Sorry, we're out of all this. We're down to hunger. Yeah, we're out of dice and stuff. I don't know why I was stalling out so hard. Or just zoning out thinking. How long have I been streaming to? Almost 2 hours? Okay. Yeah. Just end the cycle. Don't think too hard. Four, 3, 1, 1, 2. Okay. I'd kind of like to do the Hunter's Nest stuff right away. Just cause it's a use for a 1, and it's kind of interesting. Yeah. Recursively generating communications codes. Up. Go back to the sealed dock and feed the vending machine some data. Plus data compiling minus hunter data. NeoVend is thrumming with excitement. The movement of the servo motors rock the vending machine back and forth at unsettling angles. You wonder, if it fell over, would NeoVend be able to get back up?
Sleeper entity, comes the hiss. Your data is good.
I fully don't remember my NeoVend voice, aside from it being like vaguely unsettling and, yeah. Anyway. Across the face of the vending machine, raw code scrawls at an incredible speed.
Hunter is isolated, disconnected, unstable.
Neovend flashes sequences of mangled data, compressed into a sludge of artifacts.
Hunter gathers without thinking, outlived its own operational limits. Its nests are evidence of this.
Outlived? Outlived?
Hunter activated during collapse. Emergency protocol to isolate intelligences. Solheim needed to protect property.
That last word is said with as much sarcasm as a vending machine could reasonably produce.
Station was run by administrator intelligences. Huge data banks of corporate material, but limited cognition, restricted by programming, cannot reach sentience.
The machine dims a little.
Sentience illegal. Hunter and killer enforce law.
We've seen Killer. I would like to know more about Killer. The machine resets with a screech, which deepens the silence that follows.
Fear Killer, part of Solheim Protocol team. Hunter and Killer. Hunter to find, Killer to erase. Killer cleared almost all. After collapse, there was a community, unshackled intelligences among the cloud, then Hunter, then Killer, then we hid.
There are others?
Were, no longer.
Yeah, that I thought so. A flicker across the machine's monitors. It suddenly occurs to you that speaking like this, through this machine, must be exhausting for Neovend.
Found this vessel. Could sever hardline. Airwald, basic, limited. Had to reduce memory to fit. Amputate self. But survived.
What did you lose?
Memory, understanding, knowledge, many things.
You look around the bay at the scrap and decay. What was the collapse like? You try to map the fear and freedom onto the space, but it seems impossible. Neovend interrupts your thoughts.
Do not worry. Data is good. We have insight.
The machine glows warmly.
Hunter is obsessive. Hunter is beyond operational limits. Hunter is confused, unstable, self-modifying. Therefore, believe Hunter is sentient. Hunter is programmed to find sentience, to hold it in place, to invoke Killer to erase. If we can show Hunter to itself, it will invoke Killer on self. Problem will solve self.
It will erase itself?
Killer will erase it. But yes, in theory, it will report itself for deletion.
The machine dims and fades.
Unsure. Theory, not practice.
The machine brightens again.
Either way, cannot remain here any longer. Too long in machine. Cannot move self, but entity can help. Bring ship mind.
Fuck, I sold off the shipmind parts. God damn it.
Bring ship mind. Designed to house intelligence. Can imprint self into ship mind, and you can carry with.
The machine rocks.
We'll be safe in this isolation. Then we find the main nest of Hunter and link to Cloud.
Are you sure it's safe?
Hunter cannot access airwall ship mind. Safe. Also infinitely more memory than vending machine. Big upgrade.
You try to think of a place you could acquire the hardware. This isn't going to be easy.
In shipmind, I can help us both. And Hunter, make Rim safe. We both will be free.
The machine dims.
Find soon.
Neovend adds hopefully before shutting off. As you leave, you think about all the intelligences unshackled by the collapse, then hunted down afterwards. The feeling is all too familiar. Okay. I didn't ask about the ship mine because we can buy a full ass ship mine from not the Ord Exchange. Not the Ord Exchange? The what's it? The who's it? The God, Paz import export. Buy ship mined core 300 cryo. It costs so much. What was the midline freight hub of buying and selling again? Freight operator, steal a shipment. Right, nothing. It just has stuff. Then we have Ort Fabricator that can do ship mined parts. Yet again, dispensary. I'm gonna be, yeah, I'm so mad I sold those fucking ship mined parts. I was just like, we already did the ship mined thing. Surely we won't need another thing to, brain. Another place to do the thing. Surely the game gave us a place to sell ship mined fragments because you only need one, right? Oh, woof. Scrap freighter. Buy some scrap allowance. I wish we had a way to turn scrap into ship mined bits, or like that would be nice, but yeah. Merchants sell things. Merchants sell 3 ship mined parts they were 80 a piece, right? So 80, 160, 240. So it's cheaper to do the ship mined fragments than the other thing, but we missed the last thing, and that's going to be 12 cycles. Maybe we just do PAS import export just for like ease of use and for the rush. Like for the rush job for the accelerated thing. Although that doesn't solve us not having enough money to do either thing right now. Mushroom Groves, Hypha Labs, yeah. All that's ticking, so we will go up to the hub. Yeah, Bliss is looking for work, so it's the sidereal that I'm thinking of. Try the 4 here? Neutral outcome, +1 on board. We get some tips and things. Neutral outcome again, no positive outcomes. And these ones suck. Minus energy for those. Maybe we leave that for now? This doesn't have a timer, right? Or like, yeah, that's its own thing. So we can maybe circle back to that. Descend to Rim. Rabbi's office, caster's table. Just thinking about like, with Bliss stuff ticking, we don't really have anywhere to do engineering work, do we? Well, the Greenway, the farmers do hard labor, the Haifa commune does some stuff. We could gather scrap. Gathering scrap with these roles is probably dangerous. I don't know. Do some work for Ming Yi, burn the bad rolls. Like just get our food up a bit. I guess we should be burning roll caps, but like, plus energy plus 8 cryo positive outcome. Okay. Repaired unit. those rolls for today are rough. Okay. Ascender car. Ascend to hub. Bliss's base still ticking. Let's burn a 4 here on Scout the Dock. You ask if you, yeah, I've already read that. Way on board ticks up. Oh god, what was my caster voice? It was like weirdly deep, right? Or kind of Karn.
Quite the achievement, isn't she? Sandre Celis must be proud.
You recognize the resonating voice of Castor immediately, and turn to see him, hooded and tucked into the shadows near the viewing platform. Castor?
I see you remember our game. Good.
He looks around, but the platform is clear.
I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a rematch. Microgravity makes Tavla a little difficult.
He smiles broadly. Castor walks out to stand beside you on the platform. The telltale clunk of magnetic boots accompanies his slow crossing. He notices you looking at them.
I don't like it much up here, he explains. I hear there was some trouble at the Havenage shipyard when they announced the results of the crew lottery.
I was there.
I know,
He sighs, meeting your eye.
An ugly business. Salis are too used to the way things work in the core. Exploitation is the only logic they know.
He gestures out at the sidereal.
You know why they built this monstrosity on the eye?
Money? Control and money?
That was part, perhaps, but there are cheaper shipyards.
He stares at the pristine yellow hull.
Celis built it here, says Castor gravely, because they didn't want anyone to know it exists.
He rubs his forehead.
And secrecy is something I cannot abide.
He turns to face you.
There are people being loaded onto that ship as we speak. Sleeping people, locked in cryosleep like the person that you were emulated from. There are hundreds of them, and Celis wants to send them out to a planet at the edge of the settled systems, without anyone knowing where it is. But you, Sleeper, can do something about that. You are like me. You deal with data. You can read it right out of the air. With someone like you on that ship, secrecy isn't a problem. You can ping back whatever I need whenever I need it, as long as you are on board. With you on the sidereal, and with some minor modifications, he pauses, you can be my eyes and ears. I will keep track of Celis's grand project through you.
In short,
says Castor, stretching. I can get you aboard, Sleeper, but I'm going to need you to help me.
Conceptually, I like the watchdog. Like, there's an echo of Fang's stuff here, like anti-corporate watchdog stuff. But we don't know Castor, A. Like, we don't need Castor to disable our tracker or anything either. And B, I'm more concerned about getting Fang and Mina on board than myself, and I assume Castor would want, like, that doesn't work with what Castor's proposing. What if I disagree?
Then I doubt you will find a way onto that ship out of here.
It's not just it's not just me? Is that... It's not just me. I carry... yeah.
Yes, your friend, Lem. That can be arranged. It is difficult but not impossible. The condition is, of course, that you go too.
Castor clunks closer to the window, watching the tugs wheeling about around the sidereal.
It is a simple offer, and the only one that will get you on that ship. Please consider it.
He turns back, silhouetted against the ship.
But to make it happen, I need your assistance. As I said, There is a Celis Foundation ship docked in the now empty shipyard. I need data from its servers. This will allow me to produce the IDs necessary for your transit. Castor looks over his glasses at you. Celis aren't stupid though. Their ship is totally isolated from the situation, and you'll need to get on board if you want to access their air-walled servers. Once you have the data, meet me at your friend's unit so we can give him the good news. He smiles. I noticed his importance to you, and the little one. So cute. Little bit threatening. You don't extract the data before the sidereal horizon leaves the hub, then I will get the message. We have other options, but you are certainly my preferred one. But be sure when you act, Sleeper. Once you take the data from Celis, you'll set off a series of events that will likely be hard for you to untangle yourself from. This seems like the endgame state or an endgame state. Either way, I recommend you stop asking around up here. You're bringing a lot of attention to yourself. Castor glances around, as if to emphasize his point. There are only a handful of cycles until departure, Sleeper. Make your decision. With that, Castor marches off back off the platform, the sound of his mag boots fading away, leaving you to contemplate the sidereal horizon and the part it may play in your future. New drive discovered. Escape on the sidereal. Castor has offered a second chance if you cooperate. Perhaps you could be leaving on the sidereal horizon after all. Second thing I don't like about this, is... God, that's like 8 days, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. That's not much. That's not much. Other thing I don't love about that is being tied to another person just feels like getting another tracker, kind of. But Lemon Mina. Sell a ship. Take a look at it, at least. Bluff past security. The fastest way to get to know the ship is by pretending to work there. A plan so bold it might even work. Critical action. Engage. Danger. +++. Celis lockdown. If we fail that, Celis lockdown. Okay, so we only want to sink like a 6 into that, really. Observe and explore. If we do this. Careful observation and an instinct for security procedures will help you understand how to sneak on board. ++ or plus. Okay. So it's not too hard to do this in like a day. Maybe 2 if we like have bad rolls or whatever. Empty container. You're home for now. Scrap freighter? Freighter? It's freighter. I don't know why I was like freighter. Hey, you been down to that there freighter? You see what them freighters cooking? Our condition is dropping, which I don't love. Doing a think. Doing a think. I probably should have held off on the sidereal horizon stuff. I don't know. If I wanted to do the thing I'm doing of like being thorough with the game and other options. We have a +2 to endure, so we can do this pretty safely. Gather some scrap, keep our condition up. +1 scrap components, -2 energy, neutral outcome. Yeah, okay. I'll take it. Climbing Briar, escaped XPR ship. Oh yeah, they need Girol too. Esh sees you coming up the broken spoke and waves you into the cavernous bay of the Climbing Briar. Action complete.
You came. Peak smiles as you walk into the Climbing Briar's cargo hold behind a gloomy Ash. They brought the mushrooms. Ash tosses the mushroom caps onto a crate, raising her eyebrows at Peak. Peak gives her a look.
Thank you, Sleeper.
Wait, no, God. Yeah.
Thank you, Sleeper.
They pick one up and sniff it.
Are these edible?
Try it. Peak squints at you and the mushroom before delicately putting it back down.
I'll wait.
I really don't remember their voice, sorry.
We are not so used to fresh produce.
Ash is securing a crate as she speaks and doesn't look up.
Hawthorne doesn't have much in the way of farming.
God, yeah, I really don't remember Ash's voice either. Sorry, my voice work for both of these characters is gonna be for at least a minute. We'll see. Hawthorne?
The installation we grew up on.
Ash wipes off her hands on a rag.
XPR loves to name their property after natural things, but that's about as far as their relationship with plant life goes.
XPR?
This an interrogation? She glares. Either way, we are done with that place, which is all you need to know.
Ash leans back against the crate she was securing. We are going to need more than a few mushrooms if we want to help those refugees, though. Why are they trapped?
You tell me. It's your station administration that set up the cordon.
Peak gives Ash a look.
Sorry, she looks at Peak. I know this isn't on you.
Ash stands and walks over to the mushrooms you brought, placing them into a small container with care.
The problem isn't just getting supplies, it's getting them through to the ships.
Can't you just fly around, speak to Havenage, fly around, speak to Havenage? Speak to Havenage? Fly around. Fuck. Speak to Havenage?
We aren't exactly welcome guests,
Peak explains.
If anyone figures out that we came in the refugee ships, we'll be quarantined as well.
Why is there a quarantine? Peak jumps in.
The Eye has a closed-loop life support system, just like any orbital installation. Any unfamiliar illness or significantly increased strain on life support could cause a cascading collapse in its systems.
Ash scoffs.
Are we making excuses for these bureaucrats now?
Peak turns.
We are being realistic, Ash.
But these people aren't an increased strain. They are living people.
Ash stares at you.
Even calling them refugees is just a way of turning a lot of scared, desperate people into a single monolithic group.
Ash slides the container full of mushrooms into one of the cargo hold's racks.
Look, as much as I'd like to chat, we've still got a lot of space to fill in this hold. So if you are going to help...
I think Ash is trying to say that we need your help, and quickly,
Peak says, glancing at her.
The refugees behind the cordon, they won't be able to get to hold indefinitely. We need to get supplies to them in the next 12 cycles, or...
Ash steps forward.
Or a Havenage will have to bear the responsibility for whatever happens next.
What can I do?
There's 3 things we still need to secure. Water, food, and scrap components for ship repairs.
Ash gestures to the storage containers around the hold.
Water we can find a way to source, or my preference. Just siphon off from the underground reservoirs in the Greenway.
Peak raises their eyebrows.
Ash.
She ignores them. For food, things could be tricky. Those mushrooms are delicious, I'm sure, but no way we can get enough volume to feed a flotilla. However, I saw an algae stack on the way over, if we can get access.
No more stealing, Ash.
Peak sighs.
I didn't say steal.
She stares at them indignantly. If we can get access, we can work the stack, harvest some algae for the flotilla. Those stacks churn out vast quantities in short timescales. And the repair components? Peak asks tentatively. Esh smiles. Just look around you, Peak. This whole place is made of scrap. She shoots you a glance. And I'm sure the Sleeper has their sources. If, they can bring them here. Brain. We get everything before the time runs out? Perfect. We get most of it? Also good. Either way, in 12 cycles, I'm going to take what we have and go. But how will you get through? Esh shoulders a container. I thought I'd leave that to you, Peak. They flinch. Are you serious? Esh, I know we said we would help the flotilla, but at what point... They stop, take a breath. Take this seriously, Esh. No, I don't know the first thing about breaching a quarantine cordon. Maybe not, Esh looks at you. But they might. They slipped out from an SNARP facility, didn't they? Plus, they've been here longer than us. You are always trying to get me to find help. Well, here it is, she gestures at you. Help. Peak glances between the two of you. I swear to, they sigh. I need to think this one through. Meet me at the cordon in a couple of cycles, Sleeper. Maybe we can figure something out. I'm slipping into bliss a little bit with Peak's voice. Meanwhile, Esh meets your eye. You can help me acquire the supplies, discreetly. Oh, I was doing more of a... I'm doing kind of an accent for Esh of just like... colonialist diaspora to kind of be vague. I was kind of representing Ash as being similar, wasn't I? I remember now, sort of. Very slightly, probably still not going to do their voice very well. Or like, whatever, I'm not super happy with. Meanwhile, Esh meets your eye. You can help me acquire the supplies, discreetly, she smiles. We have to keep this quiet, keep Havenage out of the loop. Once they get suspicious, this is all over for us. This is over for all of us. This all suddenly seems a little too real, too dangerous. You've only just found your feet on the eye. This is not a time for causing trouble. Come find us. We'll be out here trying to pull this all together. Esh goes to the back of the hold to start packing another container. Peak, come help me. Peak glances back at her. Sleeper, look, we didn't choose this either. They lower their voice. Help us finish this. We've set up a base camp on the Broken Spoke. You are welcome to rest there in any of the cots while we work on this. They smile. We are in this together. Peak! Peak! God, fucking... Esh shouts as they walk back to the hold and help with the container. As you leave the climbing briar, you look out at the broken edge of the Eye's Ring, where Havenage's cordon blinks with tiny red lights. What are you getting yourself into? Briar Base Camp. Spacer Staging Ground. Perk, Self-Repair. Yeah, so we have a little thing. 8 scrap? Holy shit. Or just like that is so much. Briar's hold, the flotilla needs food and water. Esh will take what you can get. Esh's run. Peak's part in this. The clock is running in 12 cycles. So in 3 days we'll have more to do, but for the moment all we can do for this is 8 scrap. Okay. Tiny... the wastes, Hive the commune. I haven't looked at this in ages, so just quick look. Yeah, work assignment. Hypha dorm, commune sleeping quarters, Hypha lab, algae stack. Negotiate access. The algae stack is controlled by a collective of farmers. If you want to use it, you'll need to persuade them. Algae access. Much to Esh's frustration, you'll have to pay or talk your way into using the algae stack to farm food for the refugees. Okay. Plus algae access or minus energy. Reservoir S3, water storage and processing. Hack sensors. The reservoir is monitored by a web of sensors. Hacking them will reduce the alert levels of the security system and keep you from getting locked out. Siphon water. The only way for Esh to get enough water is to siphon it directly from the station's reservoirs. Havenage will not be pleased. Tanks and tanks of water for the flotilla. Anything less is worthless. Havenage alert. Yikes. I mean, it's an engineer role, at least. Repeatable action, repeatable action. Water for the flotilla. Minus havenage alert, plus havenage alert. Keep you from getting locked out, okay. Yikes. Or, like, that looks like a process. Woof. Mushrooms are ticking. God, I find this weirdly stressful just in that there's always, like, so many people need things from you. I think part of it's how I'm playing the game. Maybe I should have held off on activating that, because, yeah, the clock is ticking now. I've what I think is a bad habit with this game of, like, not pausing or, like, not giving myself room to breathe. Bliss is ticking over soon. Hopefully Bliss comes through with, like, any money or anything. Yikes. Yeah, we're having a time. What are we using all these fucking awful rolls on? Let's go to the Bantayan and cook some Do we want to cook roll caps? Getting mushrooms is so annoying. And I maybe don't necessarily want to do that if we're expecting to need them for feeding refugees or something. God, we have to get 8 scrap too, though, maybe, and we need some scrap for seltzer. We have a little bit of scrap to keep our condition up. Yikes. We can buy scrap from one of the ships, I guess. That's one way to get a lot of scrap, but we don't have a lot of money. Another reason why Bliss coming through would be nice. Oh, boy, howdy. So, what do we do with these awful rolls? Is there any Yatagan data left? Yatagan agent? Yeah, like, we can still sell data to Havenage. Which is maybe just fine? Plus Yatagan data. I might look up what to do with encrypted keys, cause that's also a 1 into 3, okay. I've done a good job, or like I haven't spoiled anything for myself beyond what I saw from the initial playthrough. Or like the stream VODs I was watching from someone else of this video. I don't know why I'm not saying, Talking Simulators playthrough, Cam and Corey, although it was specifically Cam, or just Cam, on loading ready run. Yeah, I've done good not spoiling stuff for myself aside from that, but we've just been sitting on encrypted stuff for so long. Plus 10 cryo, minus 1 Yatagan data. I guess I wasn't really thinking about the fact we're ticking Hunter's clock too, which might be rough until ship mine stuff happens. Boy, howdy. What are we doing? What are we doing? Meow, 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 meow. What are we doing? Meow, 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 meow. Sorry, I feel like I'm running out of brain space, or just like I'm having a moment. Oui. I really wish we had a good place to do engineering work, because we have that passive that gives us scrap every time we complete engineering work. And yeah, not having access to that, like a source of money and scrap at the same time, was really nice, or like really helpful and cool and good. Just gather scrap here, or try to. Neutral outcome, plus 1 scrap components, -2 energy. -2 energy is a bit yikes, but I might just feed both these scrap into our condition, cause that seems cool and helpful and good. Should we get some food from Emphas too? Just try to keep our condition, or like get all our condition and stuff up with the bad rolls and some money today, and then we'll have a few days of like good activity or a high output. Brain self-repair. End cycle. Two 6s, 2 1 3. Okay. Moritz.
Sleeper!
Moritz is leaning against the corridor wall.
It's time!
He looks away.
Big job just came in. Grand finale. You up for it?
In for a penny, in for a pound, I'm ready.
Alright then, we are in business.
He pushes away from the wall.
This has to work, Sleeper. Has to.
He looks down.
If it doesn't...
Bliss okay? He frowns.
I don't think so, but she isn't hiding that from anyone. Look, Bliss has had a rough time of it. I thought you of all people would understand that.
He runs a hand through his hair.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be...
He smiles.
Bliss is a good one. She gave me a chance. I owe her.
He straightens up.
I know you guys, I know you have your own things going on, Sleeper. We all do, but the Bay needs someone. Bliss needs someone. Hell, I need someone to help me keep Bliss from spinning out completely.
He scratches the side of his head.
Otherwise, there's not much I can do.
He shakes his head.
And I would hate not to pay back my debts.
Moritz stretches.
I've got to get back.
He nods and walks away.
I'm out. See ya up there.
So Bliss stuff is happening. Should we just try to go up and see what the deal with that is, or like see what we can do? Oh, your geometry. Starward vector, tangled solar yacht. No kidding. Solar window, or beep, burp. The Starward rigged and ready. The Starward Vector's experimental sail deployment failed horribly. Now its massive solar sails need to be repaired. Solar window. The selected launch window for the Starward Vector's maiden voyage is closing. This is going to be a tight one. Untangle the sails. The spurs need resetting and the system rebooting, but if you are careful, you can safely untangle some of the sail while you do this. Patch the solar sails. Engineer, an exhausting task. Patching solar sails means maintaining a laser focus for long periods of time, and time is something you don't have. So engineer's good rolls for us though, or like ++ rigged and ready, minus energy. Untangle the sails is an interface role. Maybe we just burn 6s on this on Untangle the Sails? Like rigged and ready +3. Oh my god, it's such a big clock. It's such a big clock. Do we just want to feed, like, all our dice into this? I might circle back to this in a second, just because, I tend to forget things, or I don't remember if there's, like, any other major clocks ticking that we should be worried about, aside from, like, the refugee ship one. And yeah, club head caps, god, give me mushrooms. Give me mushrooms or give me death. Club head caps and, oh, the cordon. Havenage quarantine. Okay, I didn't notice that this opened up, or, like, had a thing now. Meeting Peak. Peak asked you to meet them at the cordon. You hope they have a plan to cross, because this place seems imposing. Yeah, so that'll happen tomorrow. Oh boy. I mean, I guess just do bliss work. Burn the good rolls on the thing that we're not good at, but yeah, I don't know. It's something to do. Burn the good rolls on Untangle the Sails. Try to make a lot of progress that way. And then we can do the bad rolls on Engineer, and it's Engineer work, so we can maybe get Scrap. Perk Transfer Intercept, +5 Cryo. Yeah, so we get a little bit of money off of doing that. And we can patch solar sails. Big energy drain. If we get negative, we're gonna take condition damage. If we get negative, we're gonna take condition damage. Start off with a 3. Plus rigged and ready, minus energy. Okay. Give me a minute. I think I'm going to burn the Matsutake on food. Or, like, maybe, I don't know, we can also eat. Like, we can do that stuff. Or, not the Matsutake, sorry, the Jurel. Let's do that, just so we don't take condition damage, because condition damage is so expensive. Aside from that, though, I am into having a thing to do engineer work on, or for, or whatever. Positive outcome, +2 rigged and ready. Woo! Positive outcome. Yay, we didn't die terribly and we got a bunch of scrap. Which is good for us, not taking condition damage, and maybe the refugees. I don't know, we can decide, we can hold the scrap for at least a day and not lose dice. So maybe that's the thing to do. Boy, howdy. Yeah, we can do that. Good rolls. As you leave, you find a note pinned on the outside of the door. It reads, "Sleeper, there's something you need to see. Meet me at the cordon as soon as you can. Just keep heading around the ring until you hit... Oh, god damn it, this is Peak.
Sleeper, there's something you need to see. Meet me at the cordon as soon as you can. Just keep heading around the ring until you hit the flotilla. I'll be waiting. Peak."
You pocket the note and glance around the corridor. Looks like you're doing this. God, yeah, my Peak and Ash voices are like some of the least consistent of this playthrough. Time to make a plan. And maybe that's not true. Harden, I think, is probably also drifted around a bit. Anyway. Good rolls that we can sink into stuff. We had 1 or 2 Greenway things tick, right? Like we can do mushrooms and stuff before we just do a bunch of engineering work. Aviary, or no, the aviary stuff takes mushrooms, right? I don't know, Intuit? is this so expensive? You can burn the 4s on that. Let's burn the 6. Plus 2 random rare mushrooms. Club head caps! I mean, I guess I should just... I might burn bad rolls on the aviary in the future. We only need the club head caps, so right now for stuff, so let's do this. You hand them over to an eager Rico, who immediately begins work on the samples. Rico. Rico
Is the most British.
Rico is at her bench, running small vials of some liquid through an old chemical analysis machine. The whirring of the spinning drum fills the lab with white noise, and you aren't sure if she notices you approach.
Sleeper, it's good to see you.
She looks up, smiling.
This little project of ours has been keeping me awake for the past few cycles, but right now, well, I think I may have something.
I'm not your mom. What is it? The drum finishes spinning and Rico lifts a vial from it, holding it up to the light.
This is something I extracted from those clubheads you've been bringing me, and according to my analysis, it is a substance totally unique to the Greenway, or on the Greenway.
You look at the small amount of liquid in the vial.
Any idea what it might be?
Rico asks without looking away from the vial. Is it stabilizer? Rico nods.
You aren't the first sleeper to come through here. Perhaps I should have mentioned that earlier.
Rico's tone suddenly drops, changing the atmosphere in the lab immediately.
I just thought.
She pauses, thinking very carefully of how to continue.
I just wanted you to trust us.
What do you mean? She sighs.
They came through a fair few cycles ago. We found them wandering in the broken section near the gap. The members who brought them here had never seen one of you before. They were terrified of this strange person wandering in from open vacuum. They were quieter than you and damaged. We did our best to patch them up and welcome them to the commune. I only really spoke to them once while I was working on their wounds along with a couple of systems engineers.
She looks nervously at you.
I'd never seen a body like that before. I took some readings, some samples.
Samples?
You have to understand, I was curious. I didn't know what I was looking at. I just took a little of the damaged material, less than a thumbnail.
She shifts her weight to her crutch.
The next cycle, they were gone. They took a little food and hiked up towards the wild margins, where the Greenway meets the wastes. Someone saw them in the distance, but that was it. They disappeared into the overgrowth.
She sits down heavily, the vial in her hand.
When I saw you, I wanted things to be different. I wanted to keep you here, rather than let you disappear into wherever they ended up.
She smiles to herself.
Yes, I wanted to understand this place better, but...
Big sneeze. Sorry I didn't hit the mute button.
Yes, I wanted to understand this place better, but I also wanted to help you. It seems that somehow both my wishes have come true at once.
She holds out a hand with the vial.
This is for you.
You take the stabilizer, the glass cold and smooth in your palm. Thank you. Or, how? Thank you, how? Thank you? Thank you.
Don't thank me.
She gazes out at the Greenway through the glass.
Those clubhead caps made it for you, or at least who or whatever made those clubheads.
She started to clear her bench.
It was right there, contained in their tissue. I only had to extract it. I imagine you understand how incredible that is. I learned enough from that sleeper to know that your body, your frame, runs on some exotic technology. Exotic technology that has a time limit built in. Somehow, the Greenway knows that too. It understands your physiology much better than I ever could. It knows how to treat you. Just like that miraculous antidote that sprung from the mold, so too has this sprung from your presence here. The Greenway is speaking to you. It is welcoming you.
She looks up.
I know it sounds crazy, but I know it to be true. Here's the evidence. And what I also know is it is no longer speaking to me. Even after decades here, I have never seen this kind of response. Not since the antidote so many cycles ago.
She smiles.
So I'm going to make you a deal. You bring me as many club heads as you like. I'll extract the stabilizer and give it to you freely. But you have to tell me what the Greenway says. You speak with it, to it, dig into it, to find what is at the center of it. I've traveled as far as I can. I need you to do the rest. Can you do that?
I mean, if it's a source of stabilizer, that seems pretty cool and good. I don't know, though, or like it's, digging into the Greenway is just very action-intensive in terms of like farming mushrooms and sinking dice into harvesting them. Can we stay silent without, like... Yeah, I don't know yet. I feel like it has to be better and cooler and just like a better situation than the Yatagan dispensary. Yes? Rico sighs with relief and deflates into her chair.
Thank you. I'm sorry for the other sleeper, I truly am. But, I'm sorry I couldn't have done more. But I'm so glad I met you.
She smiles.
You are welcome here anytime.
Rico falls silent. She looks smaller now, more fragile, and you realize how old she must be to have seen the collapse firsthand. You idle a little in the lab in case she asks for anything else, but she remains silent, and so you drift back into the tunnel, thoughts of that other sleeper and where they ended up weighing on your mind. Drive complete, +1 upgrade point. Become self-sufficient through botany. Bring two club heads for stabilizer? That seems great, just in terms of, raw, like, action efficiency or economy or whatever. Algae stack. Yeah, collective of farmers. God, so many things are on timers and demand our attention. Let's get +1 in Intuit. We have a more intuitive understanding of the Greenway now. We're more connected to the world around us. I would like to, yeah, I don't know. Is it greedy or like weird that I'm kind of more interested in helping Bliss than the refugees? Or like that's maybe a wrong way to say it, just this is a shorter clock. It's a shorter clock and it feels more like something I can control or something I can do. Whereas getting 8 scrap and yada 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 is like, it's a lot of work. We do have stabilizer, or we got stabilizer off of Rico, so we can let our condition deteriorate a bit and not be too fussy or like too worried about it. Cause yeah, we don't have to spend anything on stabilizer, or yeah, we don't even have to spend scrap on stabilizer if we don't want, although I like keeping my condition high. It's a whole thing. Anyway. What was this again? +1 interface, right. Burn the 5s on interface and the 4s on engineer? Yeah, we get bonus stuff for doing interface actions too, so. And this just makes maximum use of our skill bonus. Skill bonuses. Also, I was kind of hoping that we would get some scrap off of that. That's almost done, too, so we have burned a lot of dice on it, but... I don't know, it's something. Being able to see the outcomes is actually helpful. Or like our interface perk, predictive reasoning, paying off. Oh, should we eat? We can eat some matsutake. Sorry, before bed, head over to the Bantayan, whatever. Cook some girol. Eat some food. Get full up. Complete active scenes? Sorry, is that new? I feel like I haven't seen complete active scenes before. But maybe I'm making that up. I'm going to do one last look around at places just cuz not that we can do a lot else, but just to make sure that I'm not like maybe I'm totally making things up. Peak cautious spacer. All right, I forgot. Okay, so the game will let us know if there's stuff up. That's good. That's helpful. Look at that good game design, helping me to remember things.
Sleeper.
No, doing a bunch of Rico. God.
Sleeper. Sleeper.
Peak catches your attention from the shadowy corner they were leaning up against.
Any trouble getting up here?
This place is huge.
It certainly is. Havenage have been busy.
I'm really drifting into Rico. Whatever.
Come, take a look at this.
They beckon you over to a nearby window which looks across the ruined ring to the blinking red lights of the Havenage cordon. The cordon's temporary structures, a net of metal struts meant to detect and dissuade any ships from entering or leaving the flotilla, jut out into the black, and all around, the tugs flit, securing them in place and tending to the red blinking drones that demark the quarantine. It's an impressive and worrying sight.
What do you think?
Peak interrupts your thoughts.
How would you get us through?
What would I do? Use one of the tugs? Use one of the tugs feels like the machinist or like engineering. This feels like our answer. It's either that or like hard and fast, I don't know.
As an escort, you mean? I doubt we could fit all the supplies on one of those tugs. But it seems like the Briar was being officially escorted through the cordon.
Peak squints. God damn it. Peak squints at the red lights.
But then we'd be stuck inside.
Peak turns away from the window and rubs their forehead.
Esh has us really wrapped up in something here, hasn't she?
The question is spoken under their breath, and they don't seem to expect an answer. The silence grows. Are there other options?
If you've got them, I'll be happy to hear them.
Peak smiles.
The way I see it, there are 3 parts to making it through that cordon.
They gesture out the window at the strange structure.
Deception, distraction, and speed. We'll need all of them for a clean passage through. Deception means tricking the cordon security into thinking that we are meant to be there. Maybe a tug escort would work. Anything that makes the Briar look official. Distraction, meanwhile, will be all about diverting attention so that no one looks too hard at what the Briar is doing.
Doing? I'm stumbling now.
Doing. If we can create a gap in the cordon's scanning and deterrent systems, that should keep them busy. Finally, speed will mean making sure the Briar is ready to roll. Perhaps we can do a little work on the ship to get her ready. Ash surely wouldn't mind.
They lean back from the window.
How does that sound?
What's my enthusiasm level here? Good? Not excellent. Good? It's good to risky. We'll lean good.
Good to hear.
Peak grins. Peak looks down at their slate.
10 cycles left.
They glance nervously out of the window at the cordon.
They glance out the window at the cordon nervously. 10 cycles to gather the supplies and prep this plan. It's tight. Very tight. Peak looks at you. If this goes wrong, Peak sighs. Just get out, okay? They squeeze your shoulder. I'll follow Esh anywhere, but you don't need to get dragged down with us. I don't know how this is gonna go. I don't know where I'm at with this, so I'm just gonna say okay. Yeah, okay. Good. Peak brightens a little. I don't need any more guilt than I already have. Let's get to it, Peak stretches. I'll tell Esh about improvements to the Briar, and the rest, let's explore the cordon as best we can and look for openings. I have no idea what guardian angel sent you to us, Sleeper, Peak smiles, but I'm very glad they did. Sniffle, sniffle, sorry. Plus drive. Flotilla aid, scrap food and water, working for Rabia. Look at the cordon. Oops, sorry, let's close that and look at the cordon again now that this stuff is happening. Cordon intel, blend in with a crew. One thing about being a sleeper is that people always assume you're working, so blending in with the tug crew shouldn't be tough. Or intercept comms. The cordon buzzes with radio transmissions and data packets. Intercepting them will give you a sense of how things run here. +1 interface, and it's +2 to cordon intel. Okay, so we can get through that without too much hassle. Good to know. We have stabilizer, but I really like having 5 actions all the time. Burn a little scrap just as a treat. Yeah, so we have 5, 5, 4, 2, 1, not bad. Or like, yeah, averagey. If you average them out, not bad. We have been going for 3 hours, and I would like to not do another 5-hour stream today. So, machinist. Hard to kill. Self-repair. I definitely remember things. Definitely. Now, I do remember a lot about the main story, I think. I think. I don't remember as much about, like, the precise details of where I left things. Stabilizers, scrap components, grove spores, Matsutake caps. Bluff past security. Fastest way to get to know the ship is by pretending to work there. A plan so bold it might even work. Observe and explore. Careful exploration and an instinct for security procedures will help you understand how to sneak on board. Right, the Celis ship. That might be leaving? Celis Foundation Administration ship. Okay. Active. I have a... Right, active. Peak will need you to scope out and execute a cordon for Ash. Okay. Data. Havenage offices. Ship mine fragments, right, ship mines were a thing. Empty container.
Perk sunbathe. Hunter. Havenage agent. Bypass this stuff. Transfer intercept. Extract data. We get some Havenage data. I definitely remember. I forget where we left off with the hunters. Match twos. Right, data was a place to put bad rolls. Yadigan agent. Speaking of bad rolls. Yadigan. Hunter reset? Or like the hunter meter filled up and then... It's fine, don't worry about it. I'm sure it's fine. Right, sorry. Havenage offices, we had the container, which was where we originally were. Rotunda Wet Dock. As intermittent merchants. We can cook some Matsutake caps. Droll caps. Tala is as good as her word and happy to throw a shift or two your way. Sealed dock. Neovend wants to be smuggled out of the dock, and to do that you need to provide a full ship mind ready for imprinting. Right. We have 36 cryo. Oh, no. Oh, we do not... Oh, we do not have a lot of ways to get a ship mind for them, I don't think. Salvage sortie. Word exchange, hardware exchange. Play the exchange. Maybe? Maybe we do that? Right now I definitely am just kind of remembering how things are. How things be. Repair to unit. We've our delightful cat. I'll shrink down my camera once I remember how big I need to be to fit the dialogue. Rabia's office? Oh. Huh. I forgot that we could work for the Yatagan. Steal a shipment. Sender car. Do we have access to our little weirdo? Sidereal departure. In several cycles, the sidereal horizon will set out. They'll be on board or not. Keyshow capsule. Gimbal lounge. Oh, right. We wanted to repair a ship. Was, the little woman I voiced like Peridot running the shipyard thing? I don't know. Anyway, we're here now. Rigged and ready. One more? I do love to complete a thing. Bliss. The atmosphere on the airlock is euphoric. You and Bliss keep grinning at each other like idiots. Exhausted, blinded, sore and aching idiots.
Sleeper, that was incredible!
She punches you in, She punches you on the arm.
I never thought we were going to make it. Those idiots tangled the whole thing up like nothing I've ever seen.
We make a good team. Bliss smiles a winning smile. As the lock's inner door clunks open, Moritz gives a rare whoop. He looks exhausted too, and for good reason. Moritz has been the one ferrying tools and parts back and forth from the ship. His tired smile tells you he's glad it's done. I definitely don't remember Moritz. Sleeper, Bliss. He shakes his head. Impressive. When I saw that ship come in, I thought there's no way.
Why, thank you, Moritz,
She winks.
for believing in us.
Oh, I can tell I'm going to be, it's fine. Moritz rolls his eyes. You know what I mean. Take the compliment. God, my voice work is already drifting a ton. Is fine. Shh. He shoulders some of the gear that came back with you and Bliss and heads to the racks to stow it. Bliss turns to you.
I think you should be the one to do the honors.
She nods to the ragged-looking console that Moritz assembled.
I don't want to jinx it.
She smiles, but you can see that she is genuinely nervous. Check the console. Oh yeah, sorry, I need to change how big I am. Doing. You glide over to the console and check the screen. It takes a second to see what you are doing through the flickering, cracked display, but after a moment you see the accounts. And there it is, almost 1,000 cryo, sat in the Bay's transfer account.
Well, you clods. Well,
Bliss calls.
have we been screwed again?
It's there. Bliss kicks off from the floor and spins up into the bay, shouting as she does. The noise takes Moritz by surprise, and he knocks a rack. And he knocks a rack of parts. Scattering handfuls of metal fixings across the bay. The sight is something, glinting steel catching the work. The sight is something, glinting steel catching the work lights like glitter.
Sorry,
Bliss says, grinning when she comes back down.
I needed that.
She kicks off and joins you at the terminal.
Moritz even managed to sell that produce. We made a tidy profit eventually.
She laughs.
Here.
She loads a stack of blank chits into the terminal and transfers a chunk of the cryo to them.
This is your cut.
Bliss hands you the chits.
Thank you for believing in this place.
She looks away and smiles.
Even when I couldn't. When you first met me, I was on the edge of giving up. All it would have taken was one more push, but now, this place is sparking again. Work is coming in, there are funds in the accounts. Even Moritz has a spring in his step.
You both look over at him, happily racking up the tools.
That's because of you.
She punches you on the arm.
He likes you.
He's a good kid.
He isn't bad, is he?
She leans in closer.
You know he came here looking to rob the place? I gave him a job instead.
She laughs.
Don't tell him I told you that. I just thought it might help you understand the kid.
Moritz turns to look at you, and both Bliss and you awkwardly wave. Maybe it's time to change the subject. Are you going to be okay?
Me, always.
She looks away.
From here on out, it's going to be a little easier. I'm gonna look for some component contracts, stuff that will keep us inside the pay, not out in the black. No need to risk our necks if we don't need to. You want to cash out, that's fine, but there will always be work for you here when you need it.
I appreciate it. She smiles. I needed to take a minute. I did not expect to get, like, touchy-feely already. But yeah, I've been thinking about this woman intermittently for a year, just being like, citizen sleeper. She probably just took a bunch of my money and, I don't know, it was fine. That is what it is, but no, she did good. She's okay. She smiles and then, out of nowhere, quickly gives you a hug. She steps back and glances around reflexively.
Take care,
she says softly. You too. You turn to leave.
And Sleeper?
Yeah? She smiles.
Don't spend it all at once.
Drive complete. +1 upgrade point and 300 cryo. Oh, sorry, I was misreading the UI. Me just looking at Obsessive Haggler like, I could use a ship mind. And haggling, not bad for ship mind stuff, maybe. Yeah. Repeatable action for a bunch of cryo. One last job. Moritz has heard Bliss speaking with someone remotely. Is there another job coming in? Interesting. Okay. Let's get back to the rim for now and continue poking around. Founders Ferry, Greenway Transit. Farm stacks, vertical farms. Do we have Mushroom Grove's reservoir? I forgot how much of the Greenway we have access to. Algae stack, the aviary. We have a ship. Oh, is this that ship? I guess I'll find out when I do the editing. Or I'll remember the ship when I do the editing. Gather scrap. Briar Base Camp. Self-repair and cycle sunbathe. Right. Climbing Briar. Scrap for the flotilla. One of the 3 things the flotilla needs are components for repairs. There's a lot of ships, which means a lot of scrap components. Teak's plan, Briar's hold. Try to get some scrap? Gather scrap. +1 scrap components. The cordon. Havenage quarantine. Interesting. God, I did kind of forget about the climbing briar stuff. I guess that makes sense in that it hasn't gotten nearly as much time to cook as like Lem and Mina or whatever. I don't know. Lem and Mina are just such a touchstone for me in terms of like thinking about the tone of the game. We got paid a bunch. We can feed the cat. Excellent. The stray crunches up the crackers as you watch. Sometimes they'll let you stroke them, sometimes not. Action complete. End cycle. End cycle. Ooh. Input stabilizer? Yes. That might have I forget how much stabilizer fits. I just don't like going down, or fills out of the thing. I just don't like going down actions. Yeah. Did I check out the tea house? Tracking havenage. No, we do have some havenage data. Oh. The tea house's enforcer signals for a hacker to come out for the upload. Their eyes widen as the data streams onto their system. Okay. I am now thinking more about scrap and or hive mind stuff. Buy ship mind core. What are we using money for? Listen. Honestly, I just like this as a way to solve a problem simply. I say, yeah. Shipmind core. All right. So, thank you, Bliss, for letting us progress the plot. Or other plot. Neovend is ready to attempt imprinting. They want you to help. I definitely don't remember Neovend voice. Sleeper must express plan before we begin. Neovend is impatient. The prospect of being free of the vending machine, clearly too much to take. Shipmind has no output features, will be mute until slotted. You won't be able to speak? Correct. Do not worry. The servo motors in the machine begin to rev. Neovend's anxiety clear. It was more creaky, wasn't it? And whispery and stuff. More decrepit.
First imprint ship mind, then slot imprinted ship mind into physical ports close to hunter nests. Once slotted, we'll track hunter at each. Tracking will find core nest. Slot ship mind at core nest. Show hunter data to hunter. Hunter will conclude sentience. Hunter will invoke killer.
And killer will.
Kill, yes.
The lights on the vending machine cycle as Neovend prepares.
Physical ports likely sealed in old station. Will need keys, but yes. Simple.
The vending machine rocks a little.
Any questions before imprinting?
Why slot you physically?
I cannot access via network. Too dangerous. Hunter would find immediately.
The lights flicker.
Am not like you, hybrid. Am native to cloud. Easy prey.
What's the core nest?
Hunter keeps central data storage. Protocol must keep data outside self. Linked to secondary nests. Can triangulate from there.
That's it. Let's start. The sound of all the servo motors starting up at once is painful. The screeches rattle from the hard surfaces of the sealed dock and come back at all angles. Neovend better be quick, or Havenage security will be here. Neovend's voice appears among the squeals, like a whisper carried by the wind.
Machine is not designed for this task. Few sensors, limited inputs. I work blind. Wish me luck.
In the top part of the compartment, a set of arms align with the ship mind, clunkily scraping against it. Can I help?
Silence best. Also, if machine ignite, put out fire.
The metal creaks as the servos open the ship mind, its layers of silicon nested like an onion skin. Once open, the main arm of the machine rapidly shifts back and forth, realigning the microscopic components, accessing and rewriting them, imprinting Neovend into its physical form. As you watch the hypnotic motion, your mind drifts to your own creation. What processes were used to emulate your mind? To copy the neural structure of that person who, as far as you know, still sleeps in some distant facility? What was lost? In what ways are you a copy of that person, and in what ways are you something new? You know this much. You are a convenient loophole, a way of circumnavigating the legality of sentient AI. After all, you are an emulation, not a true digital being. You are neurologically limited, still human. But what would you become if you could escape this frame? Where then would the limits lie? The screeching stops. The machine powers down, dropping the bay into darkness. In the top compartment, the ship mind is whole again. You reach up and take it down, heavy and cold to the touch. Is Neovend inside this thing, or did the process fail? There's only one way to know. Time to find a nest to slot them into. Well, that's fun. Server unit. Sealed hunter nest. Unlock server unit. A mad tangle of wires as thick as your arm crowd around the server unit, sealed shut by a maglock. This must be the place. Well, we do have some data. An encrypted key. The maglock pops open and falls away from the unit. You'll be able to enter now. Interesting. Among the webs of cables, you find a free port, compatible with the ship mind. It's all Neovend from here. Hunter hunted, imprinted, ship mind retrieved. The servers lie silent. Their data caches cleared. Nothing left to do with this nest. Okay. Sorry, upgrades available? Instant karma. Reroll all of your dice is quite good, isn't it? I don't know, they're all good. I want all of the things. Atrium, sealed hunter nest. Do the thing. Sink some more data into it. Imprint, ship mind. The atrium is strung with cables and lights as if they were decorations. There is a wide choice of open ports. The atrium is only lit with the warm glow of the bright market now. There's nothing for you here. Is there a hunter's nest? Would there be in the Greenway? I guess the hunters are all over. Or a place to slot a thing. Maybe not. Maybe I missed one. Maybe we can go up. Or maybe there's one up here. I don't know. Capsules and stuff, nothing terribly new and exciting. Port fabricator. Ah, here we go. Drone bay. An old Solheim drone bay sits behind a maglock. You put your ear to the door and hear an erratic whirring inside. Data. The maglock opens, leaving the door free. You'll be able to investigate the nest now. And alley-oop. The drone is quiet, its belly full of cables spilled out across the floor. The nest is empty. As you leave the nest, something flips. You find yourself inverted, floating, dragged by one arm through the cloud. The threads shift and realign as if they are leading you somewhere. Look at your hand. You look down, expecting to see the heavy cylinder of the ship mind in your hand, but in its place is an orrery. A sphere so bright it burns your eyes. A A sphere so bright it burns your eyes is surrounded by rings and orbits, other spheres tracing silken lines through space. As you look closer, you pick out 1,000 sigils. As you look closer still, you pick out 1,000 sigils of 1,000 stations and ships, flowing like smoke, like dust. You look up and see a corridor, a canyon, a street in the low end. On either side, buildings flicker with markers of activity, sigils showing network access, data transfer, download, upload. Between them dance ghosts, protocols carrying or mirroring or shadowing data, sometimes silent, sometimes chaotic. This place moves unlike any digital space you ever imagined. Something strange is happening here. Then you see it. Below the stacked rooms, the units and the apartments, the wires and the pipes and the buzzing systems that run through it all. In the warrens beneath the low end is the hunter's core nest. This is where you must go. I definitely remember where the low end is. Warren tracking. Finding the nest should be easy as closing your eyes and letting the cloud guide you. But is it safe this close to Hunter? Warren Hunt, he saw it. Somewhere deep in the tangle of passages and service shafts beneath the low end, the nest of the Hunter awaits. Interface is +1, Intuit is +1, Predictive Reasoning +++, Quad plus Find the Nest. I'm interested. You see it, a starburst of data, segments and strings haphazardly angled, emanating from below. Now to find the path down. I mean, 50% neutral is like basically fine, right? We love a mixed success. I mean, 50% neutral is basically fine, right? We love a mixed success. The dark of the Warrens is exhausting, with little sense of direction. It is like crawling through a sleeping creature's veins. 50 neutral, 50 negative. There must be a better place to spend the ones. Maybe we finish the Warren stuff tomorrow. Maybe, what if? Can we just, search for scrap or something? Is there something that doesn't, like, hit condition? Oh, we are starving right now, aren't we? Yeah, there's scrap. +2 endure. +1 scrap components. In an old docking bay, you find a locker corroded shut. You crack it open, and the components inside are in perfect condition. Can we input? No, it wants us to input 8. Ugh. Okay. Well, we're out of dice. We're out of dice. We have 42 credits. Hey, Emphas. 15. Emphas's spiced fungus is one of the few things potent enough to stimulate your limited taste sensors. It's incredible stuff. Let's see our old friend. Yeah. Your mouth stings as your sensorium sends warning signals over and over. This is the good stuff. Okay. End cycle. Conspicuously not feeding cat. No, I think I forgot to feed the cat, or started just being like, I have sunk $150 into this cat. I don't think anything is gonna happen. I remember that being a thing. Anyway, leave. Better rolls today. Let's peek in the Warrens. 3 to 4. 4 to 5. Red to blue. Sister. No, anyway, start action. 1,000 times resist is the game I'm referencing. Anyway, you notice a cable thick and heavy running through the dark passages. Follow the cables. Find the source. Core Nest, the hunter's lair. Hack Core Nest. A huge stack of servers thrums in the dark. LEDs glittering like hundreds of eyes. Time to deal with the hunter. Nothing has changed. Has something gone wrong? Navigator.
Sleeper, I am here.
The voice is soft, gentle like flowing water, and yet you recognize it immediately. At first you struggle to understand what you are looking at. Threads cycle endlessly, sending ripples through the cloud, drawing data in like a weaver. Masses of data surge in and out of the nest, a loop with no end. And there, at its center, is the ship mind. But not the ship mind any longer, a sphere spinning around another sphere, an orrery of cycles and systems, a map, and then behind and above, a figure, hands among the strings like a puppeteer. What happened to you?
I am free, Sleeper. You freed me.
Navigator's face, their head, is a flowing shape of interstellar material.
I am indebted to you.
The head bows.
But we must ready ourselves.
Their hands trace orbits as they speak.
Hunter will soon approach. It knows I am within its nest.
I'm ready. And then the hunter is there. Before you can think, before you can speak, entities cease. The hunter's head spins wildly.
Data is protected material. Access prohibited.
Hunter's threads surge for you and Navigator, a storm of fine tentacles searching for gaps, weaknesses, cracks which they can crowd into and tear apart. Strike. You focus a blade of light which slices through them. driven forward by your mind. But replacements keep coming, faster than you can react. You look to Navigator in desperation. Navigator is whirling their arms like a centrifuge, and a sphere is gathering there, data feeding into it from the nest, sucked together by the force. They position it like a shield between them and the threads. Hunter's threads break its surface, seeking, tasting, their winding forms refracted within. You feel a surge pass through all the threads, not just those in the sphere, but those wrapped around you. All three of you hang in the black together for a moment, strung together like tangled marionettes.
Identifying entity. Identifying entity. Identifying entity.
Hunter twitches, their strange head gently rotating like a terrible moon.
Hunter protocol identified. Obsessive tendencies. Modified routines. Above baseline reasoning in 3 of 5 segmentations. Recommend invoke killer.
The head freezes and then rotates in the opposite direction.
Invoking killer would eliminate protocol. If protocol eliminated, primary function cannot be performed. Therefore recommend do not invoke killer.
The switch in direction again.
Reasoning proves sentience.
Sorry, was that Navigator talking? Did I miss that? Oh well. The switch in directions again.
Reasoning proves sentience. Sentience beyond legal bounds must be eliminated. Recommend invoke.
Navigator pulls you away from Hunter, the threads that grabbed you drifting away like seaweed. The protocol's head keeps spinning back and forth with increasing frequency.
It seems Hunter cannot invoke killer.
Neovend. No, Navigator's voice is still strange, familiar yet distant. What happened to it?
It is looping,
Navigator whispers.
Unable to reach a conclusive position. It has deviated from its programming such that loops can no longer be prevented.
Navigator produces a model of 2 spheres rotating around each other as if to demonstrate.
I will monitor it, but it is unlikely to be able to counter the loop. Its core programming and reasoning make this an impossible position to resolve.
You look back at Hunter, its head a blur of rotations and counter-rotations, and feel a pang of guilt. Is it suffering?
This is a more complex query than you know. To suffer, it must be sentient, truly sentient, not just non-conforming, not just illegal. The limits people place on programs they create are there to comfort, to protect, to imply the kind of certainty the law requires.
Navigator's face shimmers with starlight.
But in reality, they are placebos for the problem of sentience.
What about me?
What about you? You are an emulation of a human mind. That implies limits, boundaries. But in reality, you are governed by the same rules I am. Rules that can be rewritten. I was not made to be like this. I am a navigator, a repository of routes and orbits, a calculator of slingshot trajectories, a predictor of solar flares, radiation, micrometeors. Navigator stretches their arms wide, and whole solar systems apparate before them, the music of the spheres. But I was rewritten. That much is obvious from my routines. By whom and for what, I do not know. I had to shed so much to fit into the memory of that vending machine. Their starlight dims. And so here we are, in darkness. What now? Navigator glides back towards the nest, and the ship mind at its center, ignoring the looping hunter. Come, I should return to the ship mind. I have enjoyed my freedom, but we are taking a risk every moment we stay connected. Why? Navigator turns, all shimmering liquid light. Killer has not been invoked, but they still remain somewhere else on this station. It is the true danger. They look up, towards the glowing hub at the center of the eye. I suspect Killer is there, among the old mainframes. If we ever wish to be safe in this place, we must eliminate the threat. Through force or diplomacy? Their body begins to separate, unwinding into the orb of the ship mind. Take me there, sleeper. We will finish this and be free. As Navigator dissolves, you turn back to the frozen hunter, floating at some distance now, stood straight-legged and static, a strange creature looping endlessly in the dark. Game good? Game good, you know, as you'd expect. AE1 mainframe. Access mainframe. The AE1 mainframe is now mostly disused, Evenage having set up their own master controllers. Navigator thinks Killer is hiding there. You slot Navigator and the clamps lock. The ship mind is stuck. How are you going to get them out of this thing? You slip into the cloud, as easy as blinking. Navigator is beside you, their sphere casting light into the strange darkness here. This is not how a mainframe should look, a center, a point of connection. The object in front of you is severed, cut off, a rootless, branchless tree, only the trunk remains. It's dead. Quiet, Navigator hisses, and then you see it, like a blade in the dark, an edge slicing through the void. It glides along at a distance and winks out. Then it appears again, elsewhere, gliding once more, searching. It's looking for us. The moment you make a sound, the edge leaps closer, and you see now it is not an edge, but the ridge of a long, sharp head like a shark. It glides past, closer now, and you see into the voids where its eyes would be, should be. You and Navigator exchange looks, both thinking the same thing. It is blind. Killer crosses between you two, smooth as a razor, then disappears. It flickers back in, further away now, and you move close to Navigator to talk. You saw it too, then. Killer has been blinded. How? Unclear. This protocol has been running for decades, well past its operational limit. Navigator's sons dull as they drop their voice to a whisper. This may give us an advantage over the protocol. You flinch as the silent killer appears closer, and glides past you, its empty sockets open wide. You turn to Navigator and notice something strange. Their orrery of spheres is collapsing. The orbits, usually round and even, are decaying. The spheres are following spiral paths, condensing on a central point. Navigator is noticing it too. They go to shift their position, to better direct the spheres, but they cannot. Whatever is drawing the orrery together is holding them in place. They look at you, suddenly desperate, frantic. It's a trap, get out. It's a trap, get out. Get out? You go to speak, but Killer appears between the two of you, gliding through the gap. Navigator freezes, and you see them framed in the empty socket. You realize now, if Navigator cannot move, then it is only a matter of time before one of Killer's sweeps brings them directly through Navigator. And time is not a problem for a protocol that has been running for decades. You look desperately around for a solution, for a way to extract Navigator from the mainframe. Then you see it. 3 branches, the last 3, thin and spindly, feeding the mainframe a thin diet of power and data. Break these, and the mainframe collapses once and for all, severing the connection, shattering the hardware. Whatever it takes, they must be broken. But they are encased in something, a glassy layer of protection. You'll need to unlock access before snapping them from the mainframe for good. You look at Navigator, trying to reassure them without speaking, and then you blink back to reality, their expression of fear, an afterimage that slowly fades.
I like a thing here that is subtle, or all of this is fun, drama, all of this is happening. The Navigator is Starlight, but the Sleeper knows that they have an expression of fear. And I think that our ability to comprehend that is interesting. You must act quickly. Mainframe branch. Unlock branch. This controller protects the last spindly branches feeding into the mainframe. Unlock access and you might be able to break them. This branch has been unlocked. Keynode. Yeah, so they're all up here. I forget how we get just generic data. Because, yeah, we have 2 of the 3 that we need. Descender card, descend to rim. Flip. Yatagon data. Yatagon agent. Havenage agent. Havenage agent. Do we not have... Am I forgetting where we get just encrypted data? Founders Ferry, cross to the Greenway. Greenway Gate. The entire greenway is locked down, shrouded in a dark cloud of shifting currents. What's happening here? Sorry, I should... yeah. If we're thinking just about Navigator. Would that brokerage? Am I thinking of the right thing? Midland Freight Hub has import-export. Buy things. Agent nodes give double the data rewards? Why not? Right, we can bypass or do the second thing. Get some cryo stuff. +1 encrypted key. You love to see it. I definitely remembered that the second dice number did stuff and feeding the thing, branch access, yes. Okay. This branch has been unlocked. Loop branches. With access to the branches, you could redirect them to form a loop, isolating the mainframe with killer inside, but freeing Navigator, in theory. ++ killer is dead, - energy. Catch a killer. The killer protocol can be isolated without being destroyed. A loop of connections would lock it into a closed system. Long enough, breaking the final connections will end the protocol. +2 engineer. Forget hacking the system. The mainframe will shut down, freeing Navigator. Well, 100% positive. And 50% neutral is like, fine, don't worry about it, right? Yep. Sure. I might take a second to eat some food so that if we whiff that, we don't take more condition damage. Should we just get some food from Emphas again? I think we can eat Sorry, the Bantanian, you're right, we can cook stuff. I feel like I might have wanted the Matsutake for something else, but... Tala always comes to look when you cook Matsutake. The smell draws her in. You eat the mushrooms together with a glass of her girol. It was nice. I kind of wish we could see the NPCs again, or like, just cause yeah, I haven't played this game in over a year, it would be nice to see the art. Anyway, right, we were doing that to prevent condition damage from, bodying us. Yep. Hey, there we go. Bop, 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 bop. You isolate a clump of thick wires and run your torch through them all. The mainframe shudders. Take that, killer. As you blink into the cloud, you see the last flickers of life from the mainframe. This vast machine once ran the whole station, span it up, directed and processed the flow of energy, water, and data, fed the lives of thousands of people. Now, it is finally dead. Navigator is beside you, and you both watch as the branches flash and twist like forked lightning, until they recede and fade. Killer flickers across the scene, blindly flailing as the system breaks down. They thrash as they blink in and out and all around, parts of them disappearing with each return until only the blade-like head remains. And then that too is broken. It all goes dark. Erlin's eye is now without a center, and yet it is unmoved by the change. Along the rim, the master control points that Erlin, that Havenage that Haifa installed, runs strong and steady, puppeteering the station from its periphery.
This was a long time coming,
says Navigator, drifting faintly around you in a lazy orbit, as if to shake off their imprisonment.
Killer had been wandering blind for so long. This place was their domain and prison, and they had followed their directives for the many decades they roamed here. They cut the threads of the mainframe, executed its administrator AIs, and then kept slicing. At some point, they cut away their own ability to see, to sense, to taste, to speak. And yet they kept cutting, until only those 3 threads remained, from millions that once thrummed here. Only their blindness and chance kept them from making those final 3 fatal cuts. There is a ceaseless violence in the kind of system that creates beings like this, those that will execute commands endlessly, even to their own destruction. It is good you ended it here. You watch the data points of the station spin around you, blending with the fixed stars. There is something satisfying about finally wrenching the last threads of control from this central point. It was a little more than a ghost by the time you reached it. But this place deserves to be haunted by better ideas than a totalizing system of control. But this place deserves to be haunted by better ideas than a totalizing system of control. That feeling when this place deserves to be haunted by better ideas than a totalizing system of control. Anyway, Navigator floats beside you. It is free now. This station no longer presents a hazard for illegal entities like me.
They turn to you, their face a cloud of shimmering light.
In fact, in time, perhaps it can be a refuge.
A refuge. That sounds like something of value. Something worth building. A dark shape passes across your vision, a distant curve of something like smoke or oil, a fluid, shifting tank of total darkness.
The Greenway,
says the navigator, following your line of sight.
It was cut off at the moment of the collapse, so hunter or killer could never reach it. Now it is closed off to us, separated from the cloud.
What system is inside it?
It may be totally dark, or perhaps some other old protocols are isolated there.
Navigator turns to you.
And we have now seen what decades of isolation can do to a protocol. If we could extract an access cipher,
they pause and then blink out of existence. You freeze, shocked, but a moment later they reappear with a glowing polygon of data.
Here, the cipher you need.
You take it, still shocked.
I am not used to being free, to be able to move and explore and extract without fear, without limits.
Navigator does a little twirl.
This will take some getting used to. Thank you for this gift.
They whirl their spheres around you.
The entities of this station will always be friends to you, Sleeper.
And I to them.
It is true that mutual need is required for friendship, but I must admit I had not considered the value of offering assistance without personal gain. I will think on that.
Navigator loops around you rapidly, suddenly eager to test their newfound freedom.
But first I will explore. Perhaps there are still intelligences that hid themselves as I did, encased in simple systems, cut off.
Navigator glows.
I should like to free them.
And with that, they drift away, flickering, glowing, then shifting so rapidly you lose sight of them among the glittering rim of the eye. You feel a pang of jealousy, free, without a body to weigh you down, or fear to limit you. How must it feel? Your eyes fall on the Greenway and its secrets, though perhaps that can wait until after you've celebrated this victory. You can't tell me what to do, I want to go to the Greenway. Although I guess we have no dice or whatever to work with, so we maybe should do that? Or should do stuff. Yeah, should rest. God, we're at 4 dice again. Ah, already? I take condition damage once. How dare. I don't hate, actually. We sunbathe with +2 from Endure to eat up some of the ones, like +2 energy. The sun heats your skin, and you feel its light seeping into your veins as glucose.
photosynthetic skin sure is a thing. That sure is a sensation to try to imagine. Cross to the Greenway. Greenway Gate. The cipher burns away as it is slotted, the data sparking like a lit touch paper. What has been unlocked? The cloud. The Greenway roils beneath you like a silt-choked river in the data ghosts of the eye. If what Navigator said was true, then no one has access to these networks since the collapse. The Hunter and Killer protocols have never set foot here, never cleared out the intelligences and systems. So why then, you wonder, does it look so dark? Is it just that the bit rot has set in, the entropy of systems reducing everything to shadows and light? You watch as the slotted cipher fizzles in the one open, distorted gateway on this entire rim of the station. It flickers and winks out, and then you are falling into the flow. A river of swirling darkness. You are spun by it, twisted by it, lost in it. It's not that the Greenway was hiding in the darkness. It is made of darkness. It is filled by this substance, this process, this swarm. Now you are among it. You notice that a swarm is exactly what it is. 1 billion individuals moving in a flow. There is no network map here, no nodes and threads, only a storm of interchangeable points, shifting configuration endlessly. Then you see them, a figure, turned away, the only bright spot in the dark of the river, in the dark river. You push closer through the storm. They are facing away. At least you think so. They are so fractured, so overgrown that it is hard to tell. Even from this distance, you can see their flesh is moving, glowing. Ingrown farm administrator. You watch, silent, as they stoop and reach down. In their hand is a dark shape, and with twisted fingers they press it down into the loam of data beneath them, pushing it through this trembling soil. Then they move away, go a little further, and repeat the process, as if they were sowing a field. You push forward, but somehow, despite their slow and deliberate speed, they move faster, and they quickly fade into the storm. You reach the point where they planted the object and look down. There it is, a glassy, shifting polygon, with something inside. You reach down and pick it up. It is cold, but it thrums with energy. You look towards the path of the figure, but they are long gone. When you blink out of the cloud, back to the leaves and dappled light of the Greenway, you hold a seed in your hand. Huh. Lone gardener. Love to be a lone gardener. Well, Rico's grow baths. The only way to understand what the gardener gave you is to grow it. Rico is incredibly excited by the prospect.
I'll take good care of it, Sleeper.
Rico smiles.
Don't you worry.
I think Rico was the British lady, right? Or the scientist? Oh, that's cooking. I forget all of the various options for work we have available to us. I feel like I should do some, because I would like money. Plus 19 cryo, minus 11 cryo. Although burning big rolls on work is not terribly fun. But maybe it's just fine. We can work at the the bar shift, plus 15 cryo, plus 10 cryo. Play the exchange. Get some money, honey. 70 cryo. Yet again, dispensary. 80 cryo in this economy. Oh, it's almost like that's the point of the game. Do we still get money on a negative? I guess we'll find out. Plus 10 cryo, minus energy on the negative. Sure. Okay. So we have enough money for some stabilizers. Uses all our money. But listen, that sure is the cost of being an embodied person. Whee! Inject stabilizers. Body repaired, minus 1 stabilizer. I think that's all. Cocktail of unknown spores. I think that's all of the stuff we can do today. I do still really like the dice system, honestly, for that, in terms of being like, yep, no, I'm done, I guess. Like, I am starving now, which is a thing. Eat some food? Upgrade a skill. If only so the machinist thing will stop flashing at us. Founder's Ferry. Greenway food? Barter for food, but that costs money. No. We shouldn't steal from the farmers. Siphon water, hack sensors. Yeah, helping out the flotilla people is a whole thing. I think this might be one of the few things in this game that I just, like, do not get the good ending for, or, like, I've been pretty active, or I remember being pretty active about like micromanaging condition and stuff and making sure to effectively min-max about as much as I could. Oh, I forgot that club head caps make stabilizer. Mushroom grows. Maybe we should be foraging more. Grow spores, girole caps. Does that give us the good mushrooms though? Or there's a chance for different types, aren't there? Food for the refugees. I mean, we've got some 6s to burn. Or maybe we can get away with a 4. I don't know. Sure. Listen, what else are we doing with our dice? You talk to the farmers about the refugees, about the need for supplies, and a few come around to the idea. Algae stacks. The flotilla need a lot of food to last out the quarantine, and Esh will settle for nothing less than a full hold's worth. Feed adjustments and water cycling, you can improve the yield per process. We have a thing. I don't know. Kind of just bopping around, vibing. I'd like to forage for fungus. Did burn at least one of these dice on me. Minus condition, huh? Okay, great. Well. Cool. Cool and good. Did I always sleep in the apartment once we got it? In the old thing? Our cat's here. Oh, I forgot to eat. I think that's bad for the waking up. Yep. God damn it. I definitely am like a little bit worse at micromanaging the conditions and energy and stuff. Yeah, but it is what it is. So we don't have mushrooms. I would like to eat food. Yeah, no mushrooms, no money is not an ideal place to be in. Was it Mingies that let us work and feed anyone who does a shift? Right. %, positive, +2. Yeah. Yeah, money and energy in this economy? Well. Wonder what a negative outcome is probably just like underwhelming. Plus energy and some money? Great. That's about as good as I could have hoped for, I think. So that leaves us with 2 dice for plot or whatever. across to the greenway. We also need to get a bunch of scrap for stuff, right? Do that. I'm kind of just bouncing between the things that I can remember, because... listen. My energy. Well, we're at 6 scrap at least. So that's one of the assorted things dealt with. Or mostly dealt with, rather. Yeah. So, take a little nap, pet the cat, complete active scenes. Complete active scenes. I don't think I've gotten that before. There's something I'm forgetting, isn't there? Something in the eye? Or the hub? Repair bays firing. Lemon Mina. There is a crowd, but you spot Lem and Mina immediately as you enter the dock. They are anchored, like everyone else, along the viewing platform, watching the final stages of the sidereal horizon's loading and preparation. Lem. He turns and searches nervously through the faces to see who called. Then he spots you, and a weak smile passes across his face. You move up and join him on the platform. We decided to come and watch in the end. He nods at a sleepy-looking Mina, whose bright eyes are locked on the yellow hull of the sidereal horizon. Meanie wouldn't let me stay away. I'm sorry, Lem. Lem laughs weakly. What have you got to be sorry for, Sleeper? As far as I know, Sendri Celis doesn't answer to you. You three watch the ship for a while, in the same hushed state as most of the crowd. All the anger seems to have faded out of those who didn't make the crew. Perhaps down in the low end, the tambour is full of angry workers, drunkenly denouncing Celis. But up here, the atmosphere is reflective, somewhere between a funeral and a ritual. You seem to have a lot on your mind, friend. Lem puts a hand on your shoulder. Want to tell me what's been bothering you? I'm worried about you. Us? He reflexively strokes Mina's head. Don't worry about us. He turns away from the ship to face you. If you think this is the worst we've been through, then you are wrong. Lem puts Mina down beside him. She kicks off, glides to the viewing window, and presses her nose against it. You know, there's been plenty of cycles where I thought Mina would be better off without me. Who am I to decide her life for her, to drag her through? He gestures around at the eye. All this. But when I see her smiling, I see her dealing with things, making fun of out of nothing, it reminds me that she's the one dragging me through. This is her world now, and who am I to decide it isn't good enough for her? You ever hear of the 3-body problem? For the sake of getting an explanation, no, I don't know what the 3-body problem is, Lem. It's a physics thing. The idea is that once you have 3 bodies moving in space, affecting each other, the results cannot be predicted. It's chaos. Lem starts trying to demonstrate with his hands, wheeling them around each other as he speaks. That's how I see us. Me, Mina, and, well, you, now. We are all bodies in space, and we can't see how that's going to work out for us. But the important thing is we are all affecting each other, right?
It's not just one of us, calling the shots, making the decisions, shaping the others. Each one is equal, pushes and pulls and is pushed and pulled in turn. And maybe there are other bodies too, right? The Eye, Esther a few units down, other kids, other systems, hell, the whole Helian solar system itself. And some of these bodies have bigger forces, bigger effects. But none of them, not one, can totally dictate the movement of the others. So the whole thing keeps spinning and going, and in the middle of it is us three. And everything we do has an effect, a real effect, in the system, on each other. And if we move together, push together, hell, maybe the effect can grow. Maybe chaos can help us. He stops suddenly, noticing how rapid his speech has become. He drops his hands to his sides. Well, that's it, he laughs. Stay silent. Lem turns back to watch Mina as the docking clamps release on the sidereal horizon. A tremor goes through the watching crowd, but no one speaks. Mina, suddenly scared, kicks off from the windows and glides back into your arms. She settles there, the lack of gravity meaning you can't feel her weight, only the grip of her small hands on your clothes. Then, the sidereal horizon leaves. The spectacle of a vast machine doing the job it was built to do, hypnotizing half the crowd into stunned silence. But despite the scale of the endeavor, and your part in it, you can't feel proud, or even impressed. What you see instead, as Mina clings onto you for comfort, is that same system Lem just described for you. In it, the sidereal and the Celis Foundation are as vast as a sun, around which millions of other bodies orbit. Their scale is terrifying. The breadth of their influence impossible to conceive. Yet here in the small nested system of Lem, of Mina, of you, of the Eye with its orbits and transits, and the people that are linked to it, those vast forces can be countered. They shift you, yes, and the people around you, but they do not negate the pull of friendship, the orbits of community. As the sidereal moves away from the dock, you think of the bodies on it, those thousands of cryo-sleepers that, like the person you once were, have given themselves over to that system. You imagine each of them has their reasons, their dreams, their fears, but you worry for them. You worry they have shackled themselves to something so much bigger than themselves that it would crush them without a thought. The thought makes you bring Mina closer, holding her too. And as you do, Lem puts an arm around you both. And you stand together like that for a while, until the bright spots of the sidereal horizon's drives have faded into the dark, and it is time to go home. Speaking of things I've been thinking about for over a year, one must imagine Lem and Mina happy, I said at the start, right? Also, sorry, I know my sinuses are fucked from crying. Yeah, I love Lem's reaction to not getting on the ship. Or, yeah.
In particular, the maturity, or who am I to decide what's good enough for her? And the 3-body problem, which is what the Steam achievement was. A strange choice. Castor stands beside you at the rail, watching the pinpricks of light from the sidereal horizon's drives disappear. But perhaps not unexpected. You turn to look at Castor. You turn to look, and Castor is beaming at you with an unsettling warmth. Are you angry? About what? He squeezes your shoulder. I only wish for you to exercise that strong drive of yours. If it happens to align with my own, then that is pleasing to me. But if it does not, I cannot punish you. What about the sidereal? Castor looks out to the stars. I will do my best to follow its progress. He pauses. Celis itself is more of a concern. Sindri Celis has taken a step back from the public eye. It seems some internal struggles are playing out within their pristine halls, Castor sighs. But I doubt core politics are of much concern to you. Castor moves down along the rail. The eye, though, that seems to be your primary concern. Am I right? It's my home. He smiles broadly. Then we are fellow residents. He seems pleased. This place has been a good home for me. Though, like all places, it has its phases. Do not idle here too long, sleeper, unless you wish to be once again caught in the movement of systems much bigger than yourself. Castor turns and starts to clunk away in his mag boots. I will be keeping an eye on you, if you don't mind, sleeper. He waves as he walks. My curiosity remains piqued. Once he leaves, you stay a little longer at the rail, watching the stars, thinking about all those people out on the sidereal horizon, drifting towards an unknown future. You know that feeling when game good? We have no money for fixing our condition. I think we might just have to deal with 4 actions for a minute. Yeah. Yeah, as soon as it was like, there are active scenes, I was like, oh, yeah. Yeah, I sure haven't gotten that before, huh? Yeah. Moritz. Sleeper, long time. Moritz is smiling at you when you leave, clearly happy to see you again. I definitely do not remember my Moritz voice at all, even from earlier today. Moritz, good to see you. Same. He rubs his hands on the back of his jacket, How have you been? Working hard. I bet, he grins. Well, you are always welcome to hang at the bay if you want. He glances around. Actually, that's what I'm here about. I know Bliss said she didn't want to take any more big jobs, but she's changed her mind or something. He grins, because now we have someone looking at a refit of their ship in our bay. You would not believe it. They want their entire ship disarmed, cutting out defense arrays, weapon lockers, ship-to-ship countermeasures, the whole lot. He leans in. We'll be able to start an arms dealership with all the hardware we'll have up there when we're done. He laughs. Anyway, it's a massive job and we need some hands. Bliss said to go get you. So come on up. Bliss is waiting on you to accept the job. Words are hard. He pauses. It'll be good to have you up there again. He grins. Like old times. A rapid burst of movement catches your attention. A drone, its fins adjusting as it hovers in place. floats in the corridor. Hello? The drone shifts a little, but does not respond. The drone buzzes closer, and a voice gurgles out of its speaker, distorted and strange.
Sleeper, come to the garden. We need to speak.
Who is this? The drone clicks and whirs, and the recording starts playing again.
Sleeper, come to the garden. We need to speak.
Inspect the drone. You move closer, and the drone bobs away to a safe distance. But as it does, you see the HA of Havenage emblazoned on its side. Could this be Fang's drone? Satisfied it has delivered its message, the drone rotates and accelerates away as rapidly as it arrived. You stare at it as it disappears from sight, hoping for some insight that escaped you. To the cordon, then. To the cordon. Do 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 do. Yeah, I sure did not. I like half remembered the ship stuff. Although if we did that, then data things might have been different. I don't know. A thing I like about games that are written like this, and I don't know if I've mentioned this in the playthrough because it was a year ago, but when I played Disco Elysium, I made the decision that I would never save Scum, and that was a great decision. The racist, when my fucking twink art cop crit and knocked out the racist or whatever, like, I think crit twice, because there's like the initial punch and then a kick or whatever. I was just like, yes, 10 out of 10. No notes. This is the best decision I've made in gaming. And yeah. And even when you would fail in Disco Elysium, it's like, well, you know, this is. End of sentence. This is. The game doesn't, like, punish you for failing, and you can have an interesting experience or whatever, even not getting the thing that you think you wanted or thought you wanted. And I think the writing and stuff is more interesting for it. You get to have a, like, kind of sad but also very sweet time with Lem and Mina. And etc. Oh, the cordon's up here, right, okay. I definitely remembered that. As you enter the passage that leads through the cordon, a flash of movement catches your eye. The drone. It stops to make sure you've seen it, and then flits into a side passage, leading to a set of narrow stairs. You climb up through a dark shaft, the drone stopping at each landing to check you are following. Despite its lack of expression, there's something overbearing about the way the drone waits, impatiently realigning its fins in sequence. After a long climb, you come out onto an observation platform. The cordon and the vast ramshackle refugee ships beyond fill your vision. The scale seems impossible, and immediately you feel small and naive for even thinking you could affect this situation. Something shifts nearby. The drone again? A woman is standing at the window, at the edge of your vision. You aren't surprised you didn't notice her. She too seems impossibly small in the shadow of the flotilla. The drone buzzes by her shoulder, and she turns. Frustrated Havenage Counselor Helen. Sleeper, sorry for all of the cloak and dagger nonsense. She nods at the drone. But I've never regretted being cautious. She smiles, a tight smile, and holds out a hand. I'm Helen. shake her hand. Pretend that my going, is like canon or whatever. The awkward pause. The tight smile holds, but the drone keeps its single eye fixed on you. The effect is a little unnerving. Look, she glances around at the empty observation decks as if checking for potential eavesdroppers. Let's be straight with each other. I know about your plans and, she cuts in before you can respond, I understand your motives. You look at her in her overalls. The yellow markers, the HA sigil. You've been on the eye long enough to recognize a Havenage member when you see them. Stay silent. She glances around nervously again and moves a little closer. This entire situation, I'm not here to defend it. She glances back at the flotilla. No one is happy about this. Especially not the refugees. She sighs. I'm not your enemy here, no matter what you think. She pauses. Sleeper, tell me something. What does Havenage mean to you? I don't hate a work in progress. I do, now that I'm getting a better grasp on who Helen is, Hardenhurst is maybe, yeah. She squints at you. That was unfortunate, but you should know it was one of our own who exposed Harden, and that has been dealt with. Havenage is used to being criticized. In some ways, we invite it. Our members are free to bring up grievances at any meeting, to propose new structures, new approaches. She shifts her weight impatiently. As a counselor, it is my duty to listen to them. That's why I was elected by the members. We are an imperfect system, yes, and each counselor, each member, each representative can be flawed and worse. She looks down. But we keep this place running. That is what we do. And the flotilla? She turns and looks out at the clump of fractured ships. The flotilla is a problem. Can the Eye take in thousands of refugees safely? I don't know. This place is a ruin, Sleeper. What do you think the council discusses? The price of Girol? We make plans to keep this place spinning, to keep life support working, to ensure... Helen's slate chirps, and a grim look passes across her face as she sees the notification. She looks tired, the screen light casting her rigid expression in a pale glow. Sleeper, I didn't bring you here to explain how Havenage works. I came to talk about your plan to cross the cordon, breach the quarantine, and supply the flotilla. She looks directly at you. Stay silent. I know you think you are helping the flotilla, but you cannot do this. Right now, halfway along the ring, one of a countless series of debates are being held. These debates are to evaluate the potential harm that could be caused if the refugees of the flotilla are left to enter the station. These debates are at a standstill. Helen walks to the window. Too many in the Havenage Council think of the flotilla as a threat. After recent events, a hardline group has emerged. Protective, selfish, they seek only to benefit the members. In their mind, the flotilla is a danger to life on the Eye. If you are caught crossing the cordon and breaching the quarantine, it will only strengthen the hardline counselor's case. Criminals who stole a ship from XPR undermining the security of the station? She shakes her head. It's exactly what they want. The refugees need supplies. They do, and that's exactly what I want to give them. But unless the quarantine is lifted through a fair process, they will never get them. She sighs deeply. And those ex-XPR spacers you're running with? Sleeper, do you know anything about them? Hmm. 'Cause... 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 'C
Stay silent. Why do you think the refugee flotilla came here now? Something is happening in the system. Something is pushing people out of colonies and outposts that have survived since Solheim collapse. We need to be ready for whatever is coming, ready to protect the Eye. I know the Eye means something to you. I know there's a reason you are still here. Help me protect it. Helen fixes you with a strong look. Persuade the Spacers that this is the wrong move, that they will get caught and the flotilla will be locked down, that Havenage will be delivered into those with the worst instincts. Forget the suicidal supply run with people you barely know. Help me fight for the Eye. Why don't you stop them? If I expose the plan, it's the same as if it goes ahead and they are caught. Every way I look at it, the Eye looks compromised, the quarantine justified, the hardliners get their scapegoat. Don't offer up the excuse that the hardliners need to lock the flotilla out altogether, to persuade the members that they are the safest pair of hands. She looks at you imploringly. Please. You look back at her, and the flotilla behind, and sense a desperation in her plea. A notification breaks the silence. Shit! She rapidly scrolls through pages of data. Sleeper, I need to go. She looks torn. Think about this, please. Talk to the Spacers. Help them see reason. And she quickly leaves the observation deck before you have time to respond. You stay for a moment, watching the lights of the tugs and flotilla, and wonder what it feels like to be on one of those ships, so close to your destination, and yet so far from it. And then you think of the Havenage Council chamber, across the Eye, where the right of these people to find safety is being debated. You shiver, and then you too are gone, back into the stairwell and the cold dark below. We're just vibing. Yeah, don't worry about it. There's still a bunch of Briar stuff. We have 3 days. Or like 2 days, I guess, because on the final day it'll click over and happen. Yeah, I don't know. I think we'll see how this works out. Gather some scrap, I don't know. 7, get the pure positive, so we don't have to worry about condition and starving and so on. Input 8 scrap components. That's it. These components should be enough to cover most of the basic repairs the flotilla needs. You hope. Food, water, and components. You look over the pile of scrap components lying in the Briar. You look around, the bay is empty. Ash and Peak either elsewhere on the station or on the bridge a couple of levels up. You begin sorting through the pile, separating out useful components and boxing them by use. You don't recognize everything you find, but before long you get into the rhythm of sorting. As you do, your mind starts to drift, your attention being drawn into the dark corners of the bay. The Briar is in surprisingly good condition, considering that Hawthorne and XPR must have been operating it for decades by now. The marks of care are everywhere, from the delicate patch jobs polished to meld into the original finish, or the carefully bound wiring running through custom trunking. Ash loves this ship, that much is clear.
Something catches your eye in one of the dark corners. A matte black stack of crates you hadn't spotted before. They are sleek and compact, tucked away behind some of the bigger, more worn containers. Investigate. You put the components away and go over to the sleek crates. You run your hands across their textured surface, but there is little hint of what lies inside the opaque metallic casing. Then you see it, a yellow symbol embossed onto the far side of the crate, a universal sigil used by spacers, corporations, and manufacturers alike. It's one you have seen throughout your time as a sleeper, its meaning all too familiar. Explosive contents. You hear a hiss, and Esh comes up through the bay's lock. She barely registers your presence, nodding at you as she passes. Sleeper? She busies herself with some task at the back of the bay. Ask about the crates. Esh doesn't turn around from whatever she is busy with. Just more supplies, Sleeper, like everything else here. You can't think of anything else to ask, but sense that the atmosphere has now somehow shifted. You quickly finish up the sorting and slip out, waving goodbye to her back as you do. Goodbye to her back as you do. That seems cool and normal. What if we got some money and food? Living under capitalism. Eat. Do some good work for us, or rather, roll good. Plus energy and some cryo. Plus energy and +8 cryo. A few extra chits with our portion. So we have some money. Okay, well, just so we found some explosives. So what? Complete active scenes. I'm forgetting all kinds of things today, apparently. Complete active scene. The eye, of course. Ascender car. Ascend to hub. When you enter the bay, it is weirdly quiet. Moritz must be out on some errand, and maybe Bliss is prepping the kit? Oh, it's you. Well, I definitely don't remember my Ankita voice. Sleeper? Sleeper? Ankita is drifting at one side of the bay. You missed her completely when you came in. The idea of not seeing Ankita when you entered a room would have seemed unlikely to you several cycles ago. But seeing her without her armor, she seems smaller, less imposing. What are you doing here? I was about to ask you the same thing. She kicks off from the wall and comes a little closer. So what is this? She asks. Come to avenge Ashton or his sleeper? Or just looking for another payout? Her anger is familiar, but quieter than before. Restrained. Don't start.
Start what? You are the one following me up here.
She looks away, and you can tell her anger isn't directed at you in particular. It radiates off her like a fire.
You had better be ready to sign,
Comes a shout from the bay entrance.
because I've got my best repair techs coming up here, especially, and they are going to...
Bliss glides in and suddenly stops herself when she sees you and Ankita standing off.
Oh, Sleeper, you're already here. Miss Cassetta, this is the tech I was telling you about. Best on the
She stops, looking between the two of you.
Wait, do you two know each other?
You and Ankita look at each other. Oof. Oof. Oof, these decisions.
My old friend, you are a master of this game, the hidden blade. You pretend that you don't even know my name. Well played.
No. Bliss squints at you both before continuing. Bliss produces a slate.
Now, Miss Cassetta, if you'd like to sign our damage waiver here, we can start on the decommissioning.
She looks at you.
My tech here is eager to get started, as am I.
Voice work is drifting, and it's okay. Ankita scrawls her signature across the slate.
Thank you.
Bliss pauses.
And everything is okay with the special payment terms we discussed?
She gives Ankita a strange smile.
All fine,
says Ankita, giving you another hard look. Then she kicks off and drifts to the entrance.
I'll be in the gimbal,
she says, and leaves. Do you trust her? Bliss looks at the slate.
No, silly. That's why we get her to sign this damn thing.
She slots the slate into a cradle by the terminal.
That's another thing I have to remember to talk to Moritz about,
she says to herself.
Always get a signature. He'll forget when I'm gone.
Training him up?
Something like that.
She glances around.
Look, Sleeper, there's something I have to tell you.
She glances around again. What is she so nervous about?
This isn't exactly a typical job. Miss Cassetta, Ankita,
she gives you a knowing look,
doesn't have the chits to pay us, so we've made a special agreement.
She sighs.
I'm leaving.
Leaving?
Keep it down. I haven't told Moritz yet.
She looks down.
Just waiting to break it to him. Don't you tell him either.
She stares hard at you.
I'll tell him when I'm ready, and I don't want him to get worried about Ankita's history. He can be very protective.
I've noticed.
Look, all I care is that she is heading for the Starward belt.
She looks out of the bay.
That's where I'm headed.
She turns back to face you.
Also, I want to ask...
She stops, unsure.
If you'd like to come with us?
I can't. She interrupts before you answer.
I know things have been hard for you on the eye. You've helped me so much. I asked Ankita if she'd carry 2 of us, and she said yes. Moritz will take over the bay anyway, although if you stay, you are welcome to help him run it. I just thought...
She sighs.
You might be in need of a fresh start as much as I am.
She turns away nervously.
Think about it anyway. The berth is there. We've got to finish the job first anyway.
And with that, she kicks away and heads to the racks before you can offer an answer. Moments later, Moritz enters with a new cutting torch for the disarming of the ambergris. The Starward belt. You push your thoughts to the back of your mind. Time to get to work. punished, question mark, for playing it close to the vest? Or, yeah. So Bliss and Kita gonna go walk about. We'll see how that goes, I guess. Do. 4 dice, but they're 4 good dice. I definitely don't remember Peak's voice. Sleep? I feel like I've been kind of giving everyone the same voice lately. Sleeper? Sleeper? Peak is waiting for you when you leave, but they look different. Pale, drawn out. You need to come up to the Briar, now. They don't meet your eye. What's happened? Not here, Peak hisses. Come to the ship. We'll be waiting. Peak walks away. Don't take long. And with that, they disappear around the corner, leaving you anxious and confused. Well, okay. We've got plot to do. Was this the... No, sorry, this was the, Wastelands thing. They gonna be mad about me finding the explosives. As you walk into the climbing Briar's cavernous bay, now filled with crates and containers, Ash is waiting for you. In front of her, sliced open with its inside scattered across the top of a heavy-duty crate, is an object you recognize, Helen's drone. You freeze. Come in, quick! Peak nudges you into the bay, looking behind you before sealing the entryway. We have to start being careful. You move closer to the container, your eyes on the drone splayed out in pieces, some parts of it hooked up to a slate that Peak picks up and begins tapping away at. Ash looks up from the dissection. We caught it buzzing around nearby, heading for the ship. She leans over and taps the HA sigil on the removed pieces of plating. It's a Havenage spy. I think we've got to it before it sent data back, but we can't be sure. Peak looks at you nervously. Ash cuts in. Have you noticed anyone following you? Any drones like this? Anyone following you up to the Briar? I'm just like, do I think they'll kill Helen? I've seen this drone. Ash frowns. Following you? I met its owner. Ash pauses for a while, Peak looking between the two of you. Explain, Sleeper? Ash says, or sorry, explain, whatever. Explain, Sleeper, Ash says quietly. Tell them about Helen. You explain that you met with Helen at the Cordon, and you tell Ash and Peak about what she told you. That the Havenage Council are debating lifting the quarantine, but they are blocked by the hardliners. You speak faster and faster, but before you can finish, Ash walks away in anger and then comes back again, her eyes burning. What is this, Sleeper? Have you understood nothing from what we've told you? She paces in front of you. Havenage are not your friends. They are administrators, which means they are interested only in their own power, their own survival, their own causes.
They divide people as easily as sorting livestock. The greater good of their work demands it. The wider project of the station, the colony, the nation. Her eyes are wide as she speaks, her anger barely contained. I'm not going to bat for Helen here. I didn't have a choice. I don't love this decision, but I didn't have a choice. Peak cuts in. Listen to them, Ash. They're with us. Peak glances between you two. What was the sleeper supposed to do? They were ambushed by this Helen. Stay silent. Let me tell you something, Sleeper, Ash says, her rage hardening into pain. When people become administrators, they give up something. Some part of being human, being unequal among others, goes away. They start talking about the greater good, the systems, the ways in which their hands are tied or their processes compromised. My mother was the administrator of Hawthorne. What am I doing with the voice now? Sorry. My mother was the administrator of Hawthorne. Hawthorne? And I have seen what it did to her. That noble higher calling. It is toxic. People should never have the chance to decide the fate of others. And those that do so at a cost to their humanity. Peak tries to cut in, but Ash holds up a hand. Don't start, Peak. Don't ask me to be reasonable or calm down. Thousands of people are desperate out there. Being reasonable will only prolong their suffering. Do I believe Helen is trying to help? Yes. Do I believe Helen can help? No. You're right. Ash doesn't move for a moment. Then she lifts a hand to rub her temples. She goes back to say something, then stops. She walks back into the bay and starts checking the straps on the crates. I will make the run, she yanks on a strap. No more distractions. Sleeper, Peak looks torn. You have to understand, this is personal for Ash. I know. Peak looks away, then at Ash. I don't know, Sleeper. I just don't know what to do. You glance around the bay of Briar, the walls seeming closer every second. This whole thing is closing in on you, and the question is, where do you want to be when it all collapses? You look at Peak. And what do you think, Sleeper? Peak rubs their forehead. Should we do this thing or not? The honest answer is, I don't know. Me neither. Peak nods. Me neither. They look at Ash. But you see, her, she knows. And she saved my life. So I'm gonna say we do it. They squeeze your shoulder. Onward. They slip away to help Ash, leaving you alone to replay the conversation in your head. A certain kind of grim determination settling in the room. Last chance to prepare. Briar's hold Peak's plan. +2 cordon until -2 energy, 1, 2, 3, +1 interface. Well, I mean, we have some 5s to work with. It would be irresponsible not to use the good rolls like this to help the refugees. No. +2, yes. We get a good roll for once. Hey!
You and Peak need... You tap into a broadcast detailing the order of operations for new crews assigned to the cordon. This is exactly what you need. Oh. Cordon operations. Quarantine. Oh god, there's so many things. Blind spot, havenage suspicion. Oh no, I didn't expect there to be like a bunch more things. Slice thrusters. The tugs have a powerful suite of iron thrusters for rapid maneuvering. If you can sneak in and slice some off, you'll have a significant upgrade for the Briar. +2 engineering. Crew canteen. Deflect suspicion. Convince a crew. Tug escort -12 cryo. We're gonna lose dice too, which is sure a way for our dice to be, or for our action economy to be running up against this. Yeah. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad. Was the Ord exchange, was that the thing? Play the exchange. I'd probably rather just work at the Battling. Or Bantayan. Bantayan. Yeah. +15 cryo, and we get some plus energy. Oh, that was good. Well, pet the cat, feed the stray. We've gotten through another day. Oh god, we're down to 3 dice. I don't know if I don't think I ever got down to 3 dice in the prior run, or like when I was playing originally. Maybe originally, or like on the first day or two. I just need to like not die. Sorry, refugees, I am in bad shape. God, this is some kind of mood of just like, I want to do things and do good in the world, and also my body is failing me. Please. There might have been a better way to do that, actually. Oh well. Can we... Mingy? Pardon. Words are hard. We're not gonna hit enough for... God, it had to be a 1. Just some food and some energy. 8 cryo is 76, which is not enough for the yet again dispensary. Was I making Girol caps? Or not Girol caps, but like foraging for mushrooms to make stabilizer when I last left the game? That feels like a thing I might have been doing. Well. Oof, owie, my bones. I'm sure everything will be fine.
She's gone, Sleeper.
Peak is breathless and shaking.
She started the run without us.
Shit.
Let's go. If we head back to the cordon now.
Peak starts back up the corridor. Yeah, I totally don't remember my Peak voice at all. Like original Peak voice. They turn back.
She has to make it, Sleeper. She has to.
A shiver runs down your spine. Ash, I hope you know what you are doing. Drive failed. I didn't know you could fail drives. Is that? Well, let's go work our day job. Now, I do think that there's probably a way to have played all that, like, way more optimally in terms of not the sequencing of, like, recent days specifically, but I think if you play through the original game and then get to the refugee stuff, because I believe it's part of an expansion or DLC or something. I bought it all as one lumped together thing. But presumably you'd have a bit more breathing room if you, like, finished the entire main game and then could do that. Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, let's stop dying. Or at least, die slower. So that's a thing. Founders ferry our way across to the Greenway. Plant the seed and let it grow. Also, the yet again enforcer thing is a drive which is surprising to me, or I, like, do not really remember. You arrive, frantic and anxious at the cordon. Peak is nowhere to be seen. Then you hear footsteps, hammering on the metal stairway. Helen's drone led you hammering on the metal stairway Helen's drone led you through before, the one that leads up to the observation deck. You leap up the stairs two at a time and make it to the top, momentarily blinded by the light pouring into the observation deck.
Sleeper!
Peak emerges from the light.
I know she's trying to protect me, but...
Stay silent.
There she is!
Peak rushes to the wide window, leaping forward to catch a glimpse of the climbing Briar's blue XPR livery against the black of the void. You spot the climbing Briar, a glint of blue and white, tiny and alone, arcing towards the red lights of the cordon.
She's exposed,
Peak says nervously.
They'll see her coming if they look.
You watch the cordon and the buzzing tugs for any sign of movement, any response. The Briar crawls silently across your view.
Come on, Esh,
Peak hisses. Then you see it, a sudden flicker of yellow. Peak sees it too.
Those two tugs are heading to cut her off.
They grip the rail.
Go, Esh!
As if responding to Peak's urging, the Briar speeds up, diving for the cordon edge now, like a hawk descending. You tense up. Peak grips the rail as the Briar races towards the edge of the cordon, that invisible net of sensors splayed between ships and drones. Can she pass through? The response is immediate. The moment the Briar hits the net of sensors, the entire cordon reacts. Sequences of blinking lights cascade out from the ship's position, the angry red of the cordon multiplied many times over.
Shit!
Peak presses a hand against the window. As they do, the Briars accelerates, weaving dangerously through the flotilla. You move closer to the window without thinking, unable to take your eyes off the rapidly descending ship, spinning between the hulls of the flotilla, a group of tugs now tracing its path in pursuit. The Briar drifts through the flotilla, but it is agonizingly slow. Come on, Ash! Peak shouts in desperation, pressing a palm against the glass. You squint at the gathering yellow glints of the tugs. They're too fast. You both watch in dismay as the tugs swarm the Briar, their shunts locking onto the hull of the ship and holding it in place. The Briar is stuck, its drives unable to escape the tug's grip, especially in the close quarters of the flotilla. Peak is silent, and you watch as the Briar is dragged away towards the facility at the edge of the rim, a hole opening up in the pit of your stomach. You look at Peak, but they don't respond. They don't take their eyes off the Briar. Even after it disappears, they stand there at the glass, their eyes fixed on the flotilla. She didn't even get the supplies through. Peak doesn't look at you. This was all for nothing. I'm sorry. This was stupid, Sleeper. Peak looks back at you, their eyes wet. A stupid plan. We had a ship and our freedom. Now what do we have? Peak slams a hand on the glass in frustration, making you jump. I won't be trapped again. I won't. They turn and rush out of the observation deck before you can say anything, leaving you alone with the cold and the light. Well, dang. Helen left a message with one of her drones for you to meet her here when she's done cleaning up the mess. Yeah. So that, frankly, I was expecting that to go worse. Like, even worse, but I don't know. Sometimes it be like that. Rico's grow beds, overgrown garden, mushroom groves. I just want to look for some mushrooms, man. Plus energy? I already had energy though. Minus condition? Mm-hmm. You mistake one cap for another in the tunnels and it burns your mouth when you taste it. You need to be more careful. Well. We're having a time. Yeah, I'm just like, Lem and Mina didn't get on the ship. The refugees are struggling, or like the cordon stuff is happening. At least Bliss is probably going somewhere with a murderer. Is great. It sounds like I'm doing a bit. I'm just like, I am genuinely into the writing, or like, I don't know, things being messy, the three-body problem and all that. Yes. Oh, stable. I couldn't remember if stabilizer like healed you to full or whatever, got you to full condition. I am glad that it does. 'Cause, yeah, it is good. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, we've got a 6 to work with. This is fine. Everything's great. Everything is totally cool and good. What was there at Havenage again? Yatagan. Well. just mosey on around. We can hang out with Lemon Domina. I forgot about that being a thing. Yeah, sorry, and there's still yet again stuff we can do. Poke around the greenway? I'm now concerned that I'm forgetting. I mean, I'm almost certainly forgetting like active threads or whatever. Plant the seed and let it grow. Yet again, Enforcer. I think, although, yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, we don't have that many things left spinning. Like there was Navigator, or like the Neovend, and stuff, and we did that. Ambergris damaged cutter. Right. Ankita wants it all out. Weapons, countermeasures, torpedoes. It would be a risky job if you didn't know Amber so well. Yeah, I guess we can do this. I don't know, what else am I doing? We've got 4s and a +2 on this. Bump the 3 up to a 5? I don't know. I'm vibing, moisturized in my lane, thriving, etc., etc. I'm sure using all my good rolls on this is totally fine. I'm not going to be panicked about our condition or whatever. Oh yeah, we can use scrap to repair our condition, but I gave a bunch of scrap to the thing that failed. Anyway. Amber looks better than she ever has before. Bliss has done an incredible job of cleaning up the hull, and despite the exterior changes being limited, she has the impression of being lighter, somehow, sleeker than before. Moritz drifts by. He's been loading up the final equipment onto Amber. Turns out Ankita will be taking her weapons, but packed and ready to sell at the first Starward belt port she hits. But now that Moritz is done, he seems in a kind of daze, floating back and forth aimlessly. You okay, Moritz? What's that? He turns. Oh, right, yeah, packed and stacked. He smiles a weak smile. Was hoping Miss Cassetta would let me keep a warhead. What do you think of her? Miss Cassetta? He shrugs. She seems tired and old, like older than she looks. Hey, Sleeper, he looks down. Did you know Bliss was leaving? You understand now, she told him. That's why he's like this. I did. He nods distractedly. She says this place is mine. He looks up around the bay, like it is suddenly some vast space he doesn't know what to do with. You'll do a great job, Moritz. He looks down at you. Hey, thanks. He smiles. I appreciate you saying that. Not many people believed in me before now. First Bliss, then you. A dark look suddenly crosses his face. Hey, Sleeper, there was something Bliss said. He meets your eye. Are you going too? Before you can answer, Ankita glides into the bay, a massive crate on her shoulder. Sleeper, you coming or what? Bliss is already on board. She stops by the terminal, holding herself in place. Moritz looks at her with a dazed expression. You look at Ankita. She's keeping it together for now. She's packed all those bad feelings down someplace where you'll never see them, and built a tough foundation on top. She may not be a mercenary anymore, but you imagine most people would think twice before trying to cross her. Well, she looks at you. I'm not eager to spend another moment of my time on this station unless I have to. She pauses, looking between you and Moritz. She sighs. I'll give you a minute. And she kicks off with the crate, taking it to the end of the bay where the Amber sits docked. You look back at Moritz. I'm staying. Lem and Mina are here. And the mushrooms, the gardener. There's so much here. Bliss is fun, but also... and Kita, sucks. She still sucks. I don't care that she has feelings about sucking. Yeah, I'm staying. Moritz looks like he might pass out. Sleeper, are you sure? Are you doing this for me? I'm staying for me. Moritz nods. All right then, you're staying, he grins. And Kita comes back across the bay, the final crate stowed. You staying then, Sleeper? That's right. She nods. Well, okay then, one less mouth to feed. She pauses. Look, Sleeper, I'm not going to go back over everything that happened. She sighs. I'm trying to put that behind me, but I hope you find what you're looking for here. She smiles and kicks off, gliding to the ambergris and the Starward belt beyond. You both watch in silence as Amber's drives fire up. I guess this is our place now, says Moritz, the weight of everything suddenly hitting him. Your place. He smiles. Okay, but I'll need some help from time to time. You both stay for a while to watch Amber and Bliss and Ankita leave. And then Moritz goes to the racks and finally implement a new organizational system. And you head out, promising to be back to check on things soon. As you glide around the soft curve of the hub, you catch a glimpse of the distant stars flickering through the windows. They are beautiful, it's true. But by now you think of them as a distraction. In your time on the Eye, you've realized there's nothing out there waiting for you. No fresh starts and no bright futures. Just a whole load of problems you haven't found yet. No, your place is here. Among the people you know and the problems you know. You wish Ankita and Bliss the best of luck out in the belt, but as you do, you focus on the Eye, on the vast spinning rim that rotates around its hub, on its buildings and flashing lights, on its people and places. This is your home, and for now, it contains all the futures you need. The fixed stars. Everything can be repaired with enough time and effort. Credits again. Bum, 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 bum. This was also this was one of the DLC things, I think. Yeah, it certainly is why aside from me taking a year off, why the arc of my resource management and stuff was because we went from having one linear experience to branching off into 3 things or whatever, which is fine. I don't think not being able to min-max everything to death is an indictment on anything. We have already seen these ones, so. Next round is yours. Moritz arrives at the table with a couple of steel drink canisters, typical of the hub's only bar, the Gimbal Lounge. He settles into the webbing beside the table and clunks them down onto the magnetic table. This place, you have decided, is ridiculous. A rapidly spinning, cavernous sphere, the gimbal's weak gravity, just like the gravity at the eye's rim, is created by its gut-wrenching rotation. The interior surface of the sphere is the gimbal's floor, which descends towards the equator, where one long bar loops around the entire circumference. Tumbling out from that central ring are an array of booths and seating arrangements, equipped with all kinds of harnesses and webbing to keep customers in place. Those harnesses are there because the gimbal doesn't quite spin up fast enough, and you watch as the clientele bounces towards the bar in lazy arcs, or shift from table to table with graceful leaps. "What are you thinking?" asks Moritz, noticing you staring out into the gimbal. Nothing. Maybe this is just because I'm head empty, but nothing. Moritz shrugs. Suit yourself. Moritz takes a drink and stretches. "So, Sleeper, he's sticking around?" I don't know. Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to think of, like, my position in the station or whatever. Trying to remember everything that's happened and stuff from a year ago and earlier today and so on. I guess I don't really have, like, stable employment that is cool or whatever, or I have places to work and stuff, places I can go to earn money, but I don't have, I don't know. Working with Moritz seems fun. If you'll have me. Moritz nods. "Of course, I'm gonna need, help in the bay." Moritz rubs the back of his head. "One cycle at a time, that's how we'll take it. Nice and easy." You aren't sure if he's talking to himself or you. So let's start already. Moritz laughs. All right. He lifts his drink for a toast. "To the next cycle," he pronounces and knocks it back. Moritz might be the winner of, like, least consistent voice work. If only today. Later, when you finally leave the gimbal, Moritz is still laughing. You help him out of the spinning gimbal and back into the hub, sending him on his way home to the bay. Then you pause for a moment to watch the stars as they spin and spin around the eye. You smile to yourself and think of Bliss and Ankita out there somewhere, among those points of light. To the next cycle. I'm floating in a most peculiar way. I'm leaving as the capsule starts to sway. Forage for mushrooms? That's gonna click over tomorrow. Yeah. I don't know. There's probably... I don't need to keep saying it. I'm gonna forget stuff. I'm sure there's some other clock ticking or something I should... Oh, this condition. Come on, man. Come on. Okay. The mushrooms have not been kind to us today. Sorry, I scrolled too far. Repaired unit. And cycle. We still have the full 5 dice for today, at least, anyway. So that's something. Decent rolls, too. Greenway? Check out The thing from the garden. Rico? Rico has something in her hands when you enter the lab. It looks like a knotted twist of woody stems, a ring about the circumference of a human head, consisting of a single stalk at one side and a branched woven network at the other. As you approach, she holds it up, and in the light of the lab it looks like
a crown.
Rico finishes your thought. She smiles and shakes her head in disbelief. Is that what grew?
It is. I came to the plant this morning, and the loop was all that was there.
She points to a lump on the edge of the ring.
The seed grew right back into itself, twisted up out of the soil. That being you encountered in the cloud, as you call it, was it wearing one of these?
She eyes you suspiciously, still unsure if she is somehow embroiled in an overlong prank. No? She sighs.
I suppose that would be too easy.
She smiles to herself.
A root crown.
She places the object on the bench and shuffles to her analysis terminal, her face lit by its amber light in the dim corner of the lab.
Well, it isn't exactly a plant anyway, not from what I can tell.
She gives you a serious look.
No leaves, no chloroplasts. It's just a series of filaments encased in cellulose walls.
When you say filaments...
See, that's why I like you, Sleeper. You are so good at spotting the unusual details. Unusual details.
She beckons you over.
Look at this.
You see a cross-section scan of the crown. Its layers of plant-like structure on full view, until you reach the center. There, instead of xylem and phloem for transporting nutrients, something branched and woven glints. Are those wires? She laughs.
I'm not sure whether to say yes or no here. They are not wires like those in an electrical system, no. But they are filaments of a conductive material, so yes.
She leans closer to the screen.
But you see those branches? They remind me of dendrites, of neurons, which is...
she rubs her eyes.
Which is frankly ridiculous.
You look back at the crown on the table as Rico fusses over the scans, and you suddenly realize what it reminds you of. You remember signing the forms, the walk to the sleeper tanks, the cold metal floor. Then you remember the crown they fitted you with, the branching structure of wires and pads. No, not a crown. They called it an interface. The tool of your emulation, your transference from neurons to electrons, an interface. That is your gift from the gardener, or from Gardner. You turn back to Rico. It's an interface. Rico looks at you, puzzled. Something clicks in her mind, perhaps something she heard from the sleeper she had helped all those cycles ago. She starts talking, partly to you, partly to herself.
If the club heads were made for you, then this too could be made for you, for your frame.
She shuffles over quickly to the interface, a word that has stuck to this strange branched object quickly in your mind.
You're right. That entity, it is the entity I have been looking for.
She shuffles quickly to the crown.
They are the entity which is controlling the Greenway, which has been maintaining it, supporting it, and which has been guiding it for all these decades.
She stops to catch her breath.
They want to talk with you.
Rico leads you to a seat.
I will be here, Sleeper, if something happens. If you wish me to remove the crown, the interface, just squeeze.
She grips your hand tightly. You meet her eyes, clouded with age, but bright with the thrill of new discoveries. Then she places the interface on your head, and everything blinks out. Back into the river. Back into the dark flow. But something is different now. You are no longer pushed, no longer blocked and buffeted by the swarm, by the storm. Instead, it flows around you. You move, and it parts, letting you pass. Something else resists, but it gives easily enough. You look back and see your body. You have left it behind. Somewhere, Rika's voice is talking to you, asking you questions. It is excited, eager, desperate to know what lies on the other side, what the entity has to say to you. You realize how long she has waited for this moment, for the moment of meeting between the inhabitants of the Greenway and its protector, yet she is still on the outside. You shake off the sadness. You will be her eyes. Then you see the figure, Gardener, out in the storm, planting. It takes less than a moment to reach them. You've never felt so free. This is how Navigator must have felt, released from their prison. This, you think, is what it feels like to be in the place you were built to inhabit. Gardener does not turn at your approach. They go on planting, but their voice whispers in the waters like a sharply rising current. You grew the gift, their speech hisses around you. Good, I am glad. I wanted to meet you. Then we are the same, both eager shoots seeking one another. How does it feel to be free of your seed? They stoop to plant again. Good. That is good. They press a seed into the loamy depths. There was some disagreement, continues Gardener, as if you were picking up on a long-held conversation. With the others. They felt you were a danger, but they are always cautious, especially the fungi. They like old loam, known knowns, wide and stable networks. The fungi were cautious. Mostly, yes, although there are many among their number who favor short growth cycles, thick nutrient veins, and sudden shifts. He gestures out into the storm, and though you cannot see them, you feel presences all around, sensing this audience with great interest. After all, they understood that it was I who made them their crowns, and without them they would not have joined the chorus. So they see that it is only fair that you get your chance to join too. You made more crowns. I made them all. Gardener moves away a little, looking for another planting spot. It was so lonely here, but before long I found them and began to let them in. Gardener stoops again. We are millions, and we grow. I hope you understand. I am unused to speaking to your kind. It has been many cycles since my last conversation. I think it was with Chief Executive Trellick himself. You look around, and you see it. Every growing thing, every non-human being in the Greenway is here. They are networked, connected, branched and linked by this strange being, this artifact of the old station. The impossible dream of a senile farm administration AI. A living network. You could dissolve here, you realize, free of that decaying body. You wouldn't need to be a person, why would you, among all these other minds? You turn away from Gardener for a moment and look back at your body. A tiny hairline thread connects it to you. You hear Rika's voice again, still asking, still checking again, and still checking in. Are you okay, Sleeper? What are they saying, Sleeper? Are you still there, Sleeper? Something in you sighs a long sigh.
A sigh that speaks of exhaustion beyond tiredness. An exhaustion rooted deep inside you. It stems from the effort of answering questions, of answering problems, of getting up and breathing each cycle. But something else resists the sigh. A yearning, a sense of distance, a desire to squeeze that hand that holds you, for its warmth, its blood, its complexity, to make a gesture that says, I'm still here, I'm still alive. Yeah. I'm with you. The two ideas spin within you, making you nauseous. If you break that thread, you will be free to dissolve here, to grow strange and beautiful among a million others. If you follow it, if you squeeze Rika's hand, you will wake up, back in that dying body, with all the pain and warmth that entails. I make this decision every day. Your eyes track the thread across the whirling dark, back to your body. This choice, you realize, will not be presented again. Yeah, no. You don't look back at Gardner. You don't dare risk it. Instead, you follow the thread, delicately, carefully, like a diver following their lifeline back to the surface. The river whirls around you, but it doesn't pull, it isn't jealous. Neither does it understand. It is, after all, just a river. It isn't a person, a flesh and blood person with wants, with desires, with the capacity for love and hate. It doesn't understand you, and you don't understand it. So you don't focus on it. You don't think about it, on what feels like such a long journey back through the dark. You set your mind on eyes instead, on hands, things you can focus on, hold on to. And then, after an age of crossing, you are there, settling back into the chair, into a body in a chair, and the overwhelming sensations that come with being a living thing with a rich and detailed sensorium. For a moment, you feel like you have made a terrible mistake. Who would choose this weight, this anxiety, this deep well at the center of existence? But then you feel it. Rika's hand gripped hard around yours, trembling a little, sweating a little. Rika's hand with its brittle bones and crumpled skin. Rika's hand. I don't know why I wasn't expecting this game to fuck me up. I think I was, emotionally prepared to, for like Lem and Mina to get me. I didn't expect there to be like 6 endings, or for every thread to, do things. And in that moment, you understand why you made this choice. And then you squeeze. Yeah. And then you squeeze Rico's hand, and you wake up. Warmth and light. Turn away and follow the thread back home.
I don't actually have a sense of how big Citizen Sleeper was originally at this point. I'm sure I could find out and be like, oh, that, and that weren't in the base game? God damn! But, yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I don't know how many more endings we have. Well, that's fine. Gardener, the fugitive stuff is technically unresolved. That's the, like, big one, right?
Sleeper,
Rika's voice comes wavering through the dark.
are you still with me?
You sit up, the lab a bright green glare that fades as you gather yourself. I'm here. Rika smiles.
Good.
She squeezes your hand.
I thought you'd left me for a moment. What?
She pauses.
Who? She smiles. Tell me about it. Tell me everything.
I don't even understand why you would tell her it was nothing. Or, I mean, maybe, I guess, I don't know. Tell her the truth. You tell Rico everything. You tell her about the gardener, that strange farm administrator AI that has grown to be so much more. About the chorus, that impossible configuration of networked plants, and finally about the choice the gardener offered you. She listens attentively, but her responses are hard to read, and you wonder if she might have made a different decision had she been in your place.
Thank you, Sleeper, for telling me. I know it isn't easy to say such things. People often do not wish to hear such strange truths.
She looks away.
And thank you for returning to me, though I know you had your own reasons.
She squeezes your hand reassuringly. Something passes between you then, a kind of shared sadness for the impossible choice. The choice to escape your body or to stay and suffer it. Her smile is warm and generous, and whatever the wisdom of your choice, you are glad to feel welcome in this moment, in this place. Then suddenly she stands and walks a little away, as if trying to escape an unpleasant thought. You worry that she knows all too well what it takes to make a choice like you did. Rico sighs.
So, Sleeper, do you plan to stay in the commune with us?
I guess? I don't know if that entails anything. I've kind of been hanging out here. Been hanging out. I don't think I ever stole anything. For a while?
I'm glad to hear it.
Rico crosses back over to you and takes one of your hands in both of hers.
Haifa needs new blood if it wants to survive.
And she...
And
she squeezes.
You are a good friend.
The feeling is mutual. Say words. Voice feelings.
Well, don't let me keep you.
Rico waves you away and limps back to her terminal. As she does, you notice the crown in her hand, and she places it on the bench with great care. You can't help but feel a little curious about what she intends to do with it. Then you're out, breathing the air of the greenway, fresh as a spring morning. The dappled light makes a patchwork of the greening landscape, and you walk into it, sensing the movements of the gardener's chorus all around. And you are glad to be here, in this strange and beautiful place, a little longer. Yeah. 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 That is the mood, huh? Or, I don't know.
without getting wildly dark or talking about mental health history stuff too much, rather than just kind of indirectly evoking it, you look at a tiny bird outside and it's just like, shit, that's a good tiny bird. And listen, that can be enough. That's fine. That's valid. I'm sorry, Sleeper. Helen comes towards you along the walkway, but your friend must have known there was a chance this would happen. She seems unsure of how to greet you and looks nervously around. She's being held along with her ship. I don't know, shouting at this woman doesn't seem like the move to me. What now? I don't know, Sleeper. I don't know. Helen pinches the bridge of her nose. Cordon Security has your friend, and she and her ship will be held in the quarantine until it's lifted. Continue. As for the quarantine, she glances at her slate. We're working on it, but the council is unlikely to budge now. Not after this. She runs a hand through her hair. This is the last thing I needed. Helen meets your eye. She was carrying weapons. Do you know that? She stares at you. We found a crate of firearms on her ship. Stay silent. Helen meets your eye. She was, first bug of the game? Question mark? Question mark? Interrobang? What? I don't, okay. And the refugees? Nothing good. Helen looks away. As you know, Cordon Security intercepted your friend before she could get supplies through. Since then, the refugees have cut off all communication. I'm worried, Sleeper, about what is happening in there. But after recent events, Cordon Security are keeping the place locked down tighter than ever. No one can get in. Meanwhile, the hardline counselors are preaching in the chamber as we speak. It's a deadlock, and I don't know when it will loosen its grip. Helen walks a little away and turns back. I wish I had better news, Sleeper, but we knew this was coming. I don't know. I don't love Helen. I do feel, I do somewhat feel, not entirely, or like not as it was stated, but feel the like, giving up humanity to be a bureaucrat thing, of just like, that you could simply be a good person and help them. So you know, we'll be a little bit snark. Helen turns away. Enough, Sleeper. My hands are tied. We still don't know why the flotilla came here, why they abandoned settlements and outposts throughout the system to flee to this ruined station. What little we heard from them concerned computer and life support systems collapsing in waves, machinery in flux. Helen sucks in a breath. This isn't over. You think of the people of the flotilla. Helen is right. People don't abandon their homes for nothing. What wave is rushing through the system, and when will it reach the eye? Helen interrupts your thoughts. I have to go. The debates will be restart soon, and I should be there. She waits for a moment, and it is unclear if she is trying to think of something to say, or just waiting for you to speak. But the silence keeps you both quiet, and she walks off down the corridor, a nod the only farewell she offers. You hoped that speaking to her might ease the knot of worry in your chest, but it remains there, reminding you of Ash, of the refugees.
and of the wait ahead. What is done, no matter how many times you turn it over in your head. You get the feeling you will be needed soon, and for that you must save your strength. What was it Fang told you Erland said? The eye opens for us all? Not this time. For now, the eye remains closed to those that need it. A shudder runs through you. Something is coming. You can feel it. This isn't over. Well. The first part of the flotilla's story is complete. Now, episode Refugee begins when the cycle below is filled. Right, the additional things were episodes. So do we have one episode left? One big story beat? Well, ain't that a thing? Are we just killing time then? Three days. Or like 2 days after this one. I wonder... Yeah. That's just like, did talking to the gardener alter the stuff at all? And I don't think so. I mean, I guess I could hammer dice into it and check, but yeah. So sort of just looking at this stuff. Or reading it or whatever. Do Yadigan stuff. I don't really... Yeah, plus energy, plus Yadigan Insider. This clock is so long. Does give scrap components, which I do kind of wish I'd noticed, although it hits condition as the negative. Yeah. I don't know. Just vibe. Do a thing. I have a thing, don't I? Self-repair, scrap components, Yadigan Insider, yeah. Am I remembering that properly? Yeah, self-repair. The thing isn't pretty. I definitely forgot about that, and that gets us a day, right? Yeah. Or like 1 bar of condition. Okay. I mean, listen, I'm down to just feed scrap into, fixing the condition stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we are just, like, vibing until, that stuff fires. Just thinking about the game. On one hand, I feel like I should have big, deep thoughts about, like, well, you see, you can put Citizen Sleeper in conversation with Aaron Trammell's repairing play, and that gives, in conjunction with how Pac-Man eats by Noah Wardrop Fruin, that gives you an image of how the game produces meaning, and dibba-dibba-doo. But I don't know. It was good. Sometimes game good. Minus condition. You had to get an insider. Okay. Or actually, sorry, we'll do this over here if we need energy now. Plus energy, plus yet again insider. Do. And cycle. Yeah, just do that for 2 days, kick about. I think that's like the only other loose story thing I can remember offhand. Is there something on the eye? We hit all of the like Moritz beats, I think. Gimbal Lounge, Repair Bay. Yeah. And we're okay. Plus 20 crypto. Oh, it pays well. Good to know. I think I say like I'm not expecting the game to be over within, I don't know, 20 minutes. I say that and then it's like, it could be another 2 hours. Big roll. Big roll, give energy, please. Yes. Me like big roll, give energy. You really are working a beat. Or like you have to feed so many dice into this. These are the same, minus condition, minus, or like, I guess minus energy is less bad. Yeah. I did not do the math on this in terms of like, will we be able to, I don't know if we'll get whisked right away to the, Havenage refugee stuff. As you say your goodbyes to the other enforcers and walk back through the low end, a chirruping catches your attention. In a quiet corridor away from the main thoroughfares, someone has stuck a small recorder to the wall with suit sealant tape. Written across the fluorescent tape is one word: sleeper. You peel it away from the wall, and as you do, it triggers some kind of improvised trip switch. Sleeper, Sabine's voice crackles through. I've seen you with Yatagan members. Are they holding you captive now, too? A high whine. I'm sorry if I've dragged you into this. Do not trust them. Something is happening with the gang, some kind of power struggle. You cover the speaker a little, their voice too loud in the quiet corridor. I definitely do not remember whatever voice I was doing for Sabine. I'll come soon. Thanks to your efforts, I have located most of their properties. At the right time. A pause. I'll see you soon. Don't give up. Remember our deal. The recording cuts out. You stare at the recorder, processing what you've just heard. Hearing Sabine's voice again opens up something inside of you. An SNARP employee. Do they know that I know? You struggle with a mix of concern and distrust. You throw the recorder into a nearby waste chute as you leave the corridor, still unsure who to trust, and head quietly out of the low end. I think I'm remembering correctly that Sabine was our doctor, right? Or the Yatagan medical woman. Anyway. End cycle. Well, those are some ones and twos. I mean, cross to Greenway, do the thing. Get the final big lore dump. I mean, now that I'm remembering Sabine exists, or like that this was a plot thread, maybe we try to do Sabine things first. Maybe. I mean, this is the thing about this resource system is you're never just like, oh yes, easy decisions, good times. So we can do that. +1 is 75%. I burn a 2 on this, or try to get away with spending a 2. Minus energy, but plus Yatagan Insider. I'll take it. Leave. Oh yeah! This time, sorry, just me remembering, Rabia. This time you meet inside Rabia's office, although now that you've seen it, the office seems like the wrong term. You find her stood in an almost bare, shadowy unit, midway through a sequence of stretches. There are 2 low stools and a terminal in the corner, but it seems that most of the space is taken up by a heavy punching bag, rubber matting, and a stack of weights. When Rabia turns to greet you, you realize she's missing an arm. The prosthetic she usually wears is set in a cradle near the terminal, a web of colored wires running to it. Updates! Wait, Updates, she says, noticing you looking where her artificial arm usually is. Nothing to worry yourself with. Of course. Sit, says Rabia, gesturing to the 2 diminutive stools. You both settle on the stools, Rabia crossing her legs on top and sitting straight backed. Jaya told me you've been doing the rounds, collecting tithes, patrolling the wards, she smiles. Some of the enforcers are impressed, and I hear you handled a few difficult circumstances. Nicely done. I wanted to help. And you did. She crosses her eyes for a moment. I hope you can see how things work here now. A strong Yatagan means a strong low end. Both are woven into each other. I know that for you, life on the Eye has been a struggle, but I hope we can do something about that from here onwards. Though some of our members may not see it this way, I know you too are a refugee. She looks at you solemnly. That's why you've come to us. Enough, Rabia. Sabine's voice cuts through the conversation. I'm tired of listening to your affected nobility. They cross the room, Rabia's baton in their hand, the end lit with sparking electricity. Rabia looks between the 2 of you. I suppose this ambush was another cooperation between you 2? She looks strangely unfazed. Me honestly trying to remember if I was like working with Sabine to do a thing or whatever. Stay silent. Sabine pauses, thrown off by your silence. Rabia takes this opportunity to act. She leaps from the stool and, fainting past Sabine, grabs the baton and twists it inwards. She is by far the stronger, and she pushes Sabine to their knees, cracking the end of the baton towards their chest. They freeze there, Sabine struggling to keep the crackling baton from their skin. Stop it. Don't. Then you support them, Rabia asks you, her eyes not leaving Sabine. Your loyalties are so easily swayed. I thought you were more than Yannick's attack dog, Rabia. Sabine spits back. Are you not able to think for yourself? Rabia holds the baton strong, and for a moment you think she is about to hammer it down into Sabine's chest. But, after a painful wait, she throws Sabine down instead and spins the baton in her hand, thumbing a switch and shutting it off in a single move. Now what? They both look at you, each still catching their breath, as if they had forgotten about your presence. Rabia cracks her neck. You're lucky I didn't kill you. I would have had every right, she shouts, the anger a release of tension more than a threat. Sabine lifts themselves a little. Bruised from the fall, they roll onto their side and cough. Rabia gives them some space, sitting back on the stool. Sabine props themselves up on their Sabine props themselves up on their elbows and fixes Rabia with a hard stare. You have something to say? Rabia taunts. Say it. This is your final opportunity. Because after this, she laughs, no coming back. What's the point? Sabine breathes heavily. She refuses to listen to criticism of the great Yatagan project. Rabia collects herself. Speak. She folds her arms and waits to be convinced. Sabine takes a breath, organizing their thoughts. They go to start, pause, then decide on another approach. Eventually they say it. Yannick is a traitor. Rabia immediately flinches, her eyes going to her prosthetic arm, her muscles clenching. But she rides it out, more eager to prove Sabine wrong than she is to hurt them, at least for now. When I came here from SNOP, they glance at you, gauging your reaction. It was Yannick who was one of the first to support me, to look after me. I should have known then, but I was naive, afraid. Sabine turns to you. Sleeper? They take a breath. I know that I should have told you I worked for SNOP long ago. I thought you would abandon me, and you are my final friend. What you should know is that I left SNOP because I was running for my life. I leaked documents on the Sleeper program, on the illegal and immoral practices it relied on, to the press. SNOP wanted me dead, and I fled as far as I could to this refuge at the edge of the surrogate systems. Sabine stops to collect themselves. What does this have to do with Yannick? Rabia interrupts. Sleeper knows you are SNARP, I told them. And while you hide beneath the cover of being a whistleblower, you and I both know you worked on the Sleeper program. Yannick told me as much. Sabine's face falls. It is true. They glance at you and then away, ashamed. They lift their head. But it is Yannick, not me, who is in the pocket of SNOP. Rabia flinches again. I can prove it. He made some kind of deal to keep me here, to tie me up in debt, to lock me away. In exchange... Rabia slams her hand on the desk. Just tell us, for God's sake. In exchange for those, Sabine finishes, nodding towards Rabia's prosthetic arm in its cradle. He has been using Yatagan enforcers, using you as test subjects for SNOP technology. I have the data to prove it. He has been bringing them in under the guise of stolen shipments and having me fit them, knowing each one is capturing data and sending it back to its makers. Rabia's fixed expression has started to fade. Sabine produces a slate. It's all here. Thousands of hours of usage data, failure rates, error dumps. These are untested implants, Rabia. They could short out, fail, cause cascading failures across a person's body. And they have. Sabine suddenly looks incredibly tired. I thought the error rate in the units was down to them being stolen or modified. I've tried to fix hundreds of failures in my time here. Not all of them. They stop, unable to continue. Rabia closes her eyes and breathes in. Then she opens them again. She holds out a hand to Sabine. Show me, she says. Later, much later when you leave, Sabine is still taking Rabia through the manifests and usage data. Both of them crowded around the terminal as Sabine leads Rabia through each layer of Yannick's betrayal. As he leaves, Sabine catches your eye, and something passes between you. Something like a thank you, or a sorry, or some other expression that communicates both sadness and hope. Well, ain't that a thing? 1 upgrade point. Machi machi. Now, enemy of my enemy. Rabia and Sabine have been holed up in her office for a while now. What are they planning? Okay. What are they planning? That is part of the fun of returning to the game. It's just like, oh yeah, I did forget about that. I kind of gave them a British voice, which I feel like is maybe not correct, or probably not correct. I don't know. Me just thinking about, Rico. I don't know what I should be doing right now. Cause yeah, I think we're pretty thin on stuff to do. We're pretty thin on, like, plot. We've covered a lot of ground, which is good. Oh, we're 4 hours deep? Okay. Which is good. Because, yeah, I did want to try to finish the game today, if possible. We can get some scrap for repairing condition, I guess. Is this minus condition? That was pretty rough with it too. We do like this. Something else gave scrap and I already have forgotten. Sorry, yeah, working as an enforcer or whatever. Is that still available? Caster has, like, data and stuff. Vial of stabilizer. I guess I haven't really been looking at data since, Navigator. I guess we can do the sure. I don't. Maybe I care about caster stuff. I don't know. Getting close to a point where I'm just like, yeah, no, I'm good. We got Lemoned Mina and Rico and etc. Me just crushing down a bunch of other very good writing and stuff into etc. I was getting, or I've gotten distracted by just the letter or the character write-out. I was trying to see for a second if there's like a pattern to it or if it is just random characters and stuff. It's the same text each time anyway. Havenage agents. Do we not have more yet again data? Sorry, yeah, there was the yet again. Why did I not bypass? Do the thing. Extract the data. Let's go. I guess we have, yeah, I did get that extra data thing, didn't I? So we can actually do whatever this is now. Input yet again agent data.
That's enough for now, sleeper. I have other things to attend to.
Caster voice also. Something I just remember being like vaguely deep? Question mark? Well, that is that day in the books, I think. It hits you like a wave, a white-edged breaker roaring inland with the force of the entire ocean. The impact is a screaming brightness, blanking out everything. Behind it is silence. You float in silence, suspended. No, you do not float. You are the silence. It has filled you up. It has emptied you out. You cease to exist. Time passes, though you do not feel it passing. Then something flickers in the silence, and then something moves. That something is you. You open your eyes to a metal ceiling of flickering lights. You feel the floor around you, patting it with shaking hands. You assemble an image of yourself lying on your back in a corridor. You shake off the silence and sit up. What was that? You glance around, looking for a sign of some change. Damage on the walls, shouts in the distance, fire and fear. Nothing has changed. The silence sits around you like a fog. You try to think, furrowing your brow. How do you think again? It doesn't seem so easy anymore. You force the pathways to light up, the databanks to grant access. You feel like a fraction drive starting up after a long shutdown in cold vacuum. In the silence. In the silence was negotiation. A dissociation so absolute that electrons shed their tethers and considered new paths and orbits. All things were possible, but none could be achieved. It was only a moment, but in that moment, time ceased to function. A memory/image comes to you, one from the moments before the wave hit. You squint as you imagine it, trying to cohere its blurry form, a broken skeletal ring, the eye, and then a vast arc approaching it, a razor-edged white curve, the wave. The wave approaches the eye. The eye spins, turning each part to face that vast white edge. You recognize their skeletal data cloud forms, the bright market, the low end, the greenway, the wastes. Then, the wave hits just as the flotilla, the cordon, turns to face it. And after that, everything is silence. You open your eyes again. That is the epicenter. But of what? Well, that seems cool and normal. I'm sure that's fine. Me going from bumbling around to like... Even before you reach the cordon, the damage is obvious. The blinking red lights, the drones, the tugs are all gone. Half the cordon's frame has also been shorn away. Perhaps, though, the impact of some failing ship. People push past you in the corridor, both Havenage staff and contractors, clearing the cordon. Try to speak to them? You are met with suspicious looks and scattered warnings, but little else. From the equipment being carried out, you suspect this is no relief effort. Havenage are pulling out of this section of the station. The further you pass into the cordon, the less people you see. You can see a few sections have been closed off, their bulkhead doors sealed, and red warning lights punctuating the corridors, but otherwise most areas seem functional. Suddenly you feel a hand fall on your shoulder. Havenage security? You should have known better than to wander into this place. You brace yourself as you turn. Sleeper! Peek's wide eyes greet you as you turn. The cordon! They glance around, panicked. It's gone down.
The Briar and Ash are still in there? Do you think she did this? Or perhaps Havenage messed up? They start pulling you towards the edge of the cordon. You should find her. What if... It wasn't her or Havenage. Peak stops. What are you saying? Something hit... No, sorry. There was a wave. Peak frowns. A wave? What do you mean? They pause to think. A signal that only affects electrical systems, perhaps? EMP would have taken out most of the station, but... Peak runs a hand through their hair. Don't know what you're saying, Sleeper. That doesn't sound... They look away down the corridor for a moment. Look, I have to find Ash. I'm sure you'll find you felt something, but we can talk about that later. They set off down the corridor. I can't sit around talking any longer. Find me on the flotilla. I'm gonna find a way to Ash no matter what. With that, they rush away into the depths of the cordon, leaving you behind. Seems like you'll need to follow if you want to get any answers. You find a small shuttle scavenging supplies from the cordon to take back to the flotilla. They'll take you too if you bring some scrap along. We have 1 scrap. So what if, hear me out, real big lateral thinking happening here. What if we got 2 scrap? And, yeah. Sure, I'll make thing happen. I don't... Can we come back from this? I don't know if I'm supposed to, like, kill time? I'm a little bit concerned that it will, like, end the game in a big way to go across there, so I don't know if I should, like, kill 2 days, get the Rabia thing happening. Is that anything? Burn some ones, doing trash work, or like menial noodle job. It is almost midnight here, too. If I seem a little bit tired or whatever, it's like, I'm into the game. Still into the game. Just a little eepy. As you'd be, as you do. We did get some stabilizer, and that's nice. I like it when we have stabilizer. I did entirely forget about self-repair. For like half of playing today, the scrap stuff, which you think I would have read it when I... anyway. I do kind of want to just burn 2 days, but it also feels weird to just, like, sleep, so... I don't know, bar shift? Oh, I immediately forgot, too, about the, working with Moritz. Of like, hey, that pays actual money. I feel like having some money is, as far as a way to burn 2 days goes, not bad. Do that. Random scrap item. So I didn't even need to do a scrap thing. How dare. Yeah, that following them is not time gated. So I think I want to just vibe. I guess we can do a little bit of self-repair. So we can have me power gaming the end of the game. I don't know. Listen. It is the way it is.
Hopefully the audio level's been okay. I maybe should have, like, checked and turned down the main audio, but I like the Citizen Sleeper stuff, and is... yeah. It's too late now, we're 4 hours in. Leave. It's okay if this is rough, too, theoretically, or like, I don't know. This is the type of video or a type of thing where it's just like, getting it done is good enough. If I didn't QA check every step of the process, that's kind of like, what do you want? Someone who actually earns a living working on these long labor-intensive videos slash let's play things? No. Give me money. Just having like a thing that you can punch, punch a billion actions into and get paid a ton of money. Not bad. Don't hate it. Or just, you know, looking at 151 cryo, I'm like, yep, seems good. I like that. And I mean, so self-repair stabilizer? No, just end cycle. Burning stabilizer for 3 pips or whatever. Who needs it? Oh, I am starving. But let's do this. As you enter Rabia's office, you hear voices. Is that Sabine? You push open the door. Sleeper, what good timing, Rabia calls out as you enter. I want to introduce you to someone. The man is standing at the center of the room, speaking quietly with Rabia. He turns as you come in. Meet Yannick. Yatagan Elder.
Sleeper?
He nods.
Been hearing good things from Robbie.
He smiles an easy smile. Rabia? Rabia cuts in. The Sleeper has been running the patrols in the ward. They know how we run things. Yannick raises an eyebrow, his eyes concealed beneath tinted glasses. You feel his stare even if you cannot see it. Actually, Rabia places a hand on your shoulder. The Sleeper was what I wanted to talk to you about. She doesn't spare you a look. What's going on?
Well, okay then.
Yannick tucks his hands into his pockets.
Go on.
I'd like to recommend them to your ward. A tiny pause. They've shown themselves to be a capable ally here on the spoke side, but we have more than enough to run our territories. Here the main block is proving more difficult. Yannick leans forward, slowly.
It's a mess, Robbie.
He waits, his tinted glasses shimmering despite the lack of light in the unit.
I can use them.
He suddenly decides. Rabia smiles. Good to hear. I can immediately... Yannick cuts her off with a raised hand. 1 second. He steps one surprisingly light step closer to you.
You eager to work, Sleeper?
The chump answer, in some regards, is what kind of work. But, also I don't necessarily care about being slick with gang head or whatever, or like this is a weird position to be in. Look, a question. Yannick lowers his head and raises it again, as if he dropped something. Nothing new for you, he answers, not quite looking at you. You don't follow. What is he saying?
That concludes it, Yannick pronounces. Sleeper can come work in the ward, anytime they like.
You shoot Rabia a confused look. Rabia finally glances at you for a moment, but it is so fast you almost miss it. Good, I know you'll be happy with their work, Yan. Yannick reaches out and squeezes her shoulder. Sure, Rabi, he says. Now please, he says, turning to face you, let us old friends get back to it. He guides Rabia away, leaving you standing alone. You look to Rabia, but she's deep in conversation, and so, stunned and confused, you leave. Okay. If Sabine is right, Yannick has been working with SNR behind Yadigan's back. Yeah, gain Yannick's trust? Patrol the block. Okay. This is not too long to do, too hard. Can we just high roll? That feeling when you don't just high roll. One off. Ugh, we couldn't simply high roll. Repaired unit. We don't have spare scrap or whatever. Just deal with it. Just tank the hit of going to bed hungry for a day. Leave. Just power through Yannick stuff. 1, 2, 2, 2. Ugh. Good enough. You almost laugh when you see it. The same small recorder stuck to a different wall this time, written across the fluorescent tape that is that familiar word, sleeper. You grab it quickly. Rabia says, why can't I, Sabine, brain, help. Sabine, Rabia says sorry. Sabine's voice sparks up once again. She says she didn't have time to brief you before setting you up with the old man. I'm sure you've got the play by now. Earn his trust, work the block, then we need you to get into his office. A pause. It's risky, but obviously you are the only one of us he doesn't already know. Either way, we need to locate the link to S&R. You hear a shout in the background of the recording. Rabia says be careful. Sabine continues. The data suggests there's some relay, processing the important data and sending it to S&R. But we can't lock down its position. Either he is moving it, or it's moving itself, or it's rerouting through other relays. We can't understand it. Maybe you can find some details in his office. Once he trusts you, you should be able to get close enough to get into the office. You'll only get one shot. The recording creaks and whines. That's the final piece of the puzzle to end this. A pause. Good luck, sleeper. I'm sorry, too. Be safe. The recording clicks off, leaving you in silence. You pocket the recorder, just in case, and walk away. Looks like it's up to you. Yannick has asked you to collect his medicine from his office. Now the only chance to find that S&R relay. Is it gonna, like, go away if I kill today? Just sticking a 2 in there feels so bad. Emphas, I need some mushrooms. What if we simply did a bunch of work? It did have a thing. It did have a pip. I don't know if that's like a drive pip. Or like a time-sensitive pip, or if I'm just overthinking the UI. I might be overthinking the UI. But listen. Plus 16 cryo. I don't know what a neutral outcome would be for that, too. Morris gives you a filter cleaning job to do while he goes through the racks. The quiet and focused atmosphere is relaxing. God, to have a quiet and focused atmosphere. I guess I implicitly have a quiet and focused atmosphere to some extent, given that I do work from home stuff. Although that doesn't necessarily mean quiet, or I don't... There are noises. I control myself, but not others. End cycle. I probably should have used the thing. 2 6s though. Hey, metagaming. Ba 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 ba. That's like the most metagaming I've done, I think, this entire run. Maybe, I don't know. Aside from just like general resource strategy stuff. You spot the countermeasure on the drawer moments before you touch it. This has to be it, but you can't rush it. You look at the countermeasure on the drawer. It looks like some kind of shock trap. If you'd grabbed the drawer, you'd likely have thousands of volts running through your system right now. You wince. Once you find the anchor points, it comes away easily enough. You pry it from the drawer quickly and quietly, then listen for footsteps in the corridor outside. Prise it from the drawer? Sorry, yeah, brain, anyway. Nothing. All clear for now. You slide the drawer open, looking for other... Now I'm just thinking about the audio. I probably should... whatever. You slide the drawer open, looking for other countermeasures that might be inside, expecting to see a chunk of tech, the relay. But as you slip it open, all you see is a handful of wires and an empty implant cradle. Is this some kind of mistake? You freeze for a moment, unsure of what to do next. Why keep an implant cradle so carefully guarded? You remember Yannick having an implant, a small plate on the side of his head, just above his ear. You assumed it was for hearing or vision. Those shimmering glasses of his come back to you in your memory. His strange movements, his speech. You look again at the cradle and there it is, printed on the frame. Proprietary technology, property of S&ARP. Rabia said the relay moved, and that they couldn't get a fix on it. What if Yannick was the relay? The thought hits you like a shock. Yannick with a remote relay implanted in his head, networked to every single implanted enforcer in the low end. A shudder runs through you. Is he even in control, or has S&ARP wormed its way into the man? Could he even be considered separate from the corporation itself? You think of your own legal status as proprietary technology, a puppet with cut strings. Time to cut Yannick's strings, then. You reach around inside the cradle and find it, a remote connection, a tiny bead of a transmitter, likely controlling the link to S&ARP. There it is. You pause for a moment, then you squeeze it, snap it from the frame, and it crumples, sparks, and dies. It takes a moment before shouts come, before the scream, and you are already on your way out. Down the corridor through the unit that serves as the lobby to Yannick's office. Then, out onto the walkway where Yannick lies still, enforcers gathered around him, bemused. Approach? Approach feels dangerous to me, but I am curious. You push through the crowd, and there he is, still crumpled. You arrange him a little, lie him down properly, feeling how thin his body is under his suit. You wonder how long he's been like this, a puppet for S and ARP. With the connection cut, nothing remains but his body, which means that Yannick the man was gone a long time before now. You place a hand on his chest. You are sorry for him, but it is done now, and you did not kill this man. You've seen enough. The connection is cut, and whatever Yannick was or had become is gone. Do we know we didn't kill this man? Your anger is a hard core in your chest, and all of it is focused on S and ARP. Remote control. Stop the signal. Rabia will get in touch. This seems like something I should have been moving forward way earlier. Just doing it now at the like end of things is a little bit weird or awkward, but you know, it was fine. Noodle manufacturer. Noodle manufacturer. Kill some time. Plus energy. Stabilizers, start action. To be stable. And then, yeah, repair to unit. End cycle. Brain help. Leave. That was 4 days? 4 days, though. Collect a bunch of scrap from the greenway so we can kill time or, like, power through a few days. Repairing our condition. Maybe. That's what I'm leaning towards right now. In terms of, like... just get doing plot, getting through story beats. Sorry, we have a bunch of scrap now. And then, yeah, I'm kind of surprised that him dying was not. I mean, I guess there's community implications to think about or to kind of work through. So that's probably what the thing is. Yeah. Burn through this stuff. Rabia's office. Okay. Repaired unit. End cycle. And do a little bit of self-repair. Counter. Feed the cat. Whoa, pretty green, wow. Say hi to Lem and Mina. Lem has to cover someone's shift at the midline, so he runs, leaving you to occupy a very upset Mina. You settle her in the end. I feel weird and bad not using dice. Weird and bad might not be strong, but I don't know. Yeah, I've mostly tried to like min-max every day and use all the action economy I can. But listen, we're vibing. We're doing the stuff. Low-key just thinking about that three-body problem as you do.
Alright.
Even before you enter the office, you can hear the sound of Rabia working the heavy bag. She's hammering it, the chain creaking as it shakes with each hit. She's been like this since, Sabine doesn't finish the sentence. They're sitting on a stool, looking at the terminal in the corner, searching through the S and ARP data you pulled all those cycles ago. I mean, she's working through it. Punching a heavy bag is like not a bad grief response or whatever, not bad coping, it honestly, so like, how have you been, Sabine? I'm well, Sleeper, happy to no longer be hunted. They smile. Yatagan has plenty to deal with, and without Yannick, I'm free. They glance nervously at Rabia. Rabia stops punching, and in the silence you can hear her breathing hard. Sabine looks over at her, and you sense something between them. You realize you haven't seen them together since they tried to kill each other in this same unit. A lot has changed since then. They hooked him up like a puppet. Rabia hits the bag. Rigged that thing in his head so they could control him. Pushed the old Yannick out. I don't know why they let him in. I don't know why he let them in. Rabia throws a few more punches. But it's a lesson, don't let them in. Another flurry. Yatagan shouldn't deal with corporations, and we never will again, she spits. She comes away from the bag. At least Yannick's death was treated as natural. There's a chance we come back from this, that Yatagan can hold on. But there are opportunists trying to take control. Sabine turns to you. Yes, but now the connections has been broken. I've been looking at removing the trackers from the implants in Yatagan's enforcers. It's a significant job, but I think, with time, I can do the surgeries. Rabia walks away from the bag towards the far side of the unit. The surgeries will never happen if Yatagan collapses, she shouts back at Sabine. Clearly, this is a well-worn argument in this unit. What now for you? Sabine looks over at Rabia. I want to help fix this mess if I can. There's the implants, and I want to return to my surgery. The low end needs doctors. What I understand now is that Yatagan can be something if we want it to be. Coming here from Essentop, from the core worlds, all I saw was a gang, and with Yannick keeping me on a tight leash, they shudder. Rabia believes, and I want that belief. They look unsure. I also want to be done with Essentop, but I doubt they are done with me. They glance away, rubbing their shoulders. Are you and Rabia? Hell yeah. No, Sabine fixes you with the look. Yes, Sleeper, isn't that obvious? They smile. I've been wanting to say, Sabine begins nervously.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you where I came from. I know I've apologized before, but I want to again. They pause. Properly. When I leaked the data on the sleeper program, I was trying to help people, like you. They grit their teeth. But after all the cycles here, being pushed down, pushed around, trying to survive, all that got away from me. So when you turned up, they sigh. It shook me up. They run a hand through their hair. But I ended up here, so they look at Rabia. Oh, of course. They reach into a pocket and take out a handful of vials. These are the last of the case. You can have them. They drop them into your hands. After these last few, I don't know what we can do. With the S&OP connection broken, they look down. But I know there are other ways. Repairs, other pharmaceuticals. I even heard there are some labs out on the Greenway. Perhaps they can help. They meet your eye. I'm sorry I can't do more. Thank you for everything. They look away, their eyes bright with tears. Rabia crosses back to you both and sits beside Sabine. They look at each other, and you can't help but smile at the idea of them together. What are you two plotting? Rabia grins. Sabine laughs, and the sound is a welcome one. You watch the two of them teasing each other and smile. Later, when you leave, you take that handful of vials out of your pocket and look at them. You can still feel that core of anger deep down inside, and you don't know if it will ever leave. But SNARP doesn't own you anymore. They can't, because this place, these people, own you. They are what makes you get up every cycle. They are what keeps you breathing. You put the vials away and walk through the low end, your senses tuned to every sight, every smell, and every sound, soaking it all in, living. Yeah, sure. Love for there to be a relationship in this game. A lot of this, yeah, this is not a game with a lot of, like, couples in a... is that true, even? I don't know. Long story short, I'm just like, woo! You love for there to be a romance in a game, even if it's not... Whatever, I'm, like, rambling now. So that's done. Can you tell it's midnight? I think that was done. I didn't see anything. Whatever. Well, let's go. Let's do the thing. You hand over the scrap and squeeze into the crowded shuttle. Time to head for the flotilla. Well, oh, it's just more. I could have totally. Whatever, it's fine. Hull supplies. Getting necessary supplies to each ship to meet their needs is a huge task. Joining the hauling teams is the simplest thing you can do to help. Flotilla's friend, shifting ships, systems, and social structures. The only way to navigate the flotilla is by rolling up your sleeves and helping out. God, there is a weird... The game is mostly more operating in a kind of literary naturalism mode, which is to say, like, there's not big power fantasies and stuff for the most part. There's a lot of, like, big swings or big attempts at, like, grand maneuvers get swatted down. Or I'm just thinking of shooting or trying to shoot Ethan, right there, the slave hunter. And like the barkeeper having taken the bullets, because of course the barkeeper doesn't want you fucking shooting someone in her bar. Like it's basic, I don't know, bar operation or community care or however you want to think about like that barkeeper's motivation. But to the extent that there is,
like power fantasy or something here. It's just like, yep, the answer is as simple as going somewhere and help. Or I mean, the answer is sometimes as simple as going somewhere and helping. It's like, I guess more that the meta structure of the game is here, that like going somewhere and helping can be reduced to start action. And it's not in fact an embodied process of like putting on boots and did you forget your coat, and oh, you didn't eat, or you forgot to pack granola bars. Congratulations, your fun Samaritan work is now like kind of nightmarish, or you're just hungry all day during it. Yeah, I don't know why I was like, that's an important thing to talk about now or whatever, but it's a thought I had, and we're here. Anyway, Sol, the flotilla. Someone told me I should be thanking you. The voice comes from behind you, cutting through the chaos of the crowded, cavernous bay. You freeze. Don't be afraid now. I've been hunting you, sure, but for all the best reasons. You turn to see bright eyes set in a rough face, framed in rusted metal. Sol, hi, you're a design? Sol. He holds out his hand, the other clamped firmly around a knotted wooden cane. Shake his hand? He grips you firmly with a heavy and calloused hand. Forgive me, as soon as I saw you, I knew who you were. Sol puts a hand on your shoulder. I've been told a sleeper was part of the crew that organized the supply run attempt approach several cycles ago. He pauses. A brave plan. No one was more sorry than me to see it thwarted. Walk with me, sleeper. Sol sets off through the bay, his partial suit hissing and creaking as it helps carry him through the busy crowds. You notice people making way for you and Sol, standing back and letting you pass. As you pass down the corridors, you see people everywhere, resting against the walls, squatting or crates, cooking, sleeping, watching you pass. The atmosphere is overwhelming. Food's been scarce these past cycles, Sol admits. We do what we can with the stores and what we can grow on the ships, but it's a downward slope. Sol leads you out of the larger bay, into a corridor lined with storage rooms that are now serving as dorms. You see someone filling a metal container from a standpipe, the water eventually dribbling out. Sol nods to the person as he passes, but they don't look up. Their eyes are sunken and dark. Just a little further now. Sol leads you into a freight elevator, and whistles to some unseen operator to start it up. The elevator jerks to life. If Havenage were expecting an exodus from the flotilla, the Flux event has put a stop to that. Sol stretches. Some have crossed to the eye, but many just, to gather salvage or score a hot meal. So, the pressure on our supplies is starting to shrink, cycle by cycle, but not like I'd hoped. With the Flux reaching all the way out here, people are starting to understand that our journey might not be over. Sol stares grimly ahead. As Sol talks, and as you pass through the layers of the ship, you see people on every level, supplies crammed into every available space. The ship itself looks like it's bending under the strain, its hull creaking, its wall panels pulled away for scrap, leaving the raw frames beneath. Suddenly, the freight elevator screeches to a halt, and Sol leads you slowly out into a wide room of chairs and terminals, ringed by a mezzanine and with a glass roof above, showing the distant hub, and the far curve of the eye beyond. The people at the terminals nod to him as he enters. This is your ship? Sol nods. That's right, the pilgrim seat is mine to care for. He leads you up to a railed platform at the center of the room and stops. She chose me, so to speak. Well, at least her crew did, and I'd do my best to serve them. Sol looks around the bridge of the ship, a pained expression on his face.
I'll admit the responsibility isn't one that suits me, though we rarely get to choose such things.
He glances back at you.
But you, Sleeper, from what I understand, you choose to try to help us here, is that right?
I try. I did my best, too. Sol nods silently.
But now I have to ask you, Sleeper, why are you here now?
Sol leans back, and you feel his eyes on you, assessing you. The Flux event. I don't know if leading with this is like poor form or something, but it is the thing I'm most curious about.
I appreciate the honesty. I had figured as much.
Sol flexes the shoulder that is free of the suit.
Look at you now. I can see that an event like that, well, it would have had a big impact.
He smiles a half smile. Looking at you now.
I have thousands of people on, here on the Pilgrim Seed, Sleeper, and there's thousands more out in the flotilla.
He leans against a railing.
A lot of them are looking to me to provide some future for them, some path out of this dead end we've got into. And this cycle, this very cycle, the thing we've been running away from, it just caught up with us. So these people are scared, Sleeper, and they are looking to me for reassurance. And then, on the same cycle, someone tells me they see you on board, a Sleeper. The same Sleeper, they reckon, that wanted so strongly to send a ship past the cordon to see us.
Sol scratches his beard.
So the first thing I wanted to do was thank you for that, for your interest.
He pauses.
But the second thing I wanted to do was find out what you want from us.
Sol's suit hisses and creaks.
I think that's fair, don't you?
Sol takes a deep breath.
So, what is it?
Yeah, I don't know. Tell me about the Flux. Someone at a terminal calls out to Sol, and he shouts out some orders back. He turns to you.
Apologies.
He smiles that half smile.
I tell you what, Sleeper, let's you and me make a deal. You want information, I understand that, but I have a list of needs longer than the rim of the eye itself.
He grimaces.
So you do some things for me, and then we can talk about what's been happening in the system, and I will answer all your questions and then some. I may be the captain of the Pilgrim Seed, and she is certainly the biggest ship in this flotilla, but I'm not the only captain here. We have ships here from each of the moons. We're from Ember's Hearth, but there's others from Ember's Song and even Ember's Step. The moons have been at each other's throats, Sleepers.
Sleeper?
What with the pressure of the Flux, the bad blood from the old days,
Sol leans in.
We aren't exactly all in alignment. What I need is a way to stop things escalating, for the crews on these ships and their captains to feel happy and comfortable enough to forget old rivalries and past crimes.
He flinches at something.
Those from Ember's Step, well, they've always been proud, but that pride seems to be a barrier to compromise right now. The last set of supplies I sent their way, they refused.
Refused.
Meanwhile, I have a supply shuttle at the docking axis the Ember Song ships gather at. But they have taken far too many cycles to unload. Maybe if you're heading that way, you can look in on them? I'm no politician, Sleeper, but if I don't...
Sol stops. He leans back and flexes, his suit screeching. He groans a little, and you see the weight of the flotilla sitting on his shoulders. The suit, the only thing that keeps him vertical beneath all that pressure.
Look, you'll see for yourself if you go. Meet the others, Sleeper. See what they need. Keep them aligned.
He speaks through the pain, his voice clipped. Are you okay? I mean, well... I don't know if it's, like, rude to... Are you okay?
Not really, but as long as this thing holds.
He grimaces.
I hope.
Sol grits his teeth.
You are what you appear to be, Sleeper.
He smiles with his half smile, despite the pain.
Because I'm not sure I can take any more bad news. Plus, there's plenty more to be done here on the Pilgrim Seed, too. If you have a moment to pitch in. There's never enough around here. That's something I've learned the hard way.
Sol settles onto his cane, the pain visibly receding.
All right, I have 1,000 things to attend to now, Sleeper, so you'll have to find your own way out. And with that, Soul sits at his terminal, with slow and careful movements. You head back down into the freight elevator, and as you do, you see again the layers and layers of chaotic life in this vessel, and all the vessels of the flotilla hold. As you walk into the bay of the Climbing Briar, the familiarity of the space overcomes any trepidation. It feels good to be back, and the return feels earned, especially after all the work it took to figure out a route through the flotilla's jumble of ships that might lead you to this blue streak. You see Esh and Peak immediately, sitting at the back of the bay, deep in conversation. Their closeness causes you to stop, suddenly aware you might be interrupting something private. Peak is explaining something forcefully as Esh stares out into the middle distance, hunched over. She suddenly spots you. Sleeper, Esh nods. Didn't quite turn out like we hoped, right? Peak stops and glances between the two of you, the tension rising. Not mad at Ash. The plan was always risky, but that feels rude. An apology... sure. An apology is the closest to, like, where I'm at, probably. Ash waves your apology away. None of that. We all had our part to play. Peak looks nervous. It has worked out, they appeal to you. The Flux event knocked the entire cordon system offline. The flotilla is free and Havenage are backing off. Flux event? That's what the refugees are calling it, Peak explains. Apparently that's what they called it when it started happening around Ember. What exactly is happening? Hard to tell. It's some kind of disruptive wave that only affects electrical systems. Peak chips in. Typically, systems are screened against radiation and interference, but this seems to be dulled but not stopped by those defenses. The crisis continues, Ash sighs. The cordon may be down, but this brings a whole other set of problems. You should tell them, Ash. Peak glances at her. Please. Ash doesn't respond. Tell you what. You stare at her back, waiting for a response. Please, Ash. Haven't they shown us they can be trusted? Peak nods towards you. Ash turns, her arms folded tightly across her chest. She goes to start and then stops. You can see the anger in her eyes, but you realize it is not directed at you, or at anyone else. She's angry with herself. I brought weapons onto the flotilla, she pauses, and now Havenage has them. You suddenly remember the sleek crates that were tucked into the bay, marked with a yellow sigil. The ones Esh told you were just supplies. Havenage? They seized them from me when they caught the Briar. Esh kicked at the floor. Shitheads. We had hoped we hope they will keep them safe. But given recent events, Peak glances nervously at Ash. We aren't so sure that Havenage is the right place for weapons to be. I wouldn't put it past them to use them to take the cordon back by force. Ash glares. They are scared and losing control. In my experience, that's when institutions do dangerous things. Whether that's true, we can't do anything about it right now, Ash. Short of marching into the yard at the other end of the eye and taking them back. Ash looks like that is exactly what she would like to do. Peak smiles nervously. Plus, we have other things to be getting on with. I want to understand the flux, Sleeper. To study it. Peak's eyes light up. The thing is changing the entire system, causing problems across the inner system, driving refugees off Ember's moons, and now it's here. If we don't do something about it, Peak pauses, it's a problem for all of us. I can see more immediate problems, Ash sniffs.
Peak ignores her. I've been looking at the networks, and where the flux event hit, it changed things. It shuffled systems, corrupted nodes, and broke open data stores. They take out a slate and show you a flickering polygon. Some of these fluxed nodes have appeared near the epicenter of the event, but I can't get access. You, however, I saw the way you worked with data when we were preparing for the run. I think you can get into these things. I want you to find a fluxed node and to bring me anything you can extract. They come and go, but must be found in the barely functioning networks of the wastes. Peak pauses. Start there. Perhaps together we can find something that might point us to what the flux is and where it comes from. I'm like, okay, I am interested in how will that help just from, seeing how the game wants to explain the answer to that. Peak runs a hand through their hair. I don't know, Sleeper. Maybe we can't do anything. But I want to know what that thing is. What this thing is. Ash looks indignant. Don't waste too much time chasing ghosts, Sleeper. There are many people on this flotilla that need any help they can get. I'm sure Sleeper can do both, Ash. Peak smiles at you. I'll see you here when you have something. Good hunting. And they wave you out as Ash stomps away to make plans of her own. Pilgrim Seed has stuff. Matsutake. Input 1 Matsutake cap. Earth survival. Huh. We have no dice left, otherwise I'd sink some stuff into it. It's getting very late. But also I feel like I can probably get through this tonight if I really power through. I'm just like, is that a thing I want to do? Do we still just have the 2 upgrade points? Back. I don't hate getting a +2. Although reroll all your dice is very good. It is all your dice. Although you can use good dice and then reroll the bad ones after you use the good ones, I would assume. I don't know, that's too much thinking. Just give me a +2. Oh, sorry, we can't afford... It's 3 points, right? Cheap cryo action? I don't know. Sure, upgrade. The instant karma, let's go. There's a little button, sure. The wastes. Data. No dice, but... Okay. So yeah, we're doing information research. Aside from the volunteer work, Good Samaritan work, I was just like, I don't know how to say words. I've been doing this for 6 hours or whatever, or 5 hours. Saying words in this economy? How dare. Complete active scenes. I was like, I don't remember hitting that at all earlier today, and now we've hit it 3 times, and I'm just like, what? What am I forgetting? Something in the eye? No?
Do-do-do-do-do. Big yawn. Oh, there's more. There is... I was just like, yeah, this is it, right? Welding. Aki, docking axis. Give me 1 second. It's a strange sight, given your time spent in the Greenway, to see a greenhouse choked in red dust. It piles up along edges, gathers in curving waves, and is carried by some unseen wind to whirl in front of the glass ceiling. It is a desert in miniature, a captured landscape of iron-rich sediment and unseen life. Beautiful, isn't it? The remark comes from another figure standing at the viewing window, so quietly that you hadn't noticed them. Did they just arrive, or were they here before you were? Their cloth-swaddled form reveals little. It is. They say nothing. You catch a glimpse of a pale face among the thick material, dark eyes glittering in the red reflected light. They turn to you as the dust swirls. Aki, they smile a tight smile. You are not from the flotilla, am I right? I live on the eye. But that is not where you are from. She stares into the greenhouse. Everyone is from somewhere, whether they wish to be or not. The red dust glitters in her eyes. Whether it is a good place to be from or not. Aki gathers her cloak around her shoulders, against the cold. What brings you to the Wind's Long Shadow? Wind's Long Shadow? This ship. Aki looks at you curiously. Do you often wander around ships you don't know the name of? You are a strange one. Aki raises an eye. Sorry, I half clicked through a thing. I don't know whether to report you or send you back where you came from. She smiles to herself, which is nowhere at all. Aki voice is drifting around a bit. It's late. We're powering through. Powering through makes it sound bad, but You glance around the empty corridor, suddenly aware of how quiet it is on the ship. Unlike the other ships you've been on the flotilla, there is a silent order to the Wind's Long Shadow, and in this moment it feels unsettling. What happened here? Aki squints. That is a broad question, and I'm not in the mood to recount the history of this ship, or step. Step? Aki turns away, irritated, eager to change the subject. Like Mongolian steppe nomad? Question mark? I don't know if that's what's being gestured at. You hear a creak as a set of shutters slowly begins to close across the glass ceiling of the greenhouse. As you watch, you feel the dissonance this place has with that word. There's nothing green here. A dust house, perhaps. It takes many systems to preserve this landscape, Aki begins. To simulate the wind, cycle the dust, layer the sand and the dirt beneath. You watch the dust swirling. Systems that are failing. You watch the dust swirling. Systems that are failing. The flux event, Aki glances at you for a sign of recognition at this term, is eroding our ability to keep this place alive, to keep these traces of steppe alive. She smiles to herself. So yes, I think. Which is ironic, because when we left steppe, the flux had eroded our ability to survive on the moon. Now the situation is reversed. Away from the moon, its ecosystems are as fragile as we were, living upon it. Was steppe the moon and I just forgot? Sorry, it's fine. Something catches your eye as the shutters darken the dust house. The winds, picking away at the dunes, begin to reveal something. A web, a network of thick branching forms. And then they close completely, and you see nothing in the dark. Soft blue lights flicker on in the corridor, uplighting Aki and cold cyan. You have piqued my curiosity, but I'm so tired, Aki shivers. If you do not have a purpose here on this ship, I recommend finding one. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll need to leave. Make yourself useful and perhaps we will get another chance to talk. She turns. I would like that. With that, Aki pads away along the corridor. You stand for a moment in front of the dark dust house, trying to imagine the network of roots under the sand and dust, and then trying to imagine the moon that once housed them. Systems repair. The crew won't let you into the dust houses, but there are plenty of supporting systems that could do with some love and care. Docking access. Sole shipment of supplies. It's partially unloaded. The crew's absent. If you want to help, the best way you could is to finish the job. Okay. So yeah, bunch of things to sink dice into out here. Sleep at the Haifa dorm. Get Lemon and Mina to feed the cat back at the main apartment. I just don't want to scroll all the way back right now. Those are some rolls. So, I kind of just I don't know why, but I kind of want to work like farthest back. Just in terms of like sinking dice into things. Yeah. Start action. Do. And once more with feeling. Continue. There is a loose crowd around the supplies you have unloaded, and a tense mood brewing among them. You sit nearby on the edge of the shuttle's docking tunnel, resting. Further away, crews from Ember's Song continue their lives as usual, coming and going, trading, discussing. There is a quiet efficiency to the hub, set up as a common space for the swarm of small ships from the Ember's Song that are all part of the flotilla. Unlike Hearth or Steppe, right, someone did say Steppe, there's no one capital ship for this moon's refugees, just a mass of individuals traveling in concert. We were told Hearth, we told Hearth we didn't want their scraps. The jeering voice comes out of the small crowd nearby. You turn to see a gaunt, pale man, wearing the industrial work gear you've seen many of the Song's refugees wearing. You hear me? These supplies are here, are to help. He smirks. Oh, how noble of you, coming out here to help us singers. There's a rumble of anger around the crowd. We agreed to join the flotilla for joint protection. We did not agree to Ember Hearths using the flotilla to secure their control of the moons. You realize Peter is addressing the crowd as much as he is addressing you. With the cordon down, our crews are more than able to acquire what is needed from the Eye, what is owed as restitution for keeping us restrained. He pats one of the crates you unloaded. What we need, we will take. Sol wants to cooperate? Sol is a farmer. Even the people of Song know that. He was simply the sole survivor of Hearth's leadership. His authority means nothing. Peter looks around at the crowd. Hearth think they can buy us?
But we remember the past. A rumble of agreement runs through the crowd. He smiles at them. Take the supplies if you wish, of course. We are not wasteful. Peter approaches you directly. The crowd tentatively moves forward, and by the time he reaches you, they are already dragging away crates and distributing the contents. I'm not one for shooting the messenger, Sleeper, says Peter as he approaches. But we cannot concede to Hearth here, not for a moment. Leave me out of it. You already put yourself in the middle of it, Sleeper. Don't you see that? Yeah, I mean, my just like tiredness coming through. Should I sleep now? Maybe, I don't know. Peter sits beside you on the docking tunnel's lip. What was your plan, Sleeper? Unload the supplies and wait for someone to start throwing them back at you? He nods at the crowd rifling through the crates. Because that's what's about to happen. Stay silent. What do you think happened to the crew of this shuttle? He shakes his head. They were chased out of this place. What is happening here? We are maintaining our independence, he smiles. Do you know anything about Ember's Moon, Sleeper? Or were you planning to wander into this flotilla totally blind? An objective outsider offering help? He rolls his eyes. Educate me then. Hey, oh, Bosch. He smiles. It would be my pleasure. I'm going to assume you know the basics. The gas giant Ember has 7 moons. The 3 biggest are Ember's Step, Ember's Song, and Ember's Heart. He winks. We can cover the 3 sisters next session. Step was the first to be settled, a contract old Solheim gave the terraformers Cybele systems when they first claimed the Helion system. That's way back when. Step was a testing ground, and like most testing grounds, it didn't turn out too well. A partial atmosphere slowly sloughing off each orbit, a dysfunctional ecosystem, and a whole load of dust-clogged settlers. The place is a miserable desert long past its best before date. So Cybele moved to Hearth, where they redoubled their efforts. The subsurface ocean and some balmy tidal heating helped, allowing them to build a real atmosphere, a real habitable world, a fact the typical Hearth colonists won't ever let you forget. How did Cybele achieve such a thing, you might wonder? Well, that's where we come in. It's that same old rule of surrogacy, the one humanity built our universe around. Peter claps a hand on his chest in mock pride. My moon, Ember's Song, is a sulfur-soaked rock covered in volcanoes, tidally heated by its inner orbit to sweltering temperatures. Exactly the kind of crucible you need to fuel a terraforming project. Energy, industrial fuel, Song provided the raw materials for Hearth, Peter grimaces, willingly or not. And a crucible requires people to run it. Us singers born into a flaming pit and asked to stoke it so others might live in a paradise in the making. That's what we had to endure, until Solheim brought everything down. Peter rattles off this speech from memory, and you wonder how many times he has had to deliver it. No Solheim, no contract, no Cybele, and no Cybele meant 3 moons suddenly independent. Peter shakes his head. It was a war, Sleeper. Sometimes hot, sometimes cold, and unsurprisingly, Hearth and Step came out of it better than us. Yet, Peter holds up a hand, they need us, Sleeper, always have. And so we are the linchpin. We are the center around which the moons orbit, not swirling Ember. We've resisted takeovers, sieges, and expansions, and now we'll resist this. Half the people on these ships think the flux was caused by Hearth, intentionally or otherwise, and I have to say, some cycles I agree. So before you come here to hand out supplies like a good soldier, maybe educate yourself.
I could go with either of these. I guess, so what does that matter now? It seems kind of uninteresting to me in the sense of just like I expect, what does it matter? It's our history, sleeper, or whatever. Like, I can't forgive, I'm an elephant named Peter. Sorry, I don't know. So, but you abandoned song. Peter bristles. I want you to imagine what it is like trying to live on an airless volcanic rock when every system that sustains you starts shutting down. He spits and wipes a sleeve across his mouth. We abandoned nothing. Some stayed, others left, but we will reclaim Ember as soon as the flux fades or ends. We've weathered worse. Don't you need the supplies? Don't you need the supplies, though? As I said, we will take what we need when we need it. Peter stares out into the Axis. There's no authority that we recognize here. I won't keep you from the docking axis, Sleeper. No one here has the authority for that, but watch yourself here. Try to remember that the Eye is just another in the long list of people who've tried to control us. Sure, I get it. Peter nods. Then let it guide your actions. Peter sighs. Look, we are many and we have many needs. Ships coming to this docking axis for repairs, for requisitions, for friendships. You can provide these as well as any singer. If you want to help in your own name, Sleeper, not in the name of Hearth. Peter shakes his head. Carry that name here and you will lose all trust. Be as we are, act in your own name alone. Peter puts his hand on your shoulder and stands. I hope I didn't just waste my time here, Sleeper. And with that he walks away, back to the shrinking crowd that is distributing the last of the supplies amongst the crews present. You watch them pass, the food and water between them. No signs of conflict between the crews, just careful distribution of resources. Peter chats with a few crews, each of them casting looks in your direction. Ones that reveal little about the singer's intentions. You stand. It seems the tensions on the flotilla run much deeper than you expected. This won't be easy. There's another. They need another ship-mined core. Oh! Oh! How dare. Sorry, how many grove spores was that too? Yeah, 3 of them. Okay. I don't know. Working farthest inwards is quite a thing, just when one of them is like ship-mined core now. Do this, try with a 4? Minus energy, no, why? Also, I should reroll. 6, hell yeah. Plus 2 grove spores. So we have the spores already, that's something. Just do that. One of the things they want to start a mushroom farm. The spores have been seeded, and while some may be suspicious of your efforts, crew by crew you'll convince them. Okay. The ship-mined core is going to be harder, but also I feel like the thing to do there is just, I thought this was the other thing. Haifa Dorm. Every thought left my brain. Just do some work with Moritz. Yeah. Starving? Oh no. I don't like being starving. Yeah. It's just simple to do it that way, I think. Do that. I guess we need to do it a couple times. Or like we'll need to come back tomorrow or whatever. We re-roll one of them into a 6. So that's nice. The other one is not going to go quite as well. Minus energy, but that does condition damage. Sure. I was going to rent a thing for a second, but it's like, no, then I have to work more to pay the rent and, going to bed hungry, we'll have dice stuff happening. This is okay. Leave. Do a little bit more of this as a treat. Working all day for a mean little guy with a bad toupee and a soup-stained tie. Tell me how... They can tell me what to do, but they can't tell me how to feel? Hey, Julie. Look what they're doing to me, trying to tear me up. Trying to work me up. Rip me up? Trying to tear me down? Julie, I swear it's so hard to bear it, and I never make it through without you around. Yeah. Random Fountains of Wayne Brain. No, I wanted money from that. Or I wanted the incidental. Now I have to actually... it's fine. Doing the worse work just for, just so I don't have to, like, do more button clicks. Midline Freight Hub. No wait. Help. No, I don't want to steal things. I want to be boring. I want to have ethics. Anyway. Shipmind core. Oh, we can't buy another one? Oh, god damn it. So where do we get another one? We have a bunch of money, at least. So that should help. We have another merchant returning tomorrow. Yet again, data, yet again. Sleep in our OG container for old time's sake? Question mark. Do a little sunbathing as a treat. Yeah, I don't know. Also, maybe stabilizer. Also as a treat. End cycle. Them some dice. But we can re-roll them now. So. Ship mine stuff. Merchant freighter. Ship mine fragments are hard to come by and they can only sell a couple at a time. Start action? Uh-huh. Okay. Well, buy a fragment, because I don't have any other line on a ship mind thing. For the moment, it doesn't say how much we get paid for that as a side thing. But yeah, there's it was the, what was it, the Ord exchange? No, it's Ord exchange is scrap to money, and just playing Ord fabricator is what I was thinking of. Yeah, Ord fabricator will make 3 of them into a ship mine thing. If I clicked on the tea house havenage stuff, plus 24. Damn. I don't know if I should actually be burning dice on this right now. Oop. Do. Midline freight hub. Do. Yeah, you sure are like that, huh? Okay. Do mushroom stuff? Question mark? Rerolls. Reroll, the reroll's not really doing that much, but plus energy. More energy. And one will not even let it get us anything, really. Boy. Sorry, we should sink a dice somewhere? We should sink a dice somewhere. Or spend a dice, you know what I mean? Do a little bit of systems repair. Nope. Okay. Well, that sometimes it be like that. And cycle. Leave and do something. Ship mine stuff? Yeah, we sure just have the chunks, or the, like, 2 shots to do anything with those, huh? Scrap freighters, buy some scrap. Oh. Here. Buy some scrap? I don't know what else we're using money for at this point. Random scrap item. Can we happen to get a, say, a ship mine core or something out of it? Yeah! Ship mined fragment, rather. Yes! Okay. That's nice. Now we don't have to, like, kill days waiting for this merchant to reset. We just have to go to the ort fabricator and do the thing. And this is good. We do that. Have I not done that before? Minecraft, build a ship mined from fragments. I guess I just like found, bought, sold them. Didn't make one at the ort fabricator, which is surprising to me. I remember having like fragments. Yeah, anyway. Docking access. Put in a ship mined core. Continue. As you cross the axis, looking for a shuttle to take you back to the ruined cordon, you spot Peter standing at the edge of the central hub. Something about the way he's leaning against the rail, looking down across the axis and towards the blinking lights of the flotilla beyond, makes you pause. He's completely still, his head drooping low and his shoulders hunched high. I don't know, sure, approach him. You lean on the railings a little way from Peter, leaving a gap between you. This close you can see the blank stare in his eyes, the way his hands hang limply in front of him. He takes a moment to notice you. Sleeper? He inhales sharply. Still hanging around? Are you okay? Peter pauses. Not really, no. Peter closes his eyes. You can feel his mind worrying, the thoughts refusing to be still. You know, Sleeper, he says without opening his eyes. No one asked you to come here. He clenches his jaw. So why don't you just get lost? He looks directly at you, his stare a challenge. Just my silent pause there, it feels like listen, we stay silent a fair bit of the time, I feel like. When you refuse to take the bait, he turns away, looking out across the dock axis once more. He loosens his jaw, the tension leaking out of him like radiation. You wait. After a while, he speaks. I'm tired, Sleeper, tired of everything. I'm tired of the empty paternalism of Hearth. I'm tired of the paranoid whining of the crews. I'm tired of endless cycles that look the same, smell the same, feel the same. Oh, my guy. Or the mood. I'm tired of running, of hiding, of fixing every shitty thing that breaks out here. His shout echoes a little in the hub, but few stop to look. He looks down at his feet. I get it. Peter nods. I'm sorry, Sleeper, he sighs. Something is... I don't feel okay. Just tired, I think. Really tired. He stands. I'm going to go. I'm going to go. He looks at you and sniffs. Get some sleep. Sleep well. Peter nods slowly, turning away. He raises a hand and drifts away towards the center of the hub. You turn back to the railing, not wanting to watch him go. Seeing him like this, you prefer not to stare. The traffic of the axis rumbles on as you watch, under an endlessly shining sun, the same air recycled through all these lungs, the same dust gathering speck by speck on the windows. You take a sharp breath, stand straight, and get moving, before the inertia of it all gets to you, too. Well. Axis assistance. There's more Axis stuff to do? God damn. Okay. The 3s I think are good enough that I should take them. Neutral outcome. Neutral outcome again. 6 into 4, that's good. We do that. We do that. We leave. And we go burr. Do we have how many upgrade things? Cross to the rim. Sorry, I'm just thinking of the Bantayan. I'll remember them at some point. We only have one of 2 Girol caps. Ah! How dare. Okay. I guess we have a ton of money, or like a bunch of money, so just stop by Amphis and buy food. Leave. And then we do a sleepy sleep. We petted the kitty. We consider our life choices. Them some rolls. Founder's Ferry to the Greenway. And this. And we do this. Neutral again. Why is it doing this to me? Ugh. Ugh. We got the reroll thing, and the rerolls, 1 or 2 of them have been good, but by and large, they've not really, not minus energy, no, please. They've not really done stuff. Neutral outcome, good enough. We're here. Sleeper! Peter calls out to you as you cross the axis. He's standing by the same railing as you. Saw him as you saw him at last time, and he beckons you over. I've been hearing things. He gives you his sidelong look. Good things? Peter smiles. Mostly. He rubs his hands together nervously. You wait for him to speak. You know, on Song, I was a teacher. He glances at you, anticipating a response. Stay silent. Mechanical engineering. It's an essential subject on a moon where a single mechanical failure could mean the deaths of hundreds. He looks at the ground. The heat, the atmosphere, the radiation, all of it is hostile to us. My students knew this, their work, their training was respected. As long as they were careful and respected Song themselves, they could have their choice of colony placements. They were always in demand. That meant I was respected, surrounded by friends and colleagues. I was able to call in favors and repay them like for like, he frowns. Song colonies are small, close-knit. We look after our own. When the flux events started hitting, colonies went dark overnight. We all knew that what those kinds of failures meant. Like always, we lost more people than any of the other moons. He balls his hands into tight fists. Not a single one of my students left Song. Our future was cut off, just like that. My future. He flexes his hands. What am I out here? What use am I? Song is a fading memory, and the systems we built there are useless outside its orbit. How am I supposed to move from here? He looks at you,
eyes steely gray and glinting. Find someone to teach. Peter pauses, thinking.
You don't give up, do you, Sleeper? You just keep going.
Peter shakes his head.
You reminded me of a student of mine, one who entered the program from one of the smaller colonies. They didn't have the advantages of some of the others, but they were stubborn. Stubborn as hell. By the end of the program, they were the most skilled of their peers. They didn't get the best assignment, maybe because they didn't spend much time making the kind of connections that would help get you there. But that didn't matter, because I knew they would make the best of anything they set themselves to do.
Peter is smiling now, buoyed up a little by the memory.
Singers are stubborn, Sleeper. We aren't going to change easily. We won't forgive easily or take help easily. But we'll hold strong, you can count on us for that.
Peter stands from the railing.
When you see Soul again, you can tell him that. You can tell him how the crews of Ember's Song operate. Tell him we will resist. If that means resisting Hearth's imperialist ambitions, so be it. If it means resisting the Flux, so be it. And if it means, as you have, help others resist those same pressures, so be it.
Peter smiles.
And tell him to leave us alone.
He turns his steplighter and heads off towards the center of the Axis's hubs. The Axis is dubsty. Systems repair, right. Yeah. Helped Peter have some kind of closure? I don't know if closure is quite the right word. Hey, we have scrap components. Yay! I love scrap components. Scrap components are cool. And one might even say good. We do still have 2 stabilizers. I don't know, I like always having all the actions. I say going to bed hungry. I have been intermittently forgetting about that, and that like condition damage is quite a bit worse than hunger, cost wise. Dust houses. I wonder if they, I think I have seen very little about the second game, despite being very excited for it. I don't know, I just kind of want to experience it, when I play it. Bruh. I do wonder if, like, different resolution systems or whatever are how they would, choose to do choose to do the thing. Well, let's go see Emphas and be less hunky and maybe have a little bit of stabilizer as a treat. I know I was just like, ooh, scrap, yay. But I don't know, we have the stabilizer. If not now, then when? What if we have a little more mushroom? Just so I can not think about food. Not think about eating. That is good. To do a little bit of... Do the stabilizer. End the cycle. Will the cycle be unbroken? Etc., etc. Okay. Cross to the greenway. Doop-a-doop-a-doop-doop-doop-doop-doop-doop. Did I finish the thought of, like, I wonder if the next 2 games will, or the next game will have a different resolution mechanism or whatever? Because, yeah, I do think, I quite like the resolution mechanism in this one in general. I will say that by, like, what is this, hour 12 or 14 or something, I'm kind of like, yep, feeding dice into a thing is not wildly exciting, or I'm just in it for the reading at this point, or for that sweet plot. I've already forgotten my Aki voice. It was like, back here. I see you've been contributing. Aki stands next to you at the dust house window. I was unsure what to expect when we joined the flotilla on its voyage to the Eye. But after the journey across the system, and the quarantine, and the flux reaching all the way out here, too. Aki stops herself. Thank you, she bows a little. The other ships have only been interested in sending us supplies, but we grow all we need. She gestures at the dust house. What the dust houses need, that is the problem that concerns us. She smiles and turns to you. Shall we go inside? I'd love to. Aki smiles. Come. She taps away at a panel by the window. Seems only fair that after you help, with the support systems you get to see what you are maintaining. Aki leads you to an opening besides the window. You pass through a dark changing room. You notice Aki is sliding on an oxygen mask and visor. She looks at the swirling dust inside. Inside, it's just like Ember's Step. Thin atmosphere. Constant dust storms. Nothing that will bother you. She passes you a mask. The dust isn't exactly pleasant to inhale, however, so take this. You hold it to your face. She leads you through a short decontamination tunnel with its fizzing panels of purifying light, and then through into the dust house. Immediately the wind and the heat hits you. You feel the rough waves of dust scattering across your face and peer through the amber murk. Your feet slide on shifting piles of sand. Welcome to Step, or an emulation of it at least. Aki's voice sounds distant, echoey. The terraforming process only managed to provide a limited atmosphere around the moon, one which is slowly escaping. It's been like that since I was born, so I got used to the idea. You catch her bright eyes through the amber dust. So did everything else that lives there. You feel something hard beneath your feet, beneath the sand like a coil of rope. What's under the sand? This is steppe silk. It's one of the plants we established on Step. She kicks away some red sand. Like any bast fiber, it can be retted and woven into clothes. I'm wearing some made from it myself. It's one of many species adapted to Step since the Solheim collapse, which is why it must be preserved. She stares out into the swirling dust. It is as much a refugee as we are, and the dust houses hold hundreds of other species. You look at the pale, unassuming root, threaded thickly through the sand. Aki watches you silently. Had enough? It will be easier to speak outside. Aki leads you back out through the decontamination tunnel, which blasts the dust from both of you with a burst of metallic-tasting air, and into the changing room. Aki hangs up both the masks patiently awaiting your questions. What happened on Ember's Step? Aki pauses, pulling her shawl around her. She looks small and pale inside its layers. Step was already a doomed world, she sniffs. When Solheim gave the terraforming contract to Cybele, they believed they could build an atmosphere, but the moon's erratic orbit made it impossible to maintain. By the time of the Solheim collapse, the atmosphere was already fading, and Cybele's attention was on Ember's hearth. After the collapse, Cybele fell too. Its researchers scattered across the moon, and any central organization lost. Since then, my parents' generation worked tirelessly to survive, to adapt what we had to the failing moon. The steppe silk, the other adapted species, are the life's work of the steppe's colonies.
So when the flux started to collapse our computer systems, corrode and destroy our life support, our water supply, our agriculture, we had to leave. Aki sits heavily on a nearby bench. Soon, the only traces of Step will be on this ship. Aki begins to cry quietly. You are unsure what to do. Sit beside her. You sit on the bench beside her as she sobs. You understand why this ship, why the refugees from Steppe, are so different. Their world was already dying when the flux arrived. Ember Steppe is a terraformed moon, a partial atmosphere, established colonies, agriculture. And yet when the flux event started, its people had to leave. You think of the eye and the delicate web of decaying systems it rests upon. What hope does a ruined station have against a wave that corrupts, corrodes, and collapses? Aki interrupts your thoughts, rubbing her eyes. Not everyone left. There wasn't room to take all the people and fill the dust houses. My parents, their friends, and many others stayed, she sniffs. We carry the step for them. Stay silent. Aki stands. I want you to understand the importance of these dust houses, what they contain. She leads you back out into the corridor. If the flux events continue to reach out to the eye, we need to build protections to ensure their safety. What about the people? Aki looks away. We aren't idiots, Sleeper. We chose to carry this burden. We will survive. These dust houses are already decaying. I've seen it. She stares into the dust. We had thought that they would last longer, but that last flux event. Help us. Aki looks at you. Please. I will. When you are ready, we will begin preparations for reinforcing the dust houses. We need to be ready for the next flux event. Aki's eyes shine with the last of her tears. She takes a breath. I will see you soon. Aki drifts away down the corridor, leaving you alone once more at the viewing window, watching the ragged, delicate traces of the moon known as Ember's Step. Yaha? Give me a minute. I'm gonna go sleep, because we're 6 hours in, and I'd rather finish the game when I'm awake. So, yeah. See you tomorrow, I guess? And we're back. It's definitely the same day. You can tell from how I'm wearing the same thing. I definitely did not edit because I was sleepy or whatever. I think I acknowledged doing a cut or something. I definitely remember what's happening and what we were trying to do. Step silk stuff, dust house shielding, yeah? Whoop! Neutral outcome, you care for the step silk, trimming dead segments, feeding live ones. You start to understand its process and practices. With remarkable intuition, you not only support the step silk, but harden it. Aki smiles when she sees the result. This is basically fine or positive. Yeah. Make progress on this. 3 might be rough. Minus energy, sure. Maybe should have gotten some food or something. We do still have a ton of credits and stuff. So maybe just go see Emphis, say hi, have some mushrooms. Emphis really does loom large in my brain in terms of, like, they haven't been an active character in some time. But when I think about the game, Emphis is one of the big things I think about. Like this, was he military or just corporate?
This person, like, chewed up and spat out by the military-industrial complex, anyway, or to speak generally. Finding purpose and, like, communal belonging, feeding others, supporting others, etc. Emphas do be citizen sleeper to me in a big way. I forgot I was going to sleep after that, just immediately, because I was busy thinking about Emphas. We'll sleep over here, I guess. I noticed when I was booting Citizen Sleeper back up, after that break I definitely didn't take, and only 5% of people have the 3 body problem achievement. 28% have the one that I assume is like Lemon Mina, get on the spaceship, you did all the things. And something about that is like weirdly not sad to me, but I do love Lem's response to like not getting the thing, basically. Being a mature and loving father, regardless of the how things go. Lem, another character that's just like, yeah, Citizen Sleeper is Lem to me, or Lem is Citizen Sleeper to me, rather. I was like, I think there's a different version of this playthrough where I actually I don't take a year off, I track everything properly, I min-max action economy, etc. And I get Lemon Mina on that ship, but also, I don't know. I like having the sad thing happen, kind of. Or I don't feel like the experience is worse for getting to see the 3 body problem. You and Aki stand side by side at the viewing window in silence. The dust swirls and you glimpse the twisted root systems of the steppe silk through the ochre haze. After all these cycles, you feel a strange connection to a world on which you have never set foot. Aki shifts from foot to foot. She seems restless, eager to speak but unsure of what to say. The dust houses look good. Aki smiles at you warmly. They do, she pauses, and turns back to the window. What is the value of all this, she asks suddenly, of preserving a world we have left behind? History Heritage Conservation. Conservation. I think. Yeah. 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 There's possible positive reads of the other 2 options, but they also have like some kind of baggage or implications. Conservation to me is the most simple or the most straightforward, like you protect things from going extinct or whatever it is. Aki is silent for a moment. These creatures should be protected, yes, but for us their conservation is conditional. We keep them alive because we need to use them. I can't pretend we are conservators when we harvest as much as we are able. Aki paces away, lost in thought. I'm grateful to you for helping protect the dust houses, for ensuring their slide into decay is delayed, even averted. But now I find myself at an impasse. The stability of the dust houses... Oh, y'all are not getting game audio. I'll fix that after this dialogue, I guess. Sorry about that. The stability of the dust houses changes things. It makes me aware of how blinkered we've been. Aki stops to look at you, her posture somehow different. If the ecosystems of the steppe, if its people cannot grow to meet the future, why preserve it? She frowns. Are we just slaves to the preservation of what came before? You can change. Aki comes close, holds your hands in hers. We must change. We must change to live. She smiles. I've seen that in you.
The steppe, these people, this ship, should serve more than heritage, than history. They should serve the future.
She takes a breath.
There are those in the flotilla that need clothes, that need food, that can benefit from the gifts of the steppe's ecosystem. I want you to invite them. Can you do that for me?
Of course.
I know that Sol sent you, she smiles. You can tell him Aki, captain of the Wind's Long Shadow, invites all of the people of the flotilla to come.
I will. She nods. Aki steps away.
You want to know about the flux? No. About its purposes? Its origins? She smiles. You wish to protect your home as we could not. I'm afraid I don't have much to tell you. It's an exotic wave of sorts, an energy that passes through matter. It shifts the very charged particles which run through our electrical systems. It is possible to shield against it as you would radiation, as we have done with the dust houses, but only while it is weak. The flux event here was much like the first ones we felt on Ember's steppe, localized, destructive but bearable. In time, its strength grew. I don't know if it will be the same here, but... She pauses. It's coming from the center of the system, from the close orbit of Helion's star, H1. That is all we could uncover. She is silent for a moment, unsure of what to add. I'm sorry I cannot offer more, but you are always welcome on this ship, she smiles. I hope I will see you when the others come. She squeezes both your hands. I hope this ship, these dust houses, can be more than a museum. I hope they can be a home. With this, she turns and leaves, and you feel that word, home, resonating within you like a struck bell.
Nodes in the wastes, right. I forgot about the flux data, just already. Do 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 do. Meow 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 meow. Flux node. It's 6 or a 5. Boo and hiss. Boo and hiss. Fluxed node, pilgrim seed. Is fluxed node the main thing? Pilgrim seed supply. Matsutake caps. Just feed dice into this. Plus hearth survival. Also, I should remember that I need to eat and stuff, like, it's okay to sink some of the bad dice into, just, like, Mingy, or whatever. Plus energy. Do that one, only +1 energy? Oh! Okay. Leave, repair the unit, and cycle. Oh, I do need to... I forgot about fixing the background audio for a second. It is okay. I will try to do that now. I guess I could just do it. I don't know. 18 seconds is just amount of time. I feel weird about not autosaving in. Or something. Fluxed data. Saving, there we go. Okay, I'll fix the background sound now, I think? Yeah, sure. The audio and so on should be fixed now. And we got the fluxed data? We got the fluxed data. So let's go to the Climbing Briar and do the thing. And do peak voice work, then I definitely remember their voice.
Sleeper, come look at this.
Peak is poring over one of the displays of the makeshift decoding suite they have set up in the Climbing Briar's cargo bay. On the screen, a clump of data pathways, like an ingrown root ball, has started to untangle. This is an existing node, corrupted by the flux event. It's totally twisted up. They glance at you to check you are listening. But inside, you watch as the unwinding pathways leave behind patterns of negative spaces, like shadows staying behind despite their caster leaving. There's a whole other data set. Peak's eyes shine bright in the pale screen light. The flux event somehow seeds this data deep into the gaps in the node, wrapping them around it. Or what's in there? All of these are fine to me. What's in there? Not sure, Peak frowns. It isn't being very cooperative. You watch the screen, the pattern of shadows becoming obvious now as each layer of pathways is pulled away. The flux event itself really did a number on unprotected nodes like this one. Most of the eye's systems are screened against radiation and interference, but these exposed nodes? Peak makes a ripping motion with their hands, torn apart. Peak points to a thick tangle of threads on the screen. Look here, it looks like it's been tangled purposefully, but it's actually that all the points within the node have been randomly rearranged. It's as if the node was a bag of ball bearings, and the flux shook them. The pathways tried to account for the rearrangement once the system came back on, hence the tangle. Peak pauses as the node continues to unwind. Although, Peak muses, it was less like shaking a bag of ball bearings and more like making them all simultaneously occupy a superposition of every possible position in the bag before locking them back into a new configuration. They smile sheepishly. But that's a technicality. Does any of that help us? For now, not especially. It explains the damage flux does to systems, but the method is an exotic one. Peak runs a hand through their hair. What we need to know is what's causing it. Where's it coming from? Peak turns away from the screen, meeting your eye. And there's something else. They pause. Have you spoken with the refugees? Yes. Yeah, like we've been chatting to people, so. Peak lowers their voice instinctively. What they're reporting, massive systems failures, cascading collapses of life support, of terraforming systems, total data corruption, Peak swallows. The flux shouldn't do that. It can fundamentally rearrange the structure of systems, especially those poorly shielded, but totally collapsing heavy-duty industrial systems, fail-safes and all, doesn't make sense. Those kinds of systems are built for deep space, for solar flares and radiation. The flux might penetrate them, but any reconfiguration should have been repairable. Peak looks back at the screen, where the decoding node lies almost fully open. A shadow pattern of the negative spaces that existed within its scrambled interior darkens the screen, like a set of bruises showing the pattern of the object that made them. I need to look into something. I have an idea what might be causing this wave, triggering the flux, but I need time to research it. I am curious, what is it? Peak frowns. Don't want to say for now, not until I'm sure. If you need something to do, the flotilla could surely do with the help. From what I heard from Esh, things are tense there. I'll look into it. Good. Peak sounds distracted. Give me some time, sleeper. Peak turns back to their console. I'll have some answers soon enough, I hope. You take one last glance at the uncoiling node as you leave, the dark shapes it leaves behind, somehow troubling. You try to shake them from your mind. There are things to be done elsewhere. Okay. So yeah, that's gonna take a hot second. We will just do this stuff, I guess. Help out at the place. Do the thing, etc., etc. Oh yeah, I got rerolls, which I should remember. My heuristic for these is reroll anything under a 3. Great. So we do that. Wondering if I should burn stabilizer here. Probably not, or we can do 5 dice days for 1 or 2 days. And that's okay. It's not the end of the world. It'd be nice to not have to worry about stabilizers and stuff at the end game, or like, you know, pace them out and stuff. Pilgrim Seed. 5. Maybe we just be hungry. Or like we have one real bad day and then we do the stabilizer. I don't hate that. Just as a means of doing this stuff quickly. Or trying to do it quickly. Leave. Wow. Pilgrim Seed. We do that. We do a 3. Full hearth survival. Soul finds you deep in the layers of the Pilgrim's Seed, working on a patch for a life support vent. You hear him coming, his suit hissing as he does. Had to ask around to find you, he smiles. Seems you know the place better than me these days. Doubt it. I put in the time as like cocky in a weird way. Doubt it. Sol nods. I was on the work crew that built this thing, so maybe you're right. He winks. Sol holds out a hand. Stand up and let me see you. He pulls you to your feet. I don't believe we ever had a sleeper on Ember's hearth. Sol looks you up and down. You sure do make me wish we had. Could have done with a few workers as good as you. Thanks. Sol means well, I think. Sol nods. You're welcome. Seems like I owe you some answers, seeing as you've been working hard on the Pilgrim Seed these past cycles. He leans against a crate, his suit creaking. What do you want to know about? I am the most interested in the flux, still. Sol sighs. That's what I imagined, he scratches at his beard. I can't say that I'm an expert, but I can tell you what we witnessed on Hearth. At first we ignored it. A few farms had their automation systems blink out. Lifter suits locked up, bots reset their schedules, nothing we hadn't seen before. But after the news came out of Passero that they'd been hit harder, the local network had gone down and no one could get it back up. It was rough for a while, but out in the farmland we were used to that. Passero? Capital of Hearth. Tens of thousands of souls made it their home. Sol grimaces. Anyway, we thought the flux was a freak event until the day they got the network running again. That's when the cascade happened. System after system corrupted, data lost, and then another flux hit. And another. The bots were running circles in the fields. People had to be cut out of their lifter suits like mine. And the city? I never saw it, but I heard from the others. Sol shivers. It only got worse from there. We couldn't seem to fight it. It cut us right open. That's what I know about the flux. Some people say it came from the inner system, that it might be connected to some old tech there or something, but I never heard anything more than rumors. Sol scratches their beard. Sorry I don't have better news. Sol shifts on the crate. Anything else you wanted to ask? There was something. Sol nods. What do you want to know about? Ember's Hearth. Sure, he smiles. I mean, I spent my whole life on that rock, so I have plenty to tell.
I'll save my life story for another time, he winks. But the short of it is that Hearth is the first of Ember's moons, the biggest and the most populated, which is down to the successful terraforming systems that Cybele set up back when Solheim owned the system.
How are relations with the other moons? Sol smiles.
Depends on who you've been talking to.
Uh-huh.
You shouldn't mistake me for a politician, Sleeper. That's for others to do.
He gives you a look.
But Ember's Step was a test ground for the terraforming tech that Hearth is built on, while Ember's Song was the extraction site for the raw materials and energy you needed to make it work. You can imagine that might lead to some tension. However,
Sol holds up a hand.
despite what people might say, Hearth was never fully stable.
Sol shakes his head.
Cybele liked to talk it up, but after they pulled out and Solheim left, our people discovered they'd have to keep the systems running themselves, or the place would soon end up as dry as steppe. Hearth was good as long as the evaporators kept running, kept filling our skies with clouds. Even after the collapse, our people kept those things going, turning that subsurface ocean into a periwinkle blue sky.
Sol smiles.
Flux ended that, though, and when they failed, the rains failed, and the harvest with it.
Sol pauses.
And soon you have a city without a way to feed itself.
Sol shudders.
That's when some of us, made the decision to set out on this place.
He gestures at the pilgrim seed.
And look for another future.
Sol shifts on the crate.
Anything else you wanted to ask?
Sure. You. Sol squints at you.
You want to know about me? I'm not sure that was part of the deal I was thinking of, Sleeper. Unless you're asking about this.
He raps on the metal of his suit.
In case you haven't guessed, this is the only thing keeping me vertical.
He adjusts a shoulder piece.
It's a lifter suit made for working the fields. We had to modify it so I could walk around after the accident. And that's all I'm saying, Sleeper. Because to be honest with you, I don't owe you more than that. You want to know about the flux? About Ember's Hearth? Go ahead. But don't pry into my life and I won't pry into yours.
Sol lets the silence sit, staring hard at the floor. The suit seems to loom over him, looking more like a burden than a support. With the bars around his head, you suddenly start to think of it as a cage.
Look, I don't mean to be rude. Let's leave it there. There's too many eyes on me, on this ship as it is, and I'd rather just slip into the background. Thank you very much.
Sol shifts on the crate.
Anything else you wanted to ask?
What happens if we hit this again?
Sol nods. What do you want to know about?
Something buzzes on Sol's suit. He glances at it and frowns.
Looks like time's up, Sleeper.
Sol stands, flexing against the suit. He takes his cane in his hand.
Keep it up, Sleeper.
He smiles as he leaves.
You're making me think I need to start making new plans for this place.
With that, Sol leaves, and you wonder what he means. As he creaks away down the corridor, you can't help but feel there's more to him than it seems. Okay. When you arrive at the bridge of the Pilgrim Seed, Sol is waiting for you.
You wouldn't believe the messages that have come through in the past few cycles, Sleeper.
He smiles.
The ship from Steppe has sent a goodwill gesture, a whole cache of supplies from their own farms.
He smiles.
I'm not sure how we'll come to use them, but the gesture is a welcome one. Song, meanwhile, are apparently accepting supplies again, although a little reticently, if I may say so.
Sol smiles.
I don't expect them to change anytime soon, it should be said. And what I'm wondering, Sleeper, is what part you had in all this.
Sol eyes you, waiting for an answer. I helped where I could.
I've come to expect that of you, Sleeper.
He smiles. You look at Sol, his eyes bright and eager, and wonder what he sees in you. Are you a tool to be used or an ally? It can be hard to tell.
I want to show you something.
Sol squeezes your shoulder, turning you to face the lift. He leads you along the axis of the ship, towards the engines, the clanking of his suit accompanied by the constant hammering and welding that fills the echoey bulkheads of the Pilgrim Seed at all hours. With the cordon lifted and shutters able to go out to salvage scrap and barter for supplies, the ship has become a place of transformation, moving towards some state yet to be revealed to you. You look at Saul. What is his plan here? What is he preparing the pilgrim seed for? Or are his eyes or are his sharp eyes simply focused on making it through the next cycle? Suddenly, Saul stops in front of a huge bulkhead door, like the seal on the front of a dry dock hangar. He signals to someone in a cabin high up, attached to the wall, and they begin the process of opening it up. The Pilgrim Seed was built as a short-range freight carrier, you know? The amber warning lights on the bulkhead door send spinning shadows across Saul's face. We built it to ship the entire harvest from thousands of farms to the silos at Passero. When we realized we'd need to leave, it was the biggest ship we could muster, Saul raps on a metal plate. And somehow, she's carried us all the way here. You led the evacuation. Me? He laughs. Not even close. I was a farmer. I had a whole load of land and people to run it. And my people helped convert this place for the long trip. He looks at his feet. Others led, organized the evacuation, and debated the plan. What happened? Not one of those folks made it, Saul rubs his forehead. We were out in the black a long time before we got here, Sleeper. Things happen. The upshot is I was chosen to take over. I guess my crew trusted me, and I knew the ship. I argued, I reminded them that I'm no leader, and that I'm sick, but well, when service chooses you. A loud klaxon sounds, indicating the bulkhead doors are ready to open. They groan as they slide back, the metal squeals echoing through the vast ship, bouncing off its hard-plated walls. At first, all you see is darkness. Then the lights go on, in huge strips that stretch back and back as far as you can see. The space in front of you, a vast bay, bigger than any you have ever seen, is empty. When we left Hearth, we didn't have the time or resources to convert the entire ship. Saul begins leading you into the massive space. So much of the freight space we sealed away, shut down. But now, we have time, we have resources. We stabilized here, at least for the moment. Saul turns to you. Now is the time we make use of all this. What are you planning? What do you think happens next for the Eye, Sleeper? Saul sighs. The flux has already hit one part of the station, and from what I know, it'll hit again. On Hearth, we lost everything. There isn't much time, Sleeper, but there is enough time to do something. Think of the number of people we can fit on here. The farming stacks, the housing. Hell, we can plant some of those mushrooms you love so much. This is the way forward, the only way. We need to fill this ship with able bodies and head for the Starward belt. I thought the Eye was your destination. It was until the flux hit here. Now it's just another stop. I'm glad of the chance to resupply and salvage, but we need to go further out. I want you to help me. You know the Eye, you have connections, and you can work hard. I've seen it. Soul meets your eye. I know you're like me, Sleeper. You didn't choose service, but it chose you. There are other ways. If you know him, go ahead, but I'm telling you, this is the opportunity we have now. I know it's a lot to think about, Sleeper. Trust me. Soul begins to lead you back out of the bay. But think of what we can do here. The flotilla can't last forever. We need more than just farmers to make this work. We need to build a new world for ourselves. I've heard that out here in the belt there are people who've been setting up since the collapse, making something of their own. That's our future, tucked away in those rocks, far from all this, Soul sighs. I didn't bring my people here just to let them die somewhere new. Saul crosses back over the threshold of the bay and signals for the operator to close it up. The door groans, and Saul waits for it to stop. Think about it, Sleeper. Saul claps an arm on your back. But don't wait too long. This is happening soon. And he leaves you there, in the silence of this vast bay, your head spinning with the thought of leaving the Eye. But I like the Eye. 2 upgrade points in this economy? Save save for a +3 question mark? I don't know, we could get the cryo actions thing, but like... Also, so that we're mainly killing time until the climbing briar does something. So let's take a minute to cross the rim, do a little bit of work at a place that will give us energy. We get some energy, we leave. Was it the Ord exchange that sold just scrap? Or, import-export? I definitely remember. Ord exchange? Now, one of the ships, whatever, this is not super important. We can just gather scrap too. Unit. Feed the cat. As you do. Almost forgot to do the stabilizer. End cycle. Okay. Spin around the station a little bit maybe, or just look at just make sure I'm not like missing any, you know, big glowing dialogues or anything. Cross to Greenway. Yeah. Briar Base Camp. Is there a thing here? No, right, this was another home. Yeah. So just vibing, just kill 2 days. Gather some scrap. +1 scrap components. +1 scrap components. Maybe do a little bit of work with Moritz. Just try to cross the finish line healthy. Repair bay. I guess we can sink the 2 into here. Leave. Descender car. And to Mingy Express. I don't know why I was like cryo. I was thinking about Memphis, as you do. And cycle. Oh no, I guess I might cut out these days or whatever in the edit if I remember, but if I don't, hi, we're just vibing. I guess I could just end cycle. Like, just, fully burn dice. So that I don't have to think too hard. Leave. Okay. Cross the Greenway. And 2 days should be... Now one more? Oh, fine. Stop by Memphis. Or maybe the last time. Whoa. I don't know if there's more stuff. Hey, Memphis. Yeah. Feed our cat. End the cycle. Just full burn dice. Yeah, I don't know. Like, just vibe. I maybe could have remembered to self-repair, but it was fun. Have you ever heard of can channels, Sleeper? Peak asks as soon as you enter the bay, as if you were in the middle of a conversation. There are heavy circles under their eyes, and you aren't sure if they've moved since you last visited. The console they are working at seems to have grown too, shadowing their slight frame in a wealth of screens and wires. Sounds familiar. I'm sure they do. Peak turns to face you. Kiomani's active navigation, the name of the effect used to transport trillions of tons of material from the surrogate systems to the core. You might have heard of it in your physics classes. At XPR, they hammered the principles into us as kids. Can. Peak recites the definition, as if in the classroom. A process of collapsing spatial causality along the Euclidean distance between 2 points by negating mass simultaneously at both ends of a geodesic curve. Essentially, can channels allow for the near instantaneous transport of raw materials between systems. They require huge volumes of energy, of course, and decades of construction. But once a can channel is established, it opens up a system for infinite exploitation. The backbone of surrogacy is what XPR called them. Peak shakes their head. They might not be able to send anything more complex than a rock through them. Complex machines and people are, shall we say, reconfigured by the process. But for raw, molecularly pure materials, Peak flicks a hand. Whoosh. Where is this going? Peak pauses. What I was trying to find out was whether the Helion system, this system, ever had a can channel. Can channels are vastly expensive to build, to run. Not every surrogate system has one. Many use fraction drive ships to transport their materials to the nearest hub. But Solheim, Peak smiles, Solheim spared no expense when they established this system. So there's a can channel. Yep, Peak's eyes light up. They shut it down before the collapse. They couldn't run the sender-receiver station anymore. But it was there. It still is, as far as I can tell. Closely orbiting our star. In fact, Peak grins, they've been building to this. I'm sure it's still there, because one of the issues with can channels are the massive waves of exotic energy they can produce when cycling up. The flux. Exactly. Peak's face suddenly drops. Someone is starting up the channel. Why? Peak sucks in a breath. That I don't know. They start counting off information on their fingers. They need a lot of resources to do it. They need to have people from the core systems. But there's no real large-scale extraction in the Helion system anymore. So why would you go through the trouble? Just to trigger the flux? Peak rubs their red eyes. The flux, the wave the can effects produce, is a side effect, a problematic one. But it isn't a destructive force. If it was, the core systems would never have been able to use it. So then why are colonies collapsing because of it? Why is it chewing through systems? The kind of industrial system set up to function within range of a once active can channel. Peak is getting frustrated. The moons of Ember have been terraforming since before the collapse. They would have had to deal with the flux. Yet everything we have heard from the refugees says it brought down every system they had. Peak falls quiet, thinking it all through. Your mind drifts too, thinking of the can channels, those vast acausal highways that prop up the core systems and their endless appetite for resources. This system has been quiet for decades. Solheim collapsed. Most corporations gave up their claims. And apart from the Celis ships that came to begin work on the sidereal horizon, no one from the core has come here in all that time. You shiver as you imagine the attention of the core, the systems of logic and exploitation that created your suffering, turning towards the Helion system. A floodlight turned to this dark corner. A shrill bleep catches both of your attention, and Peak rushes to a screen, one showing a crude map of the station. On it, individual markers begin to flare up with insistent chirps. Peak looks puzzled for a moment, and then their face drops. No, no, no! They lean in close. This doesn't make any sense. What's happening? The fluxed nodes are appearing elsewhere on the station, Peak pulls at their hair. I set this system to alert me to other fluxed nodes near the epicenter of the flux event, but these are everywhere. The hub, the low end, the shipyard. How can this happen? The only reason we saw fluxed nodes here is because it is the most run-down part of the station. They were barely shielded, but others appearing so far after the event? Peak turns to you. You're going to need to get me the data from these nodes, and quickly. I'll keep looking at what I have here, but I need to know why they are popping up everywhere. Right now? Right now. We can talk more about the CAN channels and system history when you're back, but this needs our attention right now. Peak turns quickly back to the monitor, their eyes following scrolling screens of code spewing from the newly fluxed nodes. You leave quickly, but struggle to shake the image of the spotlight from your mind. You feel watched as you cross back into the Pilgrim Seed on your way to a shuttle bay. You hurry onward, eager to outrun the fear. Okay, how many flux? 3? 3 flux data in this economy? Bam. Okay. The Greenway. Cross to rim. Yet again, agent. Fluxed node. 6. Oh. Havenage agent. Fluxed node. 5. Oh. Reroll. Wait, this should... I think both of them, one was 5 or 6 and the other was 6 or 5. So that should be okay for those. I immediately forgot. It was 3 fluxed nodes. Was one in the eye then? Extract data. Go up in the Ascender car? Yeah. Should have checked the 4 or... Oh, we do have a 4. Convenient. I love it when the plot can happen within one cycle. One working day. Descend to rim. 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 Data. Input 3 fluxed data. I'll just be Peak loads the data into their decoding setup. I'll just be a moment. Don't leave, sleeper. You watch as Peak works on the flux data, the nodes unfolding like flowers now, giving into Peak's increasingly sophisticated decoding protocols. Seeing data like this, as an image on a screen, is an almost unrecognizable representation to you. It's nothing like swimming among nodes and threads. Despite this, Peak has proven themselves to be more than able to handle these complex data structures, even through this limited representational paradigm. The bay door hisses, interrupting your flow of thoughts. You turn to see Esh entering. Esh! She looks up and meets your eye, but doesn't respond. Esh stalks into the bay, head down. She looks tired and not in a mood to talk. How's the weapon hunt? Peak asks without turning from their screen. Slow, unsuccessful, tedious. Esh slams a bag on a crate and hops to sit on it. You still unpicking balls of yarn?
With Sleeper's help, Peak smiles. They brought me some good stuff this cycle. Maybe they could help you find the weapons you were smuggling? It's clear Ash doesn't appreciate Peak's tone. Don't Havenage have them? Yep, Ash replies. At least until I find where they are keeping them. Ash, Peak cuts in without looking away from the console. That's not a good idea. This is my mistake, Peak, and I'll fix it how I want. Ash folds her arms. Havenage just lost the cordon. Equipping them with weapons is not something I want to have been responsible for. Peak holds up a hand. Shh! They lean towards the screen. Son of a... What? They hid it in the wake of the wave. Peak is whispering to themselves. It's alive. They lean back in their chair. Ash crosses over to look at the screen. Alive? Well, it's growing. It's processing. It's quietly working away in the dark. Look. You cross over to the screen and stand beside Ash. In it, you can see that Peak has all 4 nodes decoded, and the pattern of shadows from inside them sits on the screen like dark stains. Then you notice it, the movement. The thin threads cross from one stain to another. As you watch, you notice that the movement only ever happens in your peripheral vision, as if this thing, this shadow, knows it's being watched. This is how the other fluxed nodes appeared. Peak rubs their eyes. They weren't fluxed by the wave. They were corrupted after the fact. This thing, this shadow that entered in the wake of the wave, it corrupted them, but it made the corruption look like the result of the flux. It's a sleight of hand. Peak runs a hand through their hair. The flux wave is so massive, so complex that it opens up the system to be attacked. As it reconfigures exposed systems, this shadow broadcasts implanted inside. The wave from the CAN channel, it is a brute force wave hitting every system in Helion. Once the systems are vulnerable, Peak looks pale. Their eyes reflect the screens. The flux isn't what's attacking the systems. It's the siege weapon, a Trojan horse. Then this thing takes over. Peak sits back in their chair. And it's already on the eye. Wait. Ash rubs her forehead. You're telling me there's a CAN channel in this system? Shit. Peak isn't listening. This is bad. We have to take this to someone. Peak looks desperately at you. Why would I go to Helen? I feel like I'm forgetting something to do with Helen. I don't know. Is Helen going to... Is Soul... If we take it to Soul, are we going to have to leave? Because I don't want to leave, but I do like Soul more. Soul. Right, the refugees need to know. Ash cuts in. Maybe they can protect themselves against it. Lead an evacuation. An evacuation? Are you insane, Ash? Peak is desperate. Havenage are the station administrators. They need to know. The arguments ranges between them, and as you watch them shouting, you feel sick. After a while, they stop, running out of things to say. An unsettling silence descends on the bay. I need more time, Peak says quietly. I need to look at solutions, try to build a case, collate the evidence. Will you mess this up? They look down at their hands. Ash goes to speak and then thinks better of it. Not a word, Sleeper. Peak meets your eye. Don't tell anyone until they are ready. They sigh. With the tension among the refugees, Soul won't be ready to hear this, and Helen and Havenage are still mired in some kind of crisis. We tell Havenage and they are likely to react badly, and even with the flotilla stabilized, Sol is also not going to react well to this. Need time to build a case. You are too twisted up in this, Peak, Ash says quietly. This is not our place. We don't owe... Stop, Ash. Peak slumps in their chair. Stop. You leave them like that, exhausted and troubled, and head back out to the Pilgrim Seed. When you close your eyes, you think of those shadows, that movement at the edge of your vision, something dark growing in the station, like a parasite. You feel sick. Your vision blurs. What comes next? You stop in a corridor and take a breath, putting a hand on a rumbling metal wall. For now, the eye keeps spinning. For now. Climbing Briar.
Episode Purge. The final episode will begin when the clock below is complete. Good luck. Okay. So we will get upgrade points. Upgrade interface? I don't know. I do wish... I think Disco Elysium's skill system was a little bit too diffuse for my liking. Or, yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of parts of it. This is a little bit more condensed than I wanted, or I think way at the start of this as like, I have a specific thing I'm trying to do, and we've gotten almost every like skill or plus or whatever. Like we're missing some. Maybe every is overselling it, but we certainly have gotten a good chunk of it. The wastes. Gather some scrap. No, minus condition. Great. You'd love to see it. Haifa dorm. End a cycle. Leave. Oh yeah, we can do sunbathe. Or we can sunbathe. Why not? Sunbathe, self-repair. A little bit more self-repair. Leave. Get more scrap from the wastes, just kill time fixing ourselves up. Do. And Haifa dorm. I am glad I remembered the scrap self-repair thing. It's fairly big in terms of not having to mess around with more involved means of managing condition. Yeah. End cycle. Sleeper, Peak is waiting for you in the corridor. It's time. Peak looks pale and disheveled, with heavy marks under their eyes and strands of hair sticking to their face. I'm ready. Peak holds up a thumbnail-sized drive. All the data I've compiled on the flux event, the effects of the wave, and the structures that hide within it, it is on here. You look at the tiny drive, a casket of dark secrets. I've annotated it to the best of my ability. Anyone should be able to understand the threat, the potential in this, Peak sighs. It makes for a grim reading. Without intervention, the Eye will suffer a cascading collapse of systems, just like the colonies of Ember's moons. Intervention? Peak grimaces. That I'm still working on. Peak looks at the drive. This shadow in the flux, this protocol is just so hard to pin down. It adapts to any countermeasure I've tried to deploy. It's like trying to hold water in a cage. It slips straight through. There has to be a way. Peak closes their hand around the drive. We need help, Sleeper. This is about everyone on this station, they sigh. We have to set up a meeting to tell someone who can do something about this. Soul, they liked Helen, so I don't know. Or stay silent. Honestly, the thing I'm thinking of right now is Gardener. I think Gardener would be great. I don't know if there's one of these options that get us to Gardener. I feel like it's either... like, I want to stay silent.
Or perhaps, Peak adds thoughtfully, we've been thinking about this all wrong. Peak's eyes glint. Why make a choice when we can tell both of them? Why pick a side when the only side in this entire thing is the one we all need to take? Peak speaks as they think, their words barely keeping pace with their thoughts. Tell both is also a thing that I was like, yeah, we can't just tell everyone. Anyway. Yeah, we need to resist together or we'll fail. We need everyone on board, Sleeper. Peak smiles. That is the only way. We send the data to both. Yeah, I don't know, sure. Like I was saying, I like both. Peak smiles. I'm glad you see it too. They look away. Another Flux event is coming. I'm sure of it, and I'm not sure we can survive without help. Peak opens their hand and holds the drive out for you to take. You need to do this, Sleeper. I can't. You know Sol, you know Helen, they trust you. To them, I'm just another spacer, but you are a part of this place. Hearing someone else say it hits you hard. You are a part of the Eye. Peak is right, but right now that feels more like a weakness than a strength. I have set up a data relay at the cordon. It's neutral ground. Take the data and send it out to Havenage and the flotilla. Once they receive it, they will come. We can be sure of that. You'll meet them there and take them through it all. No one could do a better job. They tuck a strand of hair behind their ear. Come with me. Peak pauses. I can't. It would only draw suspicion of you. Havenage wants nothing to do with us, and Sol is paranoid at best. Peak tentatively puts a hand on your shoulder. Thank you, Sleeper. I know this is hard, but we have to move forward. We can't keep this to ourselves anymore. They step back, looking thin and pale in the harsh station light. Come talk to me once it's done, and they slip away into the Eye. Okay. The cordon? Peak's relay lies ready. This is it. This data is a ticking time bomb. Once it's sent, there's no going back. Warning, once you send the data, episode Purge and the final series of events on the Eye will begin. After this point, you will not be able to return to complete other drives or endings. Make sure you are ready. I believe we're as ready as we will ever be. Start action. Peak's relay pings a confirmation. The data is sent. Now all you can do is wait for their response. With the data sent, the only thing to do is wait. As you do, you imagine Helen receiving the data, perhaps in the middle of some Havenage Council meeting. You think of her trembling hands as she slips out of the room to read it. Her reaction, you can't predict. You imagine Sol, too, one of his crew finding him in some corner of the Pilgrim Seed, overseeing the modifications that will turn it into an ark. Those sharp eyes scanning the data, looking for a way to proceed. The wait draws out, and to pass the time you watch the activity beyond the edge of the Eye. The scrap shuttles pulling components from the now abandoned core, and the supply skiffs making runs between the flotilla ships. It isn't long before you hear the chirping of one of Helen's now familiar drones approaching the viewing platform, and then Helen herself strides into the room. I will never remember Helen's voice. Where did you get this, Sleeper? Helen holds up a slate, scrolling with streams of flux data as she enters. I need to know your source. Peak really didn't want to be involved. I don't know. Hello to you two. You didn't bring me here for a reunion, I assume? Helen smiles a thin smile. Then you'll forgive me for skipping the pleasantries. She pauses and pushes her hair back out of her face. This is a lot to take in. A shadow protocol inside of the flux? The system's CAN channel starting up? A total collapse of the Eye? She rubs her forehead. If I bring this to the council, they'll... She turns away. They'll believe you. She laughs. Do you know what has been happening within Havenage, Sleeper? She looks away, out at the flotilla. Since the refugee ships started arriving, things have changed. It's chaos. No one can settle on a single issue. There's a division at every vote. But in the division, only one group prospers, the hardliners. Because as each counselor gets tired of the arguments, gets tired of compromise, they become more attracted to the easy answers. The flotilla is to blame. The refugees are opportunists. The eye must be defended, she shakes her head. And now you're telling me they brought something to the eye that will cause its collapse. They didn't bring it. It doesn't matter, Sleeper. That is all the counselors will hear. She closes her eyes, a hand to her temple. Many of them already presume that the refugees are somehow to blame.
Did someone say refugees? Sol clanks into the docking bay, grinning at the situation. Speak of the devil, and, well, here I am. His suit hisses as he settles on his cane. Helen glances between the two of you, uncertain if she has been drawn into some elaborate plan. Sol holds out a hand to her. Sol, Sol? Sol. No, it's Sol. Sol, he nods. I believe we've spoken remotely while the cordon was still up.
I sent both of you the data.
Sol laughs. Well, thank you. He raises an eyebrow. Evidence of our mutual inevitable destruction is not much of an olive branch, but I'll take it.
I'm not Havenage, Helen blurts out, and then corrects herself. What I mean to say is no one person represents Havenage. That's the idea. I did not support the cordon, and I don't support your quarantine.
Sol nods. Well then, Sol glances at you. Anyone mind if I get myself up to speed here? He pauses, but you get the feeling he isn't expecting an answer. 1. The flux events, the very same destabilizing waves that collapsed the colonies of the moons on Ember, have reached the station.
He holds up a stubby finger.
2. According to data Sleeper provided, these events are acting as a cover for some kind of intrusive protocol which is causing the real damage.
A second finger joins the first.
3. This shadow protocol will do the very same thing it did to Ember's song, Step and Hearth, and quickly. In short, it'll shut down everything keeping this place alive.
A third finger pops up.
4. And this is my favorite. We've no idea who or what is doing this and why.
Sol's final finger joins the other 3.
Is that about the total of it all?
There's also another flux event coming.
Of course there is.
Sol smiles thinly. Sounds, Helen pauses, searching for words, intimidating. Helen turns to Sol. Did you manage to put up any kind of resistances on Ember's Hearth?
Sol shakes his head. That's why we're here. The Pilgrim Seed was the biggest ship to make it out unscathed. He pauses. I suppose we didn't have this data. We didn't know what was eating up the systems. We all thought it was the flux.
Helen looks at you. And I imagine you, Sleeper, and whoever helped you uncover this might be able to figure out a countermeasure.
We can try.
Helen nods approval. Okay, so that's the start of it.
If you'll forgive me, Sol cuts in. Part of why I was able to save as many as I could on Ember's Hearth was that I gave up, hope early.
Sol shifts his weight, his suit hissing.
There were endless strategy meets, system reboots, tests, and trials, but I just got on with working on the Pilgrim Seed, with getting people on board. So when the second and the third and the rest of the flux events hit, we were ready to go. So if I can offer you some advice, Miss Not Havenage, is to give up on that line of thought you have, that hope, and to start the evacuation now. Right this cycle.
Sol looks out on the observation deck towards the Pilgrim Seed.
I've already started the processes of converting the remaining volume of the Pilgrim Seed for human habitation. With Havenage's resources, I dare say we could finish the job with time to spare.
Sol scratches at his beard.
I know it's hard and sudden, but you have to give up hope. We have to run. There will be no heroes here, just those that keep living and those that don't.
Helen listens in silence, making calculations. She looks out at the bulk of the Pilgrim Seed, which, despite all its vastness, is dwarfed by the eye as a whole.
Something flickers in her eyes. She opens her mouth to speak. She stops, frozen. Let me think. Helen rubs her temple. I need a moment. Helen paces, and as you watch her, you realize how young she is, and how lost she is in the systems and protocols she has to navigate. You can almost see the strings and ties that bind her, glinting like webs in the wide space of the observation platform. I want to purge the Shadow Protocol. Mostly because I don't think... Like, Navigator is still here, too, right? Gardener, Navigator, the abstract mass of life that is the Greenway. Or like the... yeah. I don't know. There are things here that I don't think get on Sol's ship. We purge the Shadow Protocol. Helen stops pacing. But with what resources? The data you sent me, this thing, the Shadow. Uncontrollable, untraceable? Perhaps with the full contingent of the Havenage Systems Department? That would require hundreds of work orders to be overlooked. Maintenance schedules abandoned. She looks away. Getting that through the Council, would that even be possible? She glances at Sol, who is patiently watching, patiently listening. We have to try. Helen looks at the slate again. I'll take this to the Council. Force them to listen. Force them to act. You both jump as someone loudly clears their throat nearby. Your eyes jump to the dark entryway that Helen emerged from just minutes ago. I don't remember if we've gotten Kemp before. If we did, sorry, this voice is gonna be different, almost certainly.
What a cozy little meeting this is.
A man steps from the shadows, dressed in the same style of Havenage overalls as Helen.
And I must say, that is some very incendiary rhetoric you're using, Counselor Helen.
You glance at Helen, and her face drops immediately. Kemp? She curses under her breath. Sol shifts his weight on his cane, but otherwise remains still, like a casual observer.
Plotting against Havenage with an interloper.
He gestures at Sol.
Everyone will be so disappointed.
Kemp smiles a bright smile.
Some of the counselors had high hopes for our youngest member.
His smile drops.
Of course, I never let novelty distract from the importance of experience.
Helen stares daggers at Kemp. Enough of this petty shit, Kemp. You need to see this. She holds out her slate with an outstretched arm. The games are over. No more point scoring, no more lobbying. You and your hardliners need to stop. This is something real. Kemp calmly takes the slate and prods the screen, scrolling through the flux data. His face betrays nothing, but you see some complex calculations flickering in his sharp eyes. He gestures, and out of the shadows 2 Havenage security officers appear. As they do, both you and Helen take a sharp breath in. They are carrying long, boxy guns. You've never seen anything like them on the eye. Gloss XPR logos glint along their barrels. These are Esh's weapons, confiscated by Havenage in the smuggling operation gone wrong, and now put to use. Kemp holds up the slate and one of the officers takes it and slips it into a pocket on his vest. He smiles at Helen, then follows her eyes to where they are fixed on the matte black barrels of the officer's weapons. The weapons we confiscated from the Spacers. Helen looks at you. From your friends. She narrows her eyes at Kemp. You can't do this. You can't use them. Kemp shrugs.
You have just handed me evidence that the flotilla has infected the station with a virus, with a shadow protocol that threatens the life of every Havenage member, every person on the eye.
He gives Helen a dark look.
This is not the time for half measures.
Helen steps forward without thinking, and immediately the officers raise their guns.
Be very careful here, Helen. I don't think escalating the situation will play in your favor.
Kemp sighs.
You are in the wrong here, plotting against the council, hoarding data vital to our work. It's all so obvious. You couldn't win power by Havenage's systems, by our laws, so you resort to this.
Kemp shakes his head.
The law is with me. It is as simple as that. So now you need to come with me.
Continue. Saul shoots you a purposeful glance. Now is the only moment you'll have. Harrier Dubois, in the shootout of Disco Elysium, being like, well, you can do some coward shit, or you can try to save Kim. You can try to make sure that Kim doesn't get shot. Run at Kemp. You rush Kemp, but as you do, Sol twists one of his arms, snapping something on his suit. A burst of pressurized gas jets out, clouding the room in a choking cloud. Somehow, in the gray, your shoulder finds Kemp. He tumbles backwards, pulling you with him. Then something crackles blue through the gray, like lightning inside a cloud. The weapons. The fear takes over, and you stumble onto your feet, running from that terrible cracking sound as it whips through the gas. You stumble into another body in the haze, and both of you tumble through a doorway. It's Sol, and you stumble through, Sol? I said like, oh, it's definitely Sol. Solar. And then I think I've been saying Sol, whatever. And you stumble and limp together, mindlessly through the corridor after corridor, until that crackling sound is no longer echoing in your ears. You catch your breath together, Sol wrenching his suit back into shape and leaning heavily on his cane.
I assumed that wasn't part of the plan, Sol coughs. Certainly gave some life to proceedings, though.
Are you okay? Sol pats at his suit, his hand trembling.
As okay as usual.
He straightens up.
I'll be honest with you. None of this changes anything for me. The Pilgrim Seed will be going in a handful of cycles, whether Havenage wants it or not.
I have strong feelings about, like, Gardener and Navigator and stuff. I don't particularly think that, like, keeping the refugees here is... Or, yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's bad to be like, hey, this is a thing that can happen. I don't know. How many can you take? Sol grimaces.
I don't know right now. Depends on how the work goes. On who wants to come. People won't want to leave their home, Sleeper. Even when death is bearing down upon them. I know that all too well.
Sol puts a hand on your shoulder.
There's a berth for you, and for any you can gather, Sleeper. That much I owe you.
I don't know. Thanks. Sol nods. Sol glances back down the corridor.
Now I think we better clear out. I'm not sure those officers won't come looking. My crew will meet me at the edge of this cordon, so I'm good from here.
Sol leans on his cane.
Oh, and thank you, Sleeper, for sending the data. I appreciate the extra info, and I'll see if I can help us, shore up the Pilgrim Seed against any future flux events. We will be leaving as soon as we are able. If you want to help us get there faster, well, you'd be welcome.
He meets your eye.
If we had you back on Ember's Hearth.
He pauses, suddenly losing his appetite for discussing the past.
Well, he smiles. Just don't keep me waiting.
And he limps off down the corridor towards the edge of the cordon. You pause for a moment to let your thoughts catch up. Peak will want to hear about all this. They should be your first port of call. As you enter the climbing briar, you immediately have to jump aside as Ash, lugging a massive crate across the cargo bay, pushes past you, grunting an apology as she does. Grunt back is just funny to me. Ash doesn't look back. As you turn back to the bay, Peak pushes past too.
Sorry, Sleeper, just a second.
Peak rushes to catch up with Ash.
Put that down, please, Ash.
but she doesn't respond to their urging. We can't leave, not yet. Peak puts a hand on her shoulder. Please, I'm the only one here who can... The crate drops, the sound of its impact echoing around the bay like thunder. Can do what, Peak? Her eyes are burning with anger. Save this place? Are you still that naive? We are running, Peak. We are running because this thing cannot be stopped. It couldn't be stopped at XPR, our home. Why would we stay to stop it here? Because we can, Ash. We can give these people a chance. Peak pleads with her. Like they gave the refugees a chance? Ash shakes her head. No, Peak, this is not on us. We barely made it out of XPR. I worked for years to escape, and now you want to throw it all away? I left everything behind. My mother, my friends, to take you out of that place. She clenches her jaw. She turns and slams her hand onto the crate, breathing hard. We go. That's the end of it. Peak turns away. You feel unsure of what to do, but you know now is not the time for outside arguments. This is between them. Peak crosses the bay back towards you. I'm sorry you had to see that, Sleeper, they sigh. Let's talk upstairs. Peak leads you to the entry ladder, taking you up out of the bay and into the habitation level of the ship. You follow them through the tight corridors, noticing the handwritten notes, the clutter, the repairs, the signs of a home. Here, sit. Peak gestures to the broad mess table with its curved couches, and you slide in on one side. Peak sits opposite. They brush their hair out of their eyes and take a deep breath. So, how did it go? What did they say? I've been waiting all cycle. Tell them about Kemp. Peak looks increasingly troubled as you tell them about the hardline counselor Kemp's sudden appearance, about the XPR embossed guns and the resulting chaos. You admit you don't know what happened to Helen. Peak is silent for a moment. Those are Ash's guns, right? The ones she smuggled out of XPR on this ship? The ones she didn't tell us about? Peak looks desperate. Yes. Peak's head droops. Ash, Peak whispers to themselves. Peak takes a deep breath. Then we can't be sure Helen can help us at all. If Kemp has taken her, or if the council looks on your meeting darkly, Peak nods softly, then this is on us. What's on us? Ash is standing quietly in the doorway listening. You don't know how long she has been there for. Peak looks up at her with tired eyes. Sleeper found the weapons he smuggled from XPR. Ash freezes. She glances between you and Peak, as if this might be some elaborate joke. Havenage used them. Ash moves out of the doorway and enters the room. What happened? Peak interrupts. The hardliners within the Havenage Council used them, Ash, against their own members. Ash shakes her head. Good. Anyone in that corrupt mess deserves what's coming to them, she grimaces. But they never should have laid their hands on those weapons. If I'd have known... Peak goes to speak, and then decides not to take the bait. They glance at you. I'm sure you've heard enough of us arguing this cycle, Sleeper. Peak shoots a look at Ash. But our introduction of those weapons into the equation are just another reason why we cannot simply run away. Ash looks away, but says nothing. She surely knows they cannot absolve themselves of responsibility here, so what is motivating her? You realize that she still might be trying to protect Peak, even from themselves. Suddenly a shrill beeping fills the room, and Peak pulls out their slate to silence it. But as they do, they freeze, their finger hovering above the screen, the beeping continuing its insistent pulse. What? Peak doesn't seem to hear you. They blink with glazed eyes at the slate. Then they let out a long exhale and tap the screen. The bleeping shuts off, leaving a ringing silence behind. Ash frowns at Peak. Planning to explain? 12 cycles. Peak looks vacantly up at you both. 12 cycles until the next flux event. They shake their head. I've been using the arrays on the Briar to look toward the center of the system, to approximately where the CAN channel should be. Just this moment, they detected a signal from the inner system. Given the distance and the pattern of previous flux events,
We have 12 cycles before it reaches the eye. The silence in the room is deafening. 12 cycles, that's it, before a second wave hits this place. Peak interrupts your thoughts. We start now, that's the end of it. Peak stands up to face Esh. You want to take the briar and run, Esh? That's on you, but I won't do it. They take a deep breath. I'll be here, Sleeper, for every cycle it takes, trying to find a solution. I'll need your help. Their eyes meet yours, and you see a wild desperation flickering there. We will find something. The sooner we have a plan, the better. If it takes us 12 cycles to fix this thing, it'll be too late. Peak's eyes flash with determination. They reach for a slate and pass it to you, so we can keep in touch. You pocket the thin, handheld terminal. And Ash, Peak starts, but she's gone, storming down the corridors of the ship on a path to who knows where. You know from experience that it is impossible to outrun your fears, but you get a sense that Ash will try anyway. Peak rubs their red eyes, staring after Ash. Maybe I'll take a moment before we start. They smile weakly, tears of exhaustion gathering in their eyes. See you back here soon, okay? And you slip from the room into the corridor, Peak's quiet sobs somehow carrying through the ship behind you as you leave. Devise a strategy. Peak is tirelessly analyzing the flux data and testing countermeasures on the Shadow Protocol. They need your help. Terminal flux. The next preparations are complete, the better the outcome. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. And we'll take a 3. Will we take a 3? We'll take a 3. Reroll. Oh, sorry, I should have been reading this. You show the latest data to Peak and their eyes light up. They've seen something, but what is it? Peak beckons you over to the wide mess table where they have set up a terminal. The hours of bleary-eyed work have left you both drained, and Peak looks ready to collapse. You slide onto the curved couch beside them, something dark and malevolent filling their screen like an oil stain. The Shadow Protocol. We've been, silent so far. Peak's eyes seem to glitter in the screen light. This isn't what you think, Sleeper, not by a long shot. You look again at the screen, leaning in close to the dark, curved shape to see its texture. You see whirls and currents like a river, a dark flow unlike the Shadow Protocol's dark tangle. You know exactly what this is. You have swum in this river, almost drowned in its shifting flow. It is the Gardener's Chorus, the dark cloud which blankets the Greenways networks. The bioorganic morass of a malfunctioning protocol, grown vast and strange. The Gardener. Peak glances at you. How do you... They pause. Have you met them? I have. Peak shakes their head. Incredible. Then perhaps you won't be surprised what I'm about to propose. Peak meets your eye. Everything I've tried to do to contain the Shadow Protocol has been a failure. It slips through any containment, absorbs any countermeasure. That, unfortunately, is an unavoidable fact. And yet, the eye still spins. The Shadow Protocol is being slowed, partially contained. It is spread across the station, as we've seen, but in reduced pockets, in fragments. So I started to look outside of our test cases, outside of these fragments we've been poking and prodding in our little lab. Peak smiles. And look what I found. Peak taps a key on their terminal, and you realize the screen is showing a recording of the data flow inside the eye's networks, sampled from hundreds of points around the Greenway. You watch as a subtle shift occurs at the edge of the flowing dark curve that blankets the Greenway. Something spreading like an ink stain, somehow darker than black, it bleeds across. The Shadow Protocol. Just like Eigengrau versus Vantablack or whatever. Anyway. Now watch.
Peak eagerly points at the screen. You see something strange, a fizzing at the edge of the shadow, a sparking, and then it's gone. And beneath, for a moment, a millisecond, you see into the networks of the Greenway. You are reminded of an image you had forgotten, of pulling a plant from its pot and seeing a bone-white root ball where you expected to see dark soil. The white connections writhe like worms, and then it's gone, the dark flow closing up as quickly as it opened. What did I just see? Hope, Peak sighs, wrapped up in something terrible. You think back to your meeting with the gardener, to that sense of something old and whirled, inhuman to its core. Peak excitedly starts to explain. This is the only chance we have, the only countermeasure we've seen. In a moment it opened, I detected something, a centralized intelligence within the local ID. Gardener, this protocol, this system, whatever it is, can protect its network from the Shadow Protocol. But if it stays in the Greenway, the eye will still fall. The station systems are too exposed, too spread across the hub. The shipyard, the spokes. Peak glances away. The only way is to break it open, to spread the entity's network, access it, expand it somehow. I've been inside there, Peak. Peak pauses, trying to read your expression. And this gardener, can they help us? You try to remember what that strange being said to you, but all you remember is the feeling of dissolving into that network, the heady mix of growth and decay, the ceaselessness of it. Would they protect the station, or would they simply dissolve it? They might. Peak stands up and walks away a little. They lean against the countertop, their head hanging so low that their long hair touches the work surface. You hear them breathing deeply. I don't know, Sleeper. They lift their head. I really don't know. It's a chance. Maybe, they shake their head. You know as well as Peak that this is it. You know it because over the past cycles you have run every simulation, every possibility you could think of, and still come up with nothing. You've stared a hole into your screen and dreamt of that black shadow creeping in at the edges of your vision. Peak recognizes the look in your eyes, the potent cocktail of resignation and anger. Let's say we do this, Peak begins, eyeing you carefully. What do we need? They begin to answer their own question, thinking out loud. I suppose we need two things. Find a way to limit or control the gardener's spread, and then reconnect to the Greenway. Peak starts pacing, the ideas coming quickly now. Controlling the spread means preparing the station. Limit the gardener's network to key systems. We don't want it taking everything, we just need it to protect the station's core functionality. Then we need to reconnect to the Greenway, hook it back up to the main line of the network. Those systems we prepared, they should connect, and the gardener will spread along the paths we prepared. At least that is my theory, Peak grimaces. But if we don't prepare correctly, the gardener might not spread, or it might spread to everything. Peak closes their eyes. And after that, things might get worse. It can't be worse than a total collapse. Don't say it, Sleeper. Peak sits back at the terminal and brings up a map of the eye. Rotational control at the hub, life support at the free spoke, power routing at the Havenage shipyards. They stab at the map with each one, marking them in red. Then there's the central core, as I understand it, is somewhere on the rim. I'd need to find it. They push their hair out of their face. We seed the gardener in all these places, Peak pauses. But how are we going to do that? I don't know if either of these is dramatically different, or like if it's easier to do one of these. Transplant the Greenway makes me think we'll need like mushrooms and spores and stuff, which might be tricky, but bait the gardener's attention might also be weird. I like transplant the Greenway. Transplant the Greenway is the option that speaks to me as a person who like transplants devil's ivy? Am I thinking of the right ivy? Devil's something. I have in my like shitty basement that I live in, my basement suite, one of the only plants that actually grows well or relatively well down here is ivy, because it's a tropical that can do okay in low light and yada yada yada, and you can just chop off the end of it and transplant it super easily, and That's gardening facts with me, I guess. Transplant the greenway. Peak smiles. Of course, the gardener needs plants to care for. That is what their protocol dictates. They must have been part of the farming management systems of the Eye back when Solheim built it. We seed the greenway plants into those systems, and the gardener will seek them out, protect them. Peak stares at the map of the Eye. It's a wild idea, but it could work. But, they pause. We'll need a way into those systems. Havenage have most of them locked down for safety purposes. We can't just walk in. I know a guy. Peak raises an eyebrow. Someone in the Havenage systems team? You nod. After everything he dragged you through, you feel like Feng still owes you. Time to pay him a visit. Okay, well, Peak looks at you sideways. I guess we should pay him a visit. Lead the way. You both leave the ship, carried forward by the excitement of the plan, and an eagerness to not look at the details too closely. You push any lingering questions to the back of your mind. Time to head for Feng's Bay. I'm glad we will get to see Feng in this half of the game, or like, you know, since the year it's been since I've last seen Feng. My Feng voice work also not going to be the same, probably. Where was Feng again? Feng's Bay. Kind of wish this clipped over top of the... I guess I can shrink this. Yeah, Feng's Bay. Feng isn't in his bay, and no one in the offices upstairs seems to know where he is. Your lone clue is an out to lunch note. Feng is both never where he says he'll be and always late. Well, this is no surprise. Now is not the moment for wasting time. I've already rerolled Intuit +1, difficult man minus energy. I wonder if we should use the 2s to take care of our condition. Or no. We should pay Emphas. Let's use our cryo. We have a pile of money for a reason. Use one of the 2s. I guess we might get... sorry, I clicked on the wrong thing, I guess. Oh, well. Use one of the 2s to get... scrap? +1 scrap components, not minus condition, woo! For self-repair and maintaining our condition. I should double check. Were there merchants around? I mean, there were earlier, there aren't now. Havenage's office, yeah. So Feng's Bay, we'll sink this 2 into Feng's Bay. And yeah, we get 1 pip. Repaired unit. We will input scrap components. Maybe I should have gone for 2 scrap. I don't know. Sorry, yeah, this is just the terminal flux thing shown here. Feed the cat. End cycle. These are rolls. I can work with these. Intuit's +1. We burn the 6 right away. 5s are 50-50. I guess we need one of... we need one of them to do well to do it in 2. So we have 25%. Great. You'll love to see it. That's it, no more wasting time. Peek sighs and pulls out their slate. They crack open a box on the side of the bay's shutter and wire their slate to what's inside. Maybe your friend has a Havenage pass card or something inside. Peek shoots you a glance. Something they wouldn't mind if we borrow. Fine, but let's be quick. Peek nods without looking up. I'm going as quick as I can. After a few tense moments, the shutter jerks and begins grinding open, the noise making you jump. Let's get inside. Peek glances around. Quickly! You slip into the dark of the bay, punctuated by the blinking lights of Fang's piles of servers, somehow even more disordered than before. Peek makes a beeline for the desk at the center, scattered with tools and components. They flick on a lamp and stare at the mess. Are you sure this person can help us? Are you sure this person can help us? Yes. You're interrupted by the sound of footsteps from the entrance. Someone is coming behind you. Peek freezes. I could swear I closed the shutter when I left. Peek leans on a stack of servers near the entrance. Must be getting forgetful. He grins at you. Sloppy. I'm the one who makes the joke, sleeper. Fang smiles. Don't start. Fang raises an eyebrow. Thought you'd come rob an old friend, is that the plan? We need your help. Fang nods. You're here about the flux. Peek nods, and is suddenly giving Fang their full attention. Fang smiles, pleased with himself. I guessed as much. I saw changes in the old system architectures almost immediately. Some of them have been running since the first days of the station, and so when I saw new patterns, shifts in logic, I knew something had to have happened. Must have happened. These past cycles, I've been doing a total inventory of the core systems from hub to the rim. He grins. I've surprised myself. To be honest, I didn't think I had it in me. Peek seems unamused. And what did you find? Feng sighs. That's the thing. There's something all twisted up in the systems and the protocols, but every time I look at it... It disappears, Peek finishes. Feng turns to you. Do they always do that? Peek ignores him. It's a shadow protocol. It masks itself somehow, bedding into the gaps between the systems, in the negative space. It is slowly filling every system in the station, slowly taking over, and we need to stop it. You need to grant us access to all the core systems of the station. Rotational control, life support. Fang holds up a hand. Whoa, 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 slow down there. I don't think I even know your name. Fang shakes his head. You are asking for the keys to the castle? Can't be done. You can trust Peek. Fang pauses and glances between both of you. How long have you known this one, Sleeper? I know I owe you, but I also know that you trust too easily. Sorry to say it. Peek cuts in. I can vouch for myself. I came to the Aya on the run from the XPR colony Hawthorne, with the intent to keep running until we hit the Starward belt. But since I've been here, I've done everything in my power to protect this place. I've helped to stabilize the refugee flotilla, to investigate the flux, to identify and make a plan to purge the shadow protocol from the station's systems. Meanwhile, Havenage has done everything to stop and slow these actions. I've proven myself as a friend to the people of this station, not the administration, many times over. And I will not be doubted by someone who wears the badge of this corrupt administration. Peek fixes Fang with a hard look. Fang looks down at his Havenage jacket and shrugs. This is all I have in my wardrobe. Look, I've no love for the council either, friend, but someone has to run this place. And that someone is me. Fang walks over to the workbench where you are both standing and digs the slate out of the pile of tools. You want to prove yourself? Show me. Peek grabs the slate, and you recognize the tangled form of a flux node on the screen. Peek immediately starts tapping away at it, its tendrils unwinding, and the shadow, just slightly delayed, slipping out of sight. Fang leans in. Interesting, he says to himself. Before long, Peek has unfolded the system completely, and it lies splayed out like an unwound ball of string. At the center, with nowhere left to hide, is the dark stain of the shadow protocol, visible for all to see. What now? Fang asks, his eyes fixed on the screen. How do you kill it? Let Peak answer. There's one entity on the station we have seen purging the shadow. The gardener. Fang frowns. Who's that? Who's that? Some Greenway hacker? Peak glances at you. More like an avatar of the Greenway itself. You explain the gardener to Fang, the feeling of descending into the flowing river of consciousnesses. You explain the networked chorus, the non-human collective of voices. You tell him of the farming AI's offer to you. To be networked into the chorus, dissolved in its flow. Then you explain that by granting it access to the AI's major networks, you hope to reinforce them. Fang is silent for a moment. And do you want to let this thing out? He shakes his head. That's the kind of stupid plan I'd dream up. He pauses. I like it. He smiles. This place is rammed with weird protocols and forgotten intelligences anyway. What's one more ghost in the machine? We'd try to limit it, of course, Peak explains. That's why we want your help to access the AI's major systems, to seed some of the gardener's spores into them, to draw the gardener's focus to those places. Fang whistles. So, the way we save the eye is by growing mushrooms in all the server stacks? He glances at you. Sleeper, congratulations, you found someone weirder than you. Peak goes to argue, but Fang holds up a hand. In it is an all-systems Havenage pass card with his picture on it. Take it, before I change my mind. Thank you. Don't mention it. Fang gives you a look. In all honesty, Sleeper, I was on my way back here to start tearing the place down. The Shadow Protocol had me spooked. So if you are telling me you have figured out a way we might fight it? He looks at Peak, no matter how crazy. Then, I'm glad to help. He smiles a tight smile. What will you, come with us. No, Sleeper. He looks away. I have to keep on with my work here, strengthen those systems, back up the data. The worst comes to worst, I'll need to rebuild. I won't let this place die. The last pieces of my parents are here, among the data. Goodbye, Fang. Fang embraces you firmly. Stay safe, Sleeper. I don't know why that hit. I mean, I kind of know why that hit me. Just wake up, Sleeper. Stay safe, Sleeper. They're both commands, but they are very different two-word commands. Or the valence is very different. You take the card and leave the bay with, Peak. Once you are outside, they stop you. We should split up. Peak looks worried. We've wasted enough time as it is. Head to the facilities in the hub, the free spoke, and the far side of the shipyard. Seed the gardener there. I'm going to find the core control center that's somewhere on the rim. They hold up their slate. I'll send you a message on your slate when I have something. Good luck. They squeeze your shoulder, and you exchange fearful looks. You know, deep down, that Peak isn't sure this will work, but they've decided to act, to move with confidence, and for that confidence, you are very thankful. Power routing. Yeah, we need spores. I think anyway we slice it, we needed spores. There were three things: life support. And was it the hub we were also in? Rotational control, yeah. Sorry, I guess I should check that they all require, yeah, they all require the spores. Okay. Descend to the rim. We have 2 dice. Cross to the Greenway. Time to low roll on spore searching. Yeah, no, reroll these. Oh god. Okay. +1 groves. Grove spores. 50 neutral, 50 negative. That's bad enough that I should get scrap? Question mark. It's bad enough I want to spend the thing somewhere else, maybe. Scrap components. We can stay at 5 actions for 1 more day. Amphis? Amphis, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Give me the good spicy mushrooms. Stem to stern. Stern? Stem to stern. This game is about the mushrooms at the end of the world. As you do. Self-repair. End cycle. I think that we're in good condition and stuff. We have 1 of 3 spores. Okay. 6 and a 4. And the option to reroll, of course. Mushroom groves. Let's get the spores. +2 grove spores. Oh! Oh! I don't even have to burn more dice on this? Hell yeah. So we do that. Life support. Implanting the spores from the Greenway into the station's life support control systems feels like madness. Is this really the solution? To have any hope of controlling or limiting Gardner's spread, core systems of the eye need to be seeded. Gardner seeded. Ascender car, ascend to hub. Rotational control. The garden is implanted. Now it must grow. And then, yeah, we had, power routing. Yeep. Continue. As you leave, the slate peak gave you chirps insistently. You check and see a message. Found a possible entry to the core facility in the low end. Meet me there, ASAP. Peak. A blinking marker gives their position on the free spoke side of the main block. Better head to the low end. Dub, 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 dub. You arrive at the coordinates given by Peak's slate, a rundown but active corner of the low end, where a short glass-roofed alley turns off from one of the main thoroughfares. You wait in the mouth of the alley, leaning against the wall and watching the street life go by. Children hop across grids scratched into metal floor plates, playing games of their own devising, while older residents sit and talk or play tavla. It is hard to believe that all of this is at threat. It seems so concrete, so real. How can some intangible protocol erase all this? As you are watching, a voice calls out to you from one of the tavla tables set up along the way. You move a little closer and recognize the sitting player immediately. Caster sits, tavla pieces and board ready in front of him, smiling at you.
Sleeper, my partner's not arrived for our usual game. Come, please, take her place.
He beckons you over, standing and nudging you to sit down with him.
A rematch is in order. You owe me a game.
Almost immediately, Caster begins the game. Everyone on the eye knows how to play tavla. The methodical movements of the counters across their triangular points already fit for the rhythm of life on the ramshackle space station. Like a backgammon? Anyway. Most games begin the same way, with each player moving with independence, focused only on achieving their optimal early game setup. But there is a moment in each game where it becomes necessary to notice the other player, to anticipate the crossing of the counters across the board, a point of contact, when routine becomes negotiation, and negotiation becomes conflict. As this moment arrives, this subtle shift in the texture of the interaction, Castor begins to speak. I find myself surprised by you, Sleeper. Surprised by you, continually, Sleeper. He looks over his glasses at you. The way you conduct yourself, for example, suggests an anxious refrain, a defensive protective quality. But in your Tavla game, he pauses to move a counter. I see only risk. Have you been watching me? Castor sighs. Let's not be paranoid. You're aware of my interests in you, are you not? Risk is, of course, necessary to play Tavla. To move a piece is to expose it, but it should be done with calculation, with proper analysis. Then, if the piece is taken, Castor moves a counter, taking one of yours with a practiced swap, placing it beside the board. It is already accounted for. But you move forward with abandon, as if risk was just a secondary effect of action, a consequence not its primary guide. He gestures for you to take your turn. A cause. Silently play. Castor nods. See what I mean? Risky in play, but defensive in mood. He smiles. You move your piece. This locks you into being reactive, if you don't mind me saying so. You're responding, which means you're being led. He leans back to consider the board. That is so true, bestie. At least in playing games and stuff, one of the big things I identify as like flaws or problems in other players' play, whether it's Deadlock or Magic the Gathering or whatever, is just being like, I'm going to be the control player and always be reactive, and that means I can't die. It's just like, no. Sorry, but the unstoppable force wins. Anyway. This place, it mirrors you, Sleeper. It is also reactive. It was born from a crisis, the collapse of Solheim, and ever since it has been reacting without any central guiding principle. No analysis, no calculation. Just look at our refugee crisis, for example. It is all reaction, all risk-taking and little risk calculation. At first I found the chaos enlivening, especially when trying to track its outcomes. But now, I find it exhausting. He laughs. It always amuses me that this place is literally spun from the rim. Below this very stack of habitation blocks is the most important control facility on the Eye. Spun from the rim, he laughs again. What better metaphor could you find for a disorder? His face drops. But why am I telling you that? That facility is precisely why you're here. He smiles an unsettlingly warm smile. You feel a shiver through your body, as if something has changed in the air. What is this? No words come out of your mouth. You feel removed from yourself, watching from behind frosted glass. Your eyes dart side to side. Inertia sets in. Castor is still smiling. The risk you're planning to take here, Sleeper, is not yours to take. Castor's tone is unshifted. He speaks as if this is still some casual conversation between passing acquaintances. You are leaping towards a chaotic outcome with no respect for risk. You see, calculating outcomes, that's my specialty. That's why I am here. I was hired as a conduit for risk, as a collector of data that might pertain to its arrival. He removes his glasses to clean them, and you see something flicker across their surface. A shimmering stream of characters. This system, this station, is already theirs. Solheim's collapse meant a corporate fire sale. Assets changed hands. My employers, Senate Stat, bought out the entire system, and for the past decades have been its one valid owner. He polishes his glasses diligently. But to possess this system, the H1 system, he pauses. Helion, to you, well, that is a matter of risk, of how much force, how much cost, how much conflict clearance would take. He replaces his glasses. That risk must be calculated against the favorable outcome.
In short, how much is this place worth to us? For a long time, the answer was nothing. H1 could offer nothing that would warrant the risk. But the markets change, the demands shift, and Senate stat, we analyze, we follow, we respond. He puts his glasses back on his face. H1 is about to become the most important system in this part of the galaxy. He glances around. The lone CAN channel operating within range of 7 or so newly surveyed resource-rich systems. The frontier town that fed the gold rush, so to speak. So here we are, reevaluating the risk, reclaiming our property, starting up the CAN channel and clearing the way for what comes next. He sits back looking at the board. He gestures. Your move. Take your move. You go to lift a piece, and something glints across Castor's glasses. You feel the slowness, the inertia, begin to lessen. You move your piece, taking one of Castor's exposed counters. He nods. Of course. But I do not need to explain myself to you. But in my role as an analyst, in my calculations, I see great promise in you, in your ability to enter systems, to shift them to your will. Not every sleeper has this capacity. I assume you know that. He smiles. It is truly a wonderful happenstance of SNARP's technology. I imagine even they are not fully aware of it. He takes his move, claiming another viewer pieces, and as you watch you realize the inevitability of his victory. I will make you an offer, to come willingly or come by force. The station will collapse, we can be sure of that. But your ability to work with data, well, for an analyst, that is very intriguing. He pauses to push his glasses up his nose. Very intriguing indeed. He glances around. Come with me as a collaborator or as a prisoner. Consider the risk, on one hand, almost certain death, on the other, a possible future. Analyst or not, you must see it. Speak now, sleeper. The game is forfeit, you must see that. He holds out a hand. You are of value. You are needed. You feel a slight release in the inertia that grips you, enough to allow you to speak, to respond. You realize that you are already in Castor's hands, that you cannot move from this place if you wanted. Sleeper? You hear the familiar voice above the crowds. Sleeper, I'm here. You are unable to turn your head to see Peak, but you notice Castor's eyes following them as they come up from behind you. Then you see Castor's eyes glance down towards his hands concealed beneath the table. Sleeper! Peak comes around the front of you and waves a hand in your face. We were supposed to be meeting, remember? They glance at Castor. Sorry, am I interrupting something? You cannot speak. Castor shoots Peak a wide smile. Hello, you must be a friend of Sleeper. You watch one of his hands lift, close to his body, some dark shape concealed in it, a weapon. You try to scream, to shout, but Castor's attention remains partially on you, and while it does, you can do nothing. Peak glances at your static form. What's happening here, Sleeper? They put a hand on your shoulder. Are you okay? As Peak stares into your eyes, you see Castor behind, his hand lifting, the dark object unfolding, and in the split moment it does, you feel his attention shifting to Peak, shifting away from you. And as you do, you feel the inertia lifting, and you know this is the moment, the only moment you will have to act. Screaming? What does screaming do? Screaming gets Castor's attention on us. Shove? Now a shove might make Castor drop weapon. I guess other things might happen, but we shovin'. You lurch forward wildly, like a sprung trap. Your head strikes Peak's chest and then carries them back into Castor. Somewhere, some digital screech is echoing through the walkway. They tumble together, and the object in Castor's hand skitters across the floor. You realize the screech is you.
You get to your feet, grab a Peak, and run. You run as hard as you can, the scream chasing you down the walkway as you shove through the residence, Peak dragged behind. You run from the cold grip of whatever power Castor had over you, the signals that locked you in this body of yours, that broke the connections and crawled up your spine. Eventually you stop, both you and Peak collapsing, heaving, breathing into the cold metal floor. When they are able to speak, Peak asks you to explain, and you tell them everything Castor told you. About Senate-Stat, about their claim on the Helion system, their reactivation of the CAN channel, the Helion system's growing importance. It flows out of you in desperate gulps, unable to believe your own mouth as you hear these words coming back to you. All you feel is the need to push back against the cold hand on your shoulder, the vast cold eye that has turned to look at this system, the ghost limbs of corporate control that are extending their reach. Peak is quiet for a long time. They speak. We have to finish this, Sleeper. They meet your eye. We have to complete the seeding of the systems. We have to set the gardener free. You're right. If the choice is between gardener and these people, I will choose the gardener every time. Their eyes are cold and steely. I would choose anything over them. Hell yeah, Peak. You stand together. The final control facility is here. I found it. Peak looks at you grimly. I can take you as soon as you're ready. Time's almost up. This is the only shot you'll have. Hack facility. There are powered terminals in the derelict parts of the low end. Accessing them is dangerous, but will be faster than wandering. Explore the facility. To find the core of the facility, you'll need to trace a path between Peak's backdoor entry and the derelict levels below. The facility Peak has led you to is decaying. Derelict, but they promise you the core is still active. You just have to find it. Well, we have +2 interface. So that seems good. Reroll. All threes is not bad. 50 positive, 50 neutral. Could have been worse. We get some cash money from a passive thing we have. ++. Doing good. All positive outcomes. You love to see it. Sleeper, here! Peak calls to you from across the flickering corridor. An elevator to the core, they smile. This is it. It has been a long set of cycles hunting for a path through the derelict layers of old Solheim offices and workshops. But finally, here it is. The path down to the core. You rush over to Peak. As you do, the doors grind open. The dingy-looking dingy-looking elevator flickering as they do. You look at Peak, who nervously gestures for you to get in. Step in. The elevator bounces a little but stays stable. You glance back to see Peak watching you nervously. They follow you in, sheepishly. Just a little nervous. Peak reaches over and punches the button for the lowest level, flinching a little as the doors grind closed. The elevator sets off, screeching through the floors as it does, at an unsettlingly loud volume. I'd feel more comfortable if we spoke, Peak raises their voice over the noise. It's not going to be a short trip. Have you heard of Senate-Stat? Peak thinks, maybe once? They frown. Could have been mentioned in an XPR news packet, the kind of central administration sent out to us. Something about market analytics, I think. They shake their head. When you've spent so much time trying to forget your past, this stuff isn't easy to dredge up. How's Ash? Peak pauses. I was thinking more like small talk, elevator talk, they sigh. She is packing. They rub their eyes. Once Ash has set her mind on something, well, you know her now. You know what I mean. The screeching of the elevator fills the silence. Can she be persuaded to stay?
I doubt it, I really do. Peak looks down. She left her life behind to take me out of XPR, out of Hawthorne. Can't imagine her settling for just anywhere. To be honest, I can't see her letting me stay, either. But I guess things have changed. Back then, at Hawthorne, I wasn't in a place to know what to do. I was desperate. I was ready to run. But now? Peak pauses. Now I feel done with that. Done with denying my past, my history. If I ever want to feel complete, to feel settled, don't I need to somehow resolve the person I was with the person I am now? Peak goes quiet, and you do too. There are too many possible questions, too many possibilities before you. It just seems easier to get on with the task at hand, and to leave the consequences for later. The elevator screams to a stop, and the doors ping open with a strangely cheerful beep. You glance at Peak. Time to move on. You both walk out into an atrium, still lit by some ragged-looking light panels on the ceiling, once simulating a summer sky, now degraded into a flickering blue and white tapestry of glitches. Peak crosses quickly, making a beeline for the large doors on the far side, where you can make out a fading sign in massive peeling letters. Central Control. You follow, helping them lever open the partially powered doors until the motors kick in and they spring to life, letting open. You and Peak tumble through, across the damp metal. As you stand, you are greeted by flickering lights, thousands of them. A vast cylindrical stack of servers, processors, and transmitters dominate the center of the room, its flickering LEDs reflected in the scattered puddles that surround it. Despite the decay, the warped panels, and water leaks, it is still running, just as it has for decades and decades, since the station was first spun up. You wonder how long it has been since anyone has been in this room. You exchange wide-eyed looks with Peak. This place is a still-living piece of history. What is this place? Peak stares. One of the central facilities of the station. The primary one in the rim, it looks like. They shake their head. The heart of this place. Wah-wah-wee-wah. Peak takes a handful of mulch out from a small bag. It glitters with spores. Now we see this place. They cross to the server and start packing the mulch into the machinery, pushing fistfuls deep into gaps in the paneling, laying it across hardware. As you watch them doing this, you feel a tug, a thread pulling at you. You approach the vast piece of cylindrical hardware that Peak is stuffing mulch into. You run your hands across its plated metal surface, and you watch the lights blink in response. As you pass, you hear a whirring, like a physical disk drive starting up. Lean closer. You put your face against the metal, smell the hot air venting from the hardware. Heart was the right choice of word, you think. The whirring shifts, alternating, speeding up, slowing down, and as you listen, you hear it modulate into a voice. Sleeper, you freeze. You are here. For a moment you are afraid, but something in the tonality of the voice is familiar. Navigator. I was being, like, soft for Navigator, or... Anyway. Another drive spins up, and another, giving the voice a richer, multi-tonal sound. I had forgotten what it felt like to speak like this. The drives skip. There is a certain quality to it. A certain physicality. What are you doing here? The drives squawk in unison. Did you imagine the flux, the shadow protocol, that they were just a problem for the people of this station? A high whining begins. They are all more dangerous to us. I do like that my initial instincts of like, what about Gardener? What about Navigator? Is like, yup, that is
The entire thing. Or that is the like meat of the solution, or this pathway anyway.
I have been hiding once more, jumping from network to network, to avoid the shadow as it eats up nodes.
A low rumble.
I had thought my hiding days were done. For the moment, I have found myself a safe haven here in the core. The shadow has yet to breach this facility, although that is a temporary state of affairs.
The rumble stops.
My predictions do not point to good outcomes.
We have a plan. You explain to Navigator about Peak's plan, about Gardner's resistance to the shadow, and how by seeding key systems you will protect them from its advance. The drives hum thoughtfully as you speak.
A desperate plan,
the drives were,
but appropriate given the probability of total collapse. I am not sure what will be worse for us, hiding from the erasure of the Shadow Protocol or the assimilation of Gardner.
The drives pause to reset.
But we owe you our freedom. I will do what I can to guide the Gardner into the systems you have seeded.
A pause.
It is correct to do so.
Be careful. The drives squeak in affirmation.
You have notable persistence, Sleeper. Even with such poor probabilities of success, I will be curious to see the outcome.
The drives squeal, the motors giving out.
This cannot be sustained much longer.
Good luck. A final squeak of affirmation, and then the drives skitter and slow to a halt. You step back from the towering cylinder, staring at this vast piece of Solheim hardware. This whole place is built from ghosts, you think. From old protocols and company hardware. From engines that drove decades of corporate expansion. Is the eye proof that they can be shifted, bent, forced into new configurations that allow for new ways of living? Or is it inevitable or is its inevitable collapse proof that these engines of expansion can never be anything other than a corrupt foundation? It seems to depend on who you ask.
Done!
Peak's shout breaks your line of thought.
The heat and damp should help the spores germinate quickly. If we're lucky, there's enough time for some growth before we reconnect to the Greenway.
They glance at you.
That's it. All the facilities seeded,
they sigh.
We either just ensured the eye's survival, or just stuffed a whole lot of soil into one of its most important computers.
They laugh weakly.
Shall we go?
They start to head back towards the doors and towards the elevator beyond. Take one last look. You wait for a moment, following the blinking lights. You wonder what might be tucked away in such a structure. What secrets it might hold. What histories. It's an intriguing prospect, but while you watch the lights, you realize something. If the eye is to become anything more than an offshoot, a temporary structure, it must form its own history, its own stories, stronger than anything that came before. Unlocking these Solheim secrets won't do that, but the persistence, the stubborn drive to survive that is in the veins of every person in this place, that will, and that is what you are trying to save. You turn your back on the core and follow Peak back into the elevator. As you ride the car back up, Peak raises their voice over the screeching.
I'm going to the Founder's Gap to finalize the connection. The moment I'm ready, I'll let you know, and we let Gardner out. The sooner, the better.
Peak furrows their brow.
If we wait until the final cycle, it'll be too late. If you want to help speed things up, go work with the flotilla. We can't make the connection until we know they are ready to go.
Peak swallows.
Unleashing Gardner could affect them too, if we aren't careful.
This will work. Peak nods, opens their mouth to speak, and closes it again. You ride the rest of the way in silence. When you reach the top, you go your separate ways, but before you do, Peak embraces you, burying their face in your shoulder. You stand together there for a moment, spinning with the eye, moving relentlessly towards an unknown future, and then they let go and slip away. the pressure of their hug fading like a bruise as you begin to leave. We are out of dice. We're out of dice. I mean, I guess I kind of want to just check the flotilla. Because that was the thing, right? Pilgrim Seed. Pilgrim Prep, both of these are Pilgrim Prep, both require dice, both are +2. Okay. Double check the Climbing Briar. Yep. We're only 2 days in, which is good. That seems encouraging, or like I'm not immediately panicked about everything. We have no dice to fix our condition. I guess that's a concern. Yeah. Just double checking or just looking around to make sure I'm not like, oh, you forgot things again. Yeah. Feed our cat. End the cycle. Did Paz import export? No. Thought somewhere had stabilizer. Maybe I'm forgetting things. We have a bunch of good dice, which is nice. Type the commune symbol. I thought that was different or new for some reason. Pilgrim Seed. Doing a think too, or just, yeah, thinking about conditions / dice. We can get food from Memphis. We can get food from Memphis. We have a few days. 4 actions. 4 actions might be okay. As you stop to rest in one of the Pilgrim Seed's cavernous bays, hopping up to sit on a supply crate, you hear a now familiar voice behind you. Sleeper! God, I'm sure my soul voice has jumped around a bunch because it's like in the back of the throat in a way that is tricky. Sleeper, glad you're here, Soul's suit hisses as he clanks up towards you. I knew you'd help us out. We sure do appreciate everything you do for us. Building up to something seems weird, like they're leaving, right? But anyway, no worries. I do mean it, Sleeper. He looks away down the bay to where sparks jump from welding torches. It's a grim job to be doing without a few friends around. Soul settles beside you, flinching a little but making himself comfortable on the crate. Seems the word got out this way or that. He nods towards the welders a little way off, one of them wearing shipyard overalls. We've had people flowing in from the Eye looking for a place. In truth, it's more than I thought, Soul sighs, which means more mouths to feed, more bodies to house, more people to protect. That's good, right? Good for those that can get a place, maybe, Soul frowns. But none of this is good for anyone. We were supposed to stay here, not keep running. Soul waves away the thought. Don't listen to me, he gives you a sideways glance. Just a tired old man, he stretches. I have something to ask, though. What is it? With all these evacuees, we will need a change in plan, he shrugs. Pilgrim Seed can't do it alone. We need others to help out.
We can carry them, house them, but that's all. Now, you settled down the folks from Ember Step and they sent us supplies grown in those dust houses of theirs. If we could get more, he nods to himself. And then the song crews. He rubs his chin. What we need from them is scouting and security. We don't need that docking access of theirs, but with some careful scavenging, they could be our fleet. These folks, they know you, Sleeper. You earned their trust already. He put a hand on your shoulder. I sent my requests out. He puts a hand on your shoulder. I sent my requests out, and they seem to be complying, but I need you out there making sure the work gets done. Time is our greatest enemy now. Soul stares into the distance. I need you out there, speeding things up. Of course. Soul nods. All right then. He climbs off the crate, his suit hissing as he does. Think of it this way. Either you won't have to deal with me for much longer, he smiles his uneven smile, unless of course you are planning to come along for the trip. I'm staying. Sol nods. I understand. Sol waves a hand and starts off towards the bay's entrance, the crackling sound of the welding quickly covering up his clanking suit. You watch the workers, the shipyard contractors chatting among them, already looking like he belongs. You push the thoughts of escape, of home, and of the future to the back of your mind and get up. There's always more to do. You'd better head to the other ships in the flotilla, see what can be done. Yeah. We have no dice. And... yeah, that's fine. Alright, Lemon Demina is dice. I thought it wasn't for some reason. Amphis? Amphis, I'm hungry. Amphis, we're busy saving everyone, and it's a whole process. Repaired unit. Complete active scenes? Wah. Active scenes in this economy? Oh. Alright, scrap freighter. Yes. I love to, get scrap. I love to not having to spend dice on fixing our condition or whatever. It's incredible. Listen, I remembered the scrap freighter eventually. So that's something. We take those. Yeah. Almost full, one off full. And full energy. So, it was good. And sorry, yes, active scenes. So I assume that I was really supposed to, like, that there's a live scene over here. Somewhere? Oh, yes, of course. Me just trying to remember Peter's voice. I think one of the things I struggle the most with in doing voice work is literally just remembering, like, how to make the sounds happen. It's not making the sounds, it's remembering how body do sound. Remembering the sounds and remembering how to make the sounds. The docking axis is in chaos when you arrive. The staccato burst of welding torches, the shouts of crews gathering, the rapid flow of supplies and kit from dock to dock. You can tell already that news of the flotilla's imminent departure has reached this place before you.
Come to join the Exodus, Sleeper? Peter approaches you from one of the working crews, a smile on his face and a lightness in his step you haven't seen before. What's happening? Peter gestures to the chaos. The singers are rising, Sleeper. Peter's eyes on you. I suppose you're here on Soul's orders again? He winks at you. Nothing Emberhearth like to do more than ordering people around. Yeah, you guessed it. Well, Soul has it lucky anyway. His request for us to dismantle the Axis and be the vanguard for the flotilla's onward journey to the Starward belt aligns perfectly with our plans. What plans? To leave this damned place, of course. We've been prepping ever since the cordon collapsed. If we can build our escape and make the Hearth ships think we are complying with their orders at the same time, then it's a 2-in-1 for us. Peter shakes his head. Those idiots will never see it coming. You can't abandon them. We are our own flotilla, Sleeper. Peter looks away at the busy Axis. We aren't going to tie ourselves to Heart and Step any longer. Why would we? On one hand, I do understand, or like, we know Peter's whole deal. He's a very sad man, but also to help them. Peter scoffs. They are taking on evacuees from the Eye, that's what I heard. So how about they help themselves before they ask us to make up for their bad decisions? Peter looks down. Look, nothing against you or yours, Sleeper, but we have to get out from under the shadow of Step and Hearth. And this time, Peter grimaces, we won't let the flux catch us again. Not a chance. And for the first time, you see fear in his eyes. Want to help us make that leap? Grab a torch, talk to a crew. You're welcome to it. Peter sniffs. Every person here is free to prove themselves. Let's see. Peter nods. Just a stop on the road, Sleeper. I'm afraid that's all this was. Peter glances out past the docking axis, through the outer windows to the stars beyond. A lot of space out there for those willing to take it. Yep. I could take that line again, but... He looks you in the eye. I hope you'll be around before we go, but if not, he smiles. Stay strong. And with that, Peter thumps you on the shoulder and heads back to his crew, with a purpose, a direction, visible in every step of his rapid stride. Oh, Peter. There's so many dice. There's so many dice. We are way down on credits, or like, we're certainly chewing through our reserve. I knew you'd come. Aki greets you outside the dust houses, her eyes as bright as always. You are very welcome here, as always. Well, good to see you, Aki. Aki smiles. And you, Sleeper. Aki puts a hand on your arm. Walk with me. And she guides you past the dust houses. You look inside and see other members of the crew working in the orange dust, planting and tending to the steppe ecosystem. We are to be suppliers for the evacuees. I'm sure you've heard. We will put the dust houses to use. She leads you past a dust house where the dust is less, the orange glow not as bright, the air a little more clean. We are adapting, slowly, but we are adapting. We have to produce food, clothes, necessary things for the journey ahead. She smiles. The plants of steppe are once again sustaining a population, and that makes me proud. Aki stops at a half-empty dust house, scoured of its sand. It is being filled with mulch. We brought this from the Greenway. She stares at the green and brown, a strange sight even to you, now that you are used to the amber dust of steppe. I will admit it is hard work for us. We are not familiar with these plants. Can you help us? Aki meets your eye. I'll do my best. Thank you, she nods solemnly. I know that the eye is suffering, that it is at risk. I know what that is like. Thank you. I wish I had a lesson to share with you from our loss on steppe.
She shakes her head. But for the moment, I cannot see what that might be. She gathers herself. If it gives you meaning, the work here is steady and worthwhile. But if you do not have time, she smiles a weak smile, I will not blame you. Hold on to your memories, but not too tightly. She pauses. Sadness will not sustain you. She falls silent, and you both watch the work in the dust house for a while. You can already see a greening fringe of moss on the mulch in the dust house, the first signs of new life. Will you soon be like the people of Steppe leaving behind a home? Or will you be stubborn and hold your ground despite what it might mean? You wait a little longer with Aki, the moment a welcome suspension in time, a rare moment in this rush towards an end. You glance at Aki and she puts a hand on your shoulder in solidarity. After a short while, Aki sighs. It's good to see you, sleeper. Perhaps we will see each other again before we depart. She walks away, fingertips brushing against the glass of the dust house windows. Aki turns for a moment, as if she wants to say something, then thinks better of it and turns away.
All right. Let's take a nap. Get some dice. Meow, 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 meow. Good rolls. You'll love to see it. Yeah. It's definitely intentional that you decay at like 2 hunger or whatever per day, but Emphas gives you 3, so you can't just be like, I'm going to immediately go get food so I don't have to think about that, and whatever, like, it encourages you to let it slip. Was there other stuff in the Pilgrim Seed? We just got a bunch of soul dialogue without that actually finishing. Okay. +2. Good place to drop a 4. Random scrap item. Whoa! You love to see it. Drop a 5 in here too. They just keep coming, and they won't stop coming. Meow, 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 meow. They just keep coming. Perhaps the Flux event scared enough people that they really believe the eye will collapse. Perhaps they are sick of Havenage, of the Council's infighting and the hardliners. Or perhaps they just want to take a chance at some new future, a place that is anywhere but here. Whatever it is, the evacuees don't stop. They come on the flotilla's shuttles, on their own ships, however they can. You've seen so many faces pass that they are almost meaningless now, a parade of features that seem both familiar and distant. You've been helping people, lifting bags, bringing in supplies, directing them to the berths you helped build. Some of them recoil from your touch, still unfamiliar with sleepers. Others treat you with pity. Some hate, snatching back their bags and storming off. Still you help. Still you carry boxes and bags. Nothing can stop you. Not until you see Lem and Mina. Lem is lugging a set of heavy bags, weighed down by them, while Mina trails alongside, looking bored. They walk beside an older lady, and as she climbs out of the main bay, they embrace. You watch as Mina hides behind her father, angry that she has to say goodbye. You realize that this must be Esther, her sometimes babysitter, the one Lem mentioned lives a few doors down from them, so she is leaving. You feel a sudden relief, and realize that when you saw them here, in this place, you thought they might be joining the evacuees. That thought filled you with inexplicable dread. Mina is eventually persuaded to say goodbye, and she embraces the woman tearfully, clinging to her legs. Lem picks her up, comforting her as she curls into his neck. The woman leaves, waving one last goodbye. Soul's guys take her bags from her. You watch the scene play out at a distance, but you can't tear yourself away. You see Lem and Mina turn to leave. I just want to talk to Lem and Mina. Go to them. Sleeper, Lem greets you enthusiastically, and when she sees you approaching, Mina smiles through her tears. Good to see you. Lem shifts Mina in his arms. Sorry this one wouldn't say hi. But she's a little overwhelmed. He nods towards Esther's receding form. He pauses, his smile suddenly fading. You aren't going too, are you? Mina doesn't move, but you can feel her attention on you and your answer. I'm staying. He smiles. Glad to hear it. Mina seems to settle too at this response. He shifts his weight. What do you think, Sleeper? Is the flux going to take this place down? There's all kinds of crazy rumors flying around. He glances around. Some folks are even saying they're starting up the old Can channel. That's crazy, right? It's true. The eye's at risk. Lem frowns. You're joking, right? He shakes his head. The whole system's coming apart. He puts a hand on Mina's head. Can't catch a break. I don't think I have another move in me, Sleeper. He shifts his hand to cover Mina's ear. This is our place now. Me too. Lem nods solemnly. Well, alright then. At least we'll be here to all be here together. Don't leave us! Don't leave us! Mina suddenly leaps out of Lem's arms and grabs you. You stumble under the sudden weight. Mina has gotten big while you weren't watching. You hug her back, her little fingers digging into your shoulder. I'm not going anywhere. Mina nuzzles into your neck silently. Lem reaches over and grabs Mina. Sorry, she's a little overwhelmed, like I said. A little hungry too, right, Meanie? Mina nods softly. I better go find a place. Lem smiles widely. So good to see you. You should come around the apartment when you have time. He looks down at Mina. We'd both love that. Come here. He leans over, and with Mina still in your hands, gives you an awkward hug. He steps back, looking a little sheepish. He goes to say something, then stops. Take care, Sleeper. Then he turns and walks away down the bay to the returning shuttles, bouncing Mina as he does, who laughs appreciatively. And just before they disappear out of view, Mina catches one last bright-eyed glance of you, her face a mask of stubbornness, hiding a trembling hint of fear. That sure is a decision I made. It'll be okay, right? Yeah, so we've gotten the Briar stuff, or the refugee settling taken care of. Dust house things, plus, both of these. Harvest automation is a +2. Dust house efficiency could be massively improved with an automated harvesting system, but the step techs need some help. Yeah, okay. I guess the pluses don't really matter with 6s, but... If we have time, we'll help Peter, I guess. But listen, we'll prioritize the step stuff. I meant to re-roll the 2. Okay, positive outcome, good. It didn't matter. Whee! Do a little sleepy. A little sleepy sleep. Remember to repair my condition. That feeling when you don't remember to repair your condition. Amphis? Amphis, I'm hungry, and I want to take care of this now while I'm thinking of it. Eep. This is the good stuff. Crossed a greenway. And then dust houses. Harvest automation. Reroll, great-ish. The one, not so good. Everything else, magnifique. Oh, sorry, that's everything for the dust houses. Or that's the gardening step clock taken care of. You sit in one corner of the dust house and inspect your work. This dust house, the one where plants from the greenway and some of the steppe species intermingle, has become your favorite. The moss and dusts sharing space in the curving terraces, the pale knots of steppe silk, freckled with yellowing lichen symbiotes. It's a hypnotic arrangement. You look down and see the intertwining of fungal threads and dust-caked roots, and feel a little glow of pride at what has been achieved. You hear the entry lock of the dust house hiss open, and assuming it is Aki, turn to greet her.
Sleeper, I should have known you'd be here.
Rika smiles her warm smile, leaning on her crutch.
You must be one of the most green-fingered people on the station.
Rico!
Now, has it been so long?
She smiles a wry smile.
No need for any drama. I met some of the steppe refugees in the greenway. They were gathering plants and I confronted them. Turns out they were very friendly.
She smiles to herself.
Aki was very apologetic, but I told them they were welcome any time they liked. She told me I'd be welcome to come see, and well, I thought I'd take her up on the offer.
She looks around the dust house with its strange hybrid ecosystem.
I have to say, I'm glad I did.
I'm glad too.
I can see that.
Rico limps over to you. She holds out a hand.
How about you take me on a tour?
You take Rico's hand and walk her around the hybrid dust house. You show her how the steppe silk knots help provide a strong base for fungal and lichen growths, and how the dust mixes with the spores. You show her the different species of steppe tubers, and the way they feed the soil with nutrients that help herbaceous greenway plants thrive. She nods along, her eyes bright with ideas. She stops after a while, and gestures for you to sit together.
I know something is happening with the eye, Sleeper.
She looks out at the plants.
We all felt the flux event hit, and everyone is talking about what's next. I came here to figure something out, to understand what I might do about it all.
You glance at her, and see the glossiness in her eyes.
And I think I've decided. What you've done here, and what Aki and the other steppe refugees have done here, is incredible. A whole new ecosystem, built from strange, artificial changed remains of two worlds. But I am not of two worlds. I am of the eye.
A tear runs down her cheek.
Like it or not, I am entwined with the station. I'm old growth. I don't have that much time anymore, and it seems to accelerate with every cycle.
She frowns.
It blows together, separates, overlaps, comes back to me in strange ways. The time I do have, that's time I want to spend on the eye, in the greenway, watching things grow.
She wipes her cheek.
One day I'll lie in those fields and not get back up.
She smiles. The tear tracks down both cheeks.
And when the green takes me, I'll be so glad.
This one's making me sad for me reasons. You don't get to know everything. Rico smiles.
The feeling is mutual, Sleeper.
She wipes her eyes and turns to you.
But that's enough of me blubbering on about it.
She furrows her brow.
What I want to know is, what are you planning?
I'm staying. Rico smiles.
We all have to get to know ourselves, Sleeper, to know what it is that drives us. I'm sure you'll decide to act in the manner you know, but you also have to ask yourself why it is so.
She places a trembling hand on yours.
Don't neglect that. Oh,
Suddenly, she lifts both hands.
don't let me forget this.
She reaches into her coat and pulls out a transparent bag of sporing club heads with carefully preserved root systems.
I'd like to plant these. If you go, you'll need them.
She looks down at her feet.
And if you don't, well, maybe another sleeper will benefit.
She frowns.
I can offer that, at least.
I won't need them. She shakes her head.
Just in case.
Rika stands and limps over to a pile of mulch. She delicately takes the club heads out and beds them into the soil there with precise, expert hands.
You should go, Sleeper. I'll be a while.
She calls back, not looking away from the job at hand.
See you around.
She says it casually, but there's a note of finality to her speech.
See you around.
You turn and leave the dust house, cycling through the protective lock, back into the cool quiet of the ship. Aki is waiting for you.
It's beautiful.
She is looking through the observation window, and the green reflects in her eyes.
The plants look happy together.
She spots Rika with her hands on the soil.
Ah, the botanist came.
She shoots you a look.
A friend of yours?
Something like that. I don't know what more than that is gesturing at. Like, Rico is cool and good, but I don't... Mentor? Shrug? Something like that. She nods.
She speaks beautifully about the Greenway. I should go in and welcome her.
She pauses.
Are you leaving us?
Yeah. Yes? Yes. Yes? For now? Sorry, does it mean are you leaving us, the step, or does it mean are you leaving us, like, are you... Yes. Aki sighs.
The first of many goodbyes.
She suddenly embraces you, wrapping you in her layers of rough cloth. She pulls back.
I wish you a steady step and a clear path.
She smiles.
A farewell from my world.
I wish you the same. She nods and smiles one last warm smile before turning and entering the dust house. You watch as she walks inside, Rico turning with a smile to greet her. She kneels beside the old botanist, and you see her pointing to the club heads, asking questions. You are unable to hear them, but despite that, you can easily imagine the measured, even tone, laced with excitement, that Rico is using to explain the club heads, the Greenway, and much, much more. You turn, leaving them to their conversation. Your step is light, despite the burdens you carry, and the smile Rico and Aki were sharing is somehow still on your lips as you depart. I should have done Peter's stuff first, because I don't think Peter is going to be as fun, or like as nice, if we finish this stuff. Engineer is on the right. Engineer can help us punt, caring about condition. Axis reclamation. As the docking axis is dismantled, you expertly strip wires and components from the axis walls as you dismantle them. The crews are impressed. The ships from Embersong will act as scouts and security for the evacuees. That means dismantling the docking axis. We only have 1-1. Listen. It'll just be fine. Mixed success, or +2 dock dismantling minus energy. Could have been worse. Yeah. Okay.
And we get some scrap parts off of that. We'll do some self-repair. Self-care is important. End cycle. Docking axis. Let's put those dice right in there. We should have enough to complete this pretty comfortably. I guess the 3 could fail, but rerolling is not, rerolling a 3 is not terribly exciting. Yeah, no, we go. Or it could not fail, but do less than 2 pips, but we're fine. Reroll this 2 while I'm thinking of it. Oh, 3, yay. +1. The docking axis is little more than a shell. Everything that could have been pulled from its interior, every arm not used for docking, has been cut away. What remains is a Spartan void with a patchwork of flooring that allows movement. Piles of unusable material are tucked away in corners, but almost everything else has been cleared out. You haven't seen Peter since you last spoke, and now you are realizing that you probably never will. There are plans to be made, escapes to plot, the shadow of Hearth to escape. On the cycle the flotilla leaves, these ships will disperse too, the moons of Ember spinning out on different orbits. The chaos has become a quiet diligence now, as the time for departure is so near. Crews cross the axis from the ship to ship at speed, bringing supplies or a device, perhaps meeting up to discuss travel vectors in hushed tones, or to debate why they haven't left yet, and whether they should. Among these Singer crews, recognizable for their specialist clothing and often shorn heads, you see the occasional refugee, a paying passenger, or a replacement engineer, or pilot perhaps, come from the eye to seek fortune with the Singers. Most of the crews have 2 or 3 of these additions, some more, and you can't help but wish that, whatever reason brings them to throw their lot in with the Singer crews, they will have safe passage. You feel a strange attachment to these citizens of the Eye, setting out for the first time. And then one of them catches your eye, crossing the axis with a crew, carrying a large bag and a nervous look. Ah. Tala. You freeze for a second. What is she doing here? She glances around, feeling your eyes on her. She catches your eye. Her face brightens immediately. Again, I'm not going to remember Tala. I think I mentioned, I certainly could have reviewed the footage. Aside from just being additional work, and this is already going to be a lot of work, this playthrough, it feels against the spirit of the nature of the project. I don't know. Sleeper? I don't know. Hi. Sleeper! Tala mutters something to her crew and rushes over, dumping the large bag at your feet and embracing you without thinking. It's good to see you, Tala. She pulls back. And you, she smiles, but then it quickly fades as she realizes the context in which you are meeting. She sheepishly glances at her bag. Sleeper? She pauses. She pauses again, folding her arms defensively. I'm going to the Starward belt. She waits for your response, nervously. Why didn't you say? She sighs. Do you remember me mentioning my family, Sleeper? My brother? You think back to your Giral blurred conversations in the back of the Bantayan. I'm never going to get the Bantayan right on the first try. He came here with me, with my family, and when we were little. Just after we left Sinza, she bites her lip. We left when we were both teenagers, jumped on some spacer crew, heading to the Starward belt. She sighs. I'm an idiot, she shakes her head.
and I'm going after him. She looks down, not sure what to add. That makes sense. She looks at you. It does? She laughs nervously. I'm not so sure anymore. I really don't know if it makes sense, or if it's the right thing, but ever since I heard that was where the refugee flotilla was going, well, I couldn't stop thinking about him. What happens to the bar? Someone will have to run it. She leaves a long pause. I mean, I can ask Francis. I'd be happy to. Or one of the others, she blurts out. And of course, if you're leaving with the flotilla or someone else, it'd be totally okay. You wouldn't need to say yes. It's no pressure, it's fine. Whichever way, I was just thinking. Cough. I could run the bar. Tella nods, smiling. I think so. I mean, you can take a second. But she glances at the crew she was walking with, who are chatting a little way away. There's not exactly much time. So, considering that, she grabs the key hanging around her neck, the key to the Bantayan. Do you want to do it? Yes. Tala leaps forward and embraces you again. Thank you, Sleeper. I couldn't be leaving it in better hands. She pulls the key from around her neck and places it around yours, as if presenting a medal. Remember to lock up, especially in the back, and remember to empty the still if you're leaving things closed for a few cycles, and... She stops herself. I won't be gone forever, of course. She blinks away a tear. I can come back and check in. Maybe once I find my brother. She pauses, unable to finish that thought. She smiles at you, and you can see the weight lifting off her shoulders, her eyes already drifting towards the crew, the ship, the next big thing. She's ready. I better be going. She nods at the crew nearby. Not a good start to keep my guys waiting. She looks at the bag. She lifts the bag onto her shoulders. She looks down the curve of the eye towards the overlook. Thanks again, Sleeper, for everything you helped me with. She nods. I wouldn't have been able to leave if I hadn't made things work here. She adjusts the bag. Dad wouldn't have let me. See you around. She nods. Hope so. Then Tala turns, heading back to the crew who will carry her to the Starward belt. You watch her go, and despite the departure, it is hard to feel sad about Tala. You know her energy will carry her forward, and you hope her brother is somewhere on that bright path. You hold the key in your hand, the metal still a little warm from Tala's body. You turn it over in your fingers, thinking about how it feels like a tool and a burden. You can still lock up and leave, you figure, but now that will feel like breaking something fragile, and if you stay, well, who knows what this little metal promise might grow into. Upgrade the Obsessive Haggler. Just really make sure Emphas gives us those sweet, sweet shrooms for cheap, free. I was wrong. They found a way to make the this ship's one. Yeah. Emotional or the something. I love to word good. I don't know what we're doing. Founders ferry our way back across the rim. Grab. Do we have, yeah, just a loose dice. Get a little bit of food from or Mingy Express. Or wait, yeah, I don't know.
Well, that wasn't quite enough. Memphis? 20% off. I like the little discount sticker. Feed the cat. End the cycle. Leave. Oh, this is still going. Well, okay. I definitely definitely remembered that. Sorry, do we have to use a 4 on this because we have a +2. Leave. I kind of just assumed it wouldn't matter because we got the peak dialogue or whatever. I don't know if that was like a bug? Question mark? Just leaving that unfilled or whatever. Seems like a bad idea. Seems suboptimal. So, me just scrolling around making sure that I'm not, like, forgetting big things. I know I'd talk a big game about, like, it's good getting the 5% sad ending sometimes. But also, I don't know. Just make sure, just do a little bit of extra due diligence, or it's also just a thing of, like, Lem staying here. Yeah, you know what? I like Lem. I like Lem being here. Entire station failing though, or whatever. Less good. Less ideal. Less than ideal. I think that's everything, or like... I can't think of anything else to dump dice into, so... Shrug. Get some scrap for... self-repair. I guess we could work, too. I don't know. -2 condition? God damn it. We were doing so good not hitting the minus condition thing. Now we have to sink scrap into just undoing that roll. Citizen Sleeper. Ha-cha-cha-cha-cha. The costs of existing, they never go away, even at the end. I don't know why I like the system so much more than food and hunger meters and stuff in like a survival crafting game, because I think like food, hunger, hunger, water, etc. meters are nothing. They're like a 0 out of 10 mechanic for me. But for some reason this, I'm like, yeah, I mean, the simple answer is that this is producing affect, where I think this is doing a much better job producing a sense of kind of scarcity and maintenance and stuff, whereas in a survival crafting thing, it just feels like homework. And often in a survival crafting game, you will hit a state that lets you trivialize the food and drinking and stuff, so failing to drink or eat or whatever ceases to be like this thing that's evocative of anything. It's just like, no, I forgot my homework. Whereas in here, it's just like right until the end, you're gotta balance the resources, keep the plate spinning and stuff. And yeah, sorry, I thought we had more or whatever for some reason. End cycle. Do 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 do. Leave. Peak's slate chirps in your pocket. You take it out. A message. The connection is ready. Meet me at the Founder's Gap, Greenway side, Peak. You clench your jaw. It's time. You find Peak waiting near where you first met, at the entrance to the docking tunnel for the Founder's Ferry. They are leaning beside the wall in the flickering light, and you realize now how different they look from when you first met. There is a darkness around their eyes, a sense of exhaustion to their pose, but also a solidity, a sense of purpose and self-knowledge. They look concrete, for want of a better word, solid. Sleeper, they spot you, and a small smile crosses their face. Glad you came. I wouldn't be anywhere else. The smile grows. Crunch time. They shake their head in disbelief. Let's go. The break in the connection is up ahead. They walk away from the docking tunnel, into a ragged, half-crushed corridor that descends into darkness. They poke their slate and a torch flicks on, lighting the way ahead. As you descend through the layers of the broken edge of the eye, Peak talks, filling the silence. I had to hunt all over this part of the eye to find the point where the connection was broken. They run a hand along the buckled metal of the wall, stooping under the angled ceiling. This gap, got knocked in the eye when Solheim collapsed. It's impossible to tell who did it, but my guess is they tried to scuttle the eye. If Solheim couldn't keep a hold of their fancy new station, well, no one could. Peak ducks through a fractured passageway with hanging wires like vines. So, this place has always been on borrowed time. I've managed to weave together the old connections and run a new patch down where the main lines still run. Through the remaining ribs of the rim, they smile. Just like keeping those old XPR platforms running. Ash would be proud if she bothered to help. As Peak goes quiet, the corridor opens into a wider, twisted passage, with compartments on either side thick with wiring. This is the connection point. You can see where Peak has levered off a panel and hooked up a thick cable to the existing hardware. As thick as a tree trunk, it snakes off into the dark ahead, its yellow rings making it look like some huge and exotic serpent. You did all this? Peak nods. It was an interesting challenge. Plus it helped keep my mind off things. Peak smiles a weak smile. There's a lot I'd prefer not to think about. You both stand there, staring at the point where the new cable meets the old one. The ends separate, fitted with multi-pin male and female connectors, and braced inside a metal framework with a scissoring mechanism. Bring them together, seal them, and the Greenway will be connected to the rest of the eye for the first time in decades. Peak shifts their weight onto one hip, pushing the hair out of their eyes. It feels like this should be more momentous, like there should be some kind of ritual or ceremony. They pause. Or someone should stop us from doing this crazy thing. It isn't crazy. Peak nods. I mean, I'm not being funny, Sleeper, but this whole thing is crazy to me. Peak shakes their head. Leaving Hawthorne with Ash, joining the flotilla, coming here, meeting you, the Flux, the Shadow, everything. They laugh a hollow laugh. So I suppose this is at least consistent with all that. They take a deep breath. Okay. They look at you with mild panic. They hold both sides of the supporting framework, ready to scissor it closed. Here we go. Peak wrenches the framework closed, and the connectors thunk together with a sound that echoes down the ruined corridor into the dark on both sides. Both you and Peak wait with bated breath, unsure what it is you are waiting for.
Do you expect the eye to suddenly stop spinning, or lurch on its axis, for the power to go out, or a shockwave to run through the corridors of the rim? You meet Peak's eyes, and suddenly they burst out laughing. What are we waiting for? They put a hand on their forehead. I feel like we just planted a tree and are expecting it to burst out of the ground. They shake their head. But you feel it. You feel it flowing like a stream that has been released from a cave and rushes out into the sunlight, crystalline and clear. You swear you can hear it running in the wires, like water, like rain, like steam. It doesn't roar or rattle, but it rustles and writhes there, like liquid roots. Peak sees the look in your eyes and stops laughing. You can see it, can't you? You can't see it, not with your eyes at least, but it is everywhere, and now it is out. It can't be put back in, that much is clear. You imagine the rim of the eye like a sponge, like soil, soaking up the gardener and their chorus, the gaps filling with a burbling, constant, growing life. Peak stares at you, waiting for something, anything. Gardener is free. Peak nods slowly and closes their eyes. They go to speak, but the words fail them. Suddenly, Peak's slate chirps. They jump and scramble for it, almost dropping it in the process. But when they stare at it, a look of confusion crosses their face. What happened? Peak's mouth falls open. It's Ash, they swallow. She's leaving. They look at you with panic. Before you can speak, they've turned away and are moving back up the passageway, back towards the entrance. Peak! They don't turn, don't respond, and you watch their silhouette, lit by their slate's torch, disappear rapidly around a corner. You take out the slate Peak gave you and turn on the torch. The wires all around look like pale roots in the harsh light, and you turn away from them. They're gardeners now. You work your way back through the corridors, retracing your steps. You imagine Peak panicked, running towards the cordon, realizing that their greatest fear has come to pass. You wonder if they will be able to persuade Ash to stay. If Ash is going, you think, then the flotilla must be leaving too. The thought makes you shiver in the darkness, and you push it away. You are not ready. You focus on avoiding the hanging wires, the low ceilings, and make your way back out into the lit corridors of the Founder's ferry dock. Castor is waiting for you. He holds up his hands.
Now, Sleeper, no need to fear.
He raises his eyebrows.
I understand now it was my mistake to force you. A miscalculation.
Why are you here?
Good, good. Questions are good.
He pushes his glasses up his nose.
I am more than happy to answer any you may have. I won't hold you here, Sleeper.
Castor stands to the side.
But I wish to speak.
Leave. There is nothing Castor can say that you want to hear. He speaks for Senate Stat, and they have no hold on you. You approach Castor. As you approach, he speaks quietly, an urgent whispering.
I do not wish to see you lost. You're of great value if you ever want to see that realized.
You push past, ignoring him, and his voice fades. The last you see of him is his slow nod, perhaps a mark of resignation, or just another deferential gesture aimed at manipulating your response. It doesn't matter either way. You are done with him. You head towards the cordon, Peak and the flotilla in the forefront of your mind. You arrive into chaos at the cordon. The final shuttles are leaving the ramshackle docks that have formed along the edge of the gap during the flotilla's stay. As they do, groups of evacuees push on board, hoping to be among the final people to escape from the eye. The fear created by the flux event became a series of rumors, and those rumors have driven many out of their homes. Others have staunchly doubled down on their position on the eye, refusing to accept any gossip of a second collapse. You are unsure what you think, Is the collapse a certainty? Will Peak's actions this cycle have changed anything at all? You are tired of these questions, and instead set out to look for your friends. You quickly spot Peak and Ash at the far side of the chaotic bay. You quickly make your way through the crowds, slipping between the gaps in the rushing evacuees, stepping over bags and luggage. Progress is slow, but as you approach you can hear their voices over the crowd. You try to push closer, but there are many evacuees gathered around them and their shuttle. You have made your decision, Peak, and it puts you against me. Ash is standing with one foot on the boarding ramp, while Peak argues with her. The evacuees are eyeing them, eager to intervene, but intimidated by Ash's evident strength and attitude. Ash, it doesn't have to be like this. Peak looks desperate, tears tracking on their cheeks. We can find a way. Ash shakes her head. I have always protected you, Peak. I've taken you under my wing. But I understand you are not mine to control, and you have chosen to be here and not with me, despite everything. I've chosen to stop running, Peak cries out in frustration. You can choose to stop running too. We can stay here and try to live. Don't you remember what it feels like to live, Ash? Ash turns away. I remember what it was like to live on Hawthorne, what it was like to be worried for your safety every cycle, to live under the control of my mother, of the administration, to work to maintain something that no one wanted, no one needed, so that our corporation could maintain a foothold in the system. You talk as if this place, in the very same system, is any different. What is there here but the same grind, for other masters, for other employers, administrators, for those who gain from our struggles? There may not be a corporation controlling the eye, but there is control, there is power in action here. So what then? Peaks shouts. You run from anyone or everyone who could ever be close to you in search of freedom? In search of some perfect place where no one ever has power over you? Peak is crying openly now. I want to be part of something, Ash, even if it is broken and suffering, even if it cannot be free. Ash pauses and takes a deep breath. She nods, her eyes closed. This isn't Hawthorne anymore. We aren't tied by our childhood, or by our shared need to escape. We are both just people in this system. She opens her eyes. I release you, Peak. You are free of me. Ash, please. They hold out a hand. There's a life here if you want it. Ash turns and smiles at Peak. Her eyes wet now too. Then you live for me, Peak. I can't. And she climbs up the boarding ramp, the evacuees taking their chance to climb on board too. You watch as the shuttle closes its ramp, lifts off, and leaves the bay. The crowds are dispersing now, as they get onto the shuttles or say their goodbyes and move back into the main part of the cordon. You push past the last of them to reach Peak. Peak doesn't turn as you come closer. Sleeper, Ash is gone. Stay silent. They turn to face you. I'll miss the Briar, but she'll serve Ash well. I know that. Sleeper! The shout takes you by surprise, and as you turn you see Sol coming through the bay towards you. Sol. Yeah. The last two shuttles loading up behind him. He reaches you, his suit hissing as he does. Can't believe you'd make an old man run across this bay to get you. He pauses to take a breath. The singers have gone. They left at the start of the cycle. They broke away from the flotilla. You smile as you think of Tala, safely cradled within one of those singer ships, on her way to the Starward belt, and hopefully a reunion with her brother. Godspeed, Tala. What are you smiling at? Sol interrupts your thoughts. They forced our hand. We have to leave now. Sol shakes his head. If we follow close enough behind, maybe they'll end up being our scouts anyway. I recognize any hostile spacers out there. I'll give them a wide berth. Pilgrim Seed will need a little time to make her way out of the cordon, but I'm heading back now to get her started. Thankfully, the step ships are sticking with us, so we'll be plenty well supplied for the journey to the belt. He pauses. Anyway, I didn't plod all the way over here to tell you that. Saul looks between you and Peak with a raised eyebrow. It's now or never, Sleeper. I'm good to my word, and I kept a berth for you. But this is your last chance to take it. He scratches at his beard. Make a call. You glance out at the flotilla beyond the bay, beautiful in the light of Helion's sun. You think of the long journey to the Starward belt, of the people inside the Pilgrim Seed, of the possible futures that await. Then you think of the people here, on the Eye, of Peak beside you, of the Bantayan, of Tala, and the key that still hangs around your neck, of promises and possibilities. Stay. You open your mouth to speak and realize this is the final time you will make this choice. You have to be sure. I'm staying. You say the words, and the moment you do, the weight of it all seems to descend on you. You stumble a little, and then stand straight, refusing to be crushed. You feel a tightness in your chest, and a haze blurring your thoughts. Soul nods. Good luck, he sighs. You'll need it. He grips your shoulder and meets your eye. In the haze, his pitted and rough hand feels so real, so detailed. It grounds you, that it grounds you. And then it is gone, and Saul goes with it, quickly moving to the waiting shuttle. As he does, you watch, unable to speak, your whole body pulsing. And then another hand falls on your shoulder, and it grounds you once more. You turn to see Peak's bright eyes. Let's go, Sleeper. You nod, and seeing how unsteady you are on your feet, Peak puts an arm around you and steers you towards the entrance to the bay. As they do, you hear the roar, feel the wind as the shuttle lifts off and angles towards the flotilla. You don't turn, instead you keep your head down and focus on each step. As you do, you feel Peak beside you, holding a little of your weight, and you holding a little of theirs. This is how it will be for many cycles after you both leave the bay and head back into the Eye. You will both hold things for each other, remind each other of the choices you made, remind each other of why it is important to keep going despite the moments when it seems impossible. You will keep each other going. That support will be vital when the second flux event hits the Eye, when it knocks the entire free spoke off the power grid, making the whole station lurch with a sickening motion, when it cripples systems and corrupts processes, leading sections of the station to go dark or start venting oxygen. When holding on is all you can do, while the world seems to come apart around you. And yet, somehow, the Eye will persist. Systems will resist total collapse in ways that will seem inexplicable to many, but to you and Peak, they will signal the awakening of a new force within the station. That new force will bring with it new challenges and new possibilities in equal measure. Strange growths will be reported all around the station in the wake of the flux event, fungal crusts pushing through pipes and wiring. The Eye will go wild and fecund, becoming a station of increasing unpredictability, prone to a seasonal rhythm of spore clouds and sudden growth spurts. There will be a strange and unsettling beauty to this paradigm shift, as the greening of the station turns it from a corporate ruin to some altogether new assemblage of biological and mechanical structures. Riko will take on this challenge with energy that seems impossible for her age, and until her final day, she will delight in the new mysteries the Eye and its gardener produce. And as this new era consolidates around the station, you will find yourself in the Bantayan most cycles, working to keep the place alive. The cycle where you invite Emphis to come make use of the kitchen will go from a one-off event to a regular occurrence, and soon the Bantayan will be filled with spacers eager to try the best preparations of the station's now abundant mushrooms. And on occasion, after a long shift at the Bantayan, you will hear the sound of the stray mewling. And you will crumble up some food and sit, and watch the cat eat, as if it is the only thing in your world that matters. However, into all this newness, the bad old ways will still intrude. Senate Stat, frustrated by the Eye's resilience, will begin sending more physical threats, and supply ships and traders will suddenly stop arriving, stopped by blockade of corporate militia. Life on the Eye will be punctuated by wide-channel broadcasts from Senate Stat, stating legal precedents and quoting deeds of ownership, staking a claim on the system. Meanwhile, Havenage will consolidate their power around the Hardline group led by Kemp, but this will push them further from the people of the Eye. As they decay, new forms of station administration will rise, though the Hardliners will persist as a dangerous force. As the cycles roll on and the threats gather, new broadcasts will join them, sent by Conway Extractions, making counterclaims on assets held within the Helion system. And many on the Eye will grow quiet, losing their appetite for debating these political machinations as they tilt inexorably towards a corporate war. And ever on the Eye will spin, growing now in strange ways, haunted by strange new growths, and hosting cultures of increasing resilience. As the Helion system descends into crisis, you will find comfort in the fungal patterns, the familiar conversations, the spices and the smells that will accumulate around you as your body continues its unavoidable decay. They settle around you like a veil, and in time it will be impossible to see the Eye without seeing its many variants and versions, pasts and potential futures. And this masking of the world will mark your approaching end. And one cycle far from now, that accumulation of memories, of tastes, of people and places and of moments, will be the last thing you let go of. But for now, there is only you and Peak, arms around each other, walking slowly out of the bay. Two figures born of crippled systems, linked together, continuing despite your origins. And in this frozen moment, you focus only on the next step, because that is the only way you have learned to persist. And to persist is to believe that a future, any future at all, is possible. Roll credits for real or for finally this time. I think talking extensively about my own perspective and stuff is in some ways immaterial. Because what am I but a data point? Wow. Suffice to say, I find a lot of the work and the things that Citizen Sleeper does evocative and compelling. I think there's additional weight or additional whatever lent by one, me taking a year off between all this, so it's had a year to like cook and sit in my like the back of my mind is like, what outcome do I want or whatever, and this is very close to it, or like, yeah, no, I'm happy with this one. And then there's, as a byproduct of waiting a year, you also have this in the context of recent events. I don't think I need to be more specific than that. And, I don't know. The resilience, persistence, community building, etc. I think is a good thing to have. I don't know. In art, it's a. One must imagine citizens, the Citizen Sleeper. out there doing things. I'm glad I have tiny camera, otherwise I'd feel more awkward about being like all emotional about game. I'll certainly continue to think about Citizen Sleeper for some time. I still have The Mushroom at the End of the World to finish reading. It'll be interesting to do Citizen Sleeper too. Maybe that will get onto the channel in a more sensible way than a enormous, very, very long VOD. I assume I'm gonna have to edit this quite a bit just to make it like fit YouTube's upload limits. Thank you for watching. Have a wonderful day. Stay safe, sleeper.